to the distinction we have separated. With this distinction, we divide the hair into 4 main sections, then horizontal from the nape part 1, by creating a distinction from 2 parts, so neither too thick nor too much. The basis of hair after creating fine separation, we will create, so we will determine the length of the hair. X scissors, sharpening cutting technique using like a ruler, creating our first E-guide. So we determine the first height. After determining this size, we are going to the second stage E-guide. And in level 2, E her hair is straight one way, using our comb as a ruler. E-guide. With the sharpening technique, that is, with the straight scissor stroke, we keep cutting our hair. Berta yes. Where we took an example. Our guide so one previous cut. From the hair point we got. We continue we cut the same size. After making this cut, after the neck, we pass to the right, we create one horizontal distinction in guinea. The guide we cut from this nape part, guinea by following, using our comb as a ruler. E we cut it the same size. After cutting the right side, we go to the left side. We create one horizontal distinction on the left side of guide, because we will create a blunt one cut here. We continue our process by creating horizontal separations. Here again one we cut before. Comb as a length guide in the nape section. Using it like a ruler a guide. We cut the left side section with the same technique. As you can see here we used our comb. And cut to the same size. Then checking a guide. E. Between fingers. Hair with technique. We continue our cut. Then we go to the back. Again by creating one horizontal distinction. E we are progressing gradually towards the top. Here are the gradual thin pieces from the neck. Taking horizontal parts. We continue our process. Bird. From the hill. As we progressed, we created one distinction to the top and created one horizontal one distinction from the middle part a guide. Then take one piece of the vertical. E between fingers. With holding technique. So we kept cutting our hair. Then second, E guinea. Use our comb as a ruler and remove one previous hair point. Taking the guide so one. With the hair point we cut before. We cut the same size. Here we use our comb as a ruler. Seeing the hair point we cut before. We continue our process. And finally, after coming to the top, as you can see E to pieces of pliers. Separate in the section on the back of the last connected. We scan by separating from the pliers. And comb the hair according to the natural direction of fall. From the guinea nape part. Starting from the middle part. Following our guide at the bottom. Our haircut. We continue. In our haircut here, one of the hair points we cut before. As a guide and we continue our cutting as a guide. Here we use our comb as a ruler and straight one. Haircut. We take care to do. Here is the stance of our customer's head. Points are also very important. E always head of our customer. If we cut the back part, the side to the front, we cut the right side to the left. If we cut the left side to the right, by depositing, then we keep cutting. As you can see, we went to the right. I set our customer's head stand distance on the right. I used the comb with scissors and comb as a ruler. One hair point we cut before. I saw. And I analyzed and cut using it like a ruler. For later control purposes, I combed the hair according to its direction of fall. And finger-to-finger cutting technique. Is your hair wrong? By checking. I kept cutting with straight scissors blows. I went to the left. Same guinea on the left. I used my comb as a ruler. With straight scissor stroke. I continued with cutting by creating a straight line. As you can see here, according to the direction of hair fall. Again with a straight scissor stroke with the interfinger cutting technique. I continue the haircut. Cutting my hair. One hair point that I cut before as a guide. I take care to move forward. If you want to get a haircut like this, social media addresses in the description part of my video. Available by reaching here. By coming to my salon and making an appointment. You can get a haircut. Contact e-appointment from my social media addresses. You can come to my salon and get a haircut. As you can see, only one. E with straight scissor stroke with sharp line cutting technique and straight blunt one haircut with techniques. We created the desig. Here to the front of the hair. We will give light movement. So we will do the folding process. In front of you while folding. We create one distinction that we call the purchase motif. When creating this separation of purchase motif, starting from the end point of the eyebrow, we touch our comb, and the point on the top where our comb touches. We make the distinction in a triangle one way, friends. While making this distinctio, we take the end points of the eyebrow as a guide. Hair after distinctio. If I cut your right side, I'll crossing my client's left side. And the eye appeared 45 degrees in width. With angles, I'm painting from top to bottom. After cutting the right side, I go to the left side. Our customer. I pass to the right side while cutting the left side. And again at an angle of 45 degrees. I continue my folding process. If you want to have one haircut like this, you can come to my salon and get hair cutting service. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. Thanks to you, our videos are being watched more and more every day. We reach more people. Thank you so much for watching my videos. I'm checking here. Our process. And in the front, we will also finish our folding process. Created a clear one cut with the blunt sharp cutting technique. We are. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. I leave you alone with a clear, beautiful one cut. Thank you so much for watching my video till the end. I do. Take good care of yourself. Hope to see you.
Hello to you today. How to make pixie haircut design? I will explain it in detail. Create the basic distinctions, as the first distinction always separates the hair cutie, determines exactly clearly of the basic distinctions. Well, it's very important, not first. I create profile distinction profile. Distinction forehead from the beginning straight separation, where we are separated to the occipital area, say. Profile separation. The second distinction is Thednully distinction, is also from the top point ouching. The tip of our comb from the point where his back touches starting, saw from the temple regions and according to other temple from one temple to another. U-shaped distinction we have separated. Can also say hair after creating this distinction we have divided into two main sections, C bottom and top first. Starting from the bottom of way, we'll start the cutting process at the bottom. I will create a horizontal separation from the neck, neither too thick nor too. The knee in linea after, creating a horizontal separation We are starting our hair cutie from the angsty part between fingers, as much as our finger can talk a touch. Your hair neck V, start cutting at an angle of 45 degrees E. First the little E on the nape after, cleaning small hair with a shaver and a crossway diagonal E from the nape. Part by creating distinction C-No, I start the cutting process these. 3 points I cut will be a guide for me dot by following this guide. Your higher going up step by step, I keep cutting Berta. Yes, I touch my finger on the skin of the hair and E-finger E-I-T. I cut it down at an angle of 45 degrees to the second stage after cutting. I'm creating a horizontal distinction in. Guinean following the hair point I had cut before E, and I cut in the same planiso. I cut it the same size E here again. E now starting. From the right 45 degree cross separations with one beat creating E noothing is happening as I see. The hair spot I cut before it's suitable for the E part therein. The same E step by step in plan starting right to left. Eno. I am applying my cutting process got married. Didn't get it. It stayed on my head. From my head, I didn't. Want it all by myself, yes, no. After getting to the middle part T, an hour, from right to left T, I cut I. Stop after I get to the middle and D. Same way left, right, left side. That is, everyone is in the middle 80 unity 45 degrees, from the right, from the left side again, in a middle way of 45 degrees E. I'm shortening it to come because the angle on the right, and the angle on the left because the hair. Direction is different E. I'm cutting the right side until the middle part then I quittin'. I start Guinea from the left side E Guinea at a general 45 degree angle thenthet part toe. Cut the Guinea to the middle in the same way I'm going. To the third level. Friends dot in the third stage. The hair point that I cut before E, I'm cutting E's. I will start cutting Berta, yes and more click from a point. IQT will change the finger angle I set my finger to 45 degrees then, waiting again so, E45. Degrees to come E, I take the hair point I cut before end the hour. Hair E, at a 45 degree angling cutting here friends occipital 4. Coming to the top of the region toe the occipital area so, I'm applying a short cut, then when I come to the top. In the last two parts so, the length of the hair is a little longer E for applying a 45 degree angle E. It doesn't happen in the same shortness. It goes from short to long so you didn't have a drug thingies. Exactly like fat well, always have to pay attention to it. E as you can see, the higher parts became longer. I'm setting the angle Horacio. Because I cut it at 45 degree angles that he automatically came towards the top until it comes. E hair gets a longer look because the neck is short. The upper comb is a layered cutchered hair, a longer look at the top between people. There is nothing left between us. Ignorant mercy nothing left, became like Afghanis. So Islam neck part up to ear level I. Cut the same way peak point with Donner Nithiso. What is this cruelties? Now when my son grows up can't, he travel with his friends so. He can't do anything so. What are we going to do now that boy as you can see, I came from the right to the left. Same from the left. I'm moving to the right at 45 degree angles he's cut after doing it. The sides remained on the back. You saw this from the top of the sides staking a subtle distinction from the hair point on the back eye. Take the guide and the guidea thin curtain at the topium, cutting the mirror size starting from the front after. Cutting this same length creating diagonal divisions again E. The curtain, at the top of these distinctions in shape, Eith sword. I took from the back how to am coming back you see at the topi, created a guide for myself, like this guide with diagonal. Diagonal divisions down I cut by following in E, here on the right and left E. I keep the hair length and without making mistakes I. Continue the hair length as you can see two hair points E complemented each other so. From the topi, a thin curtain. Shape D I set a point for myself and, with the bottom as you can see, 45 the upper part of the middle part T. Cut with degrees after cutting right and left no. We're at the top guys in the hill creating. A crown separation again E on the hill creating. a crown separation to the ear since one ear, and he divided the top into two main sections. So this is on the top now, so guinea by this time. I'm creating a vertical distinction after creating this vertical separation found at the bottom. I see the haircut I found, but what am I doing here? Eat a vertical angle of 90 degrees according to the direction of hair. Scan most E after scanning yourself E after seeing my guide at the extreme with the sharpening cutting technique. That is, straight scissors I cut with a blow you are arresting. It's a shame for the young people to suppress those goals. Well, it seems to me that he can't press the young people. This two crown separation of the region where I create am cutting the first Gino. How far? So many people who put it in jail. How far, baby? How far exact lies here? As a guide, always the previous hair point we cut by following friends. Never forget this always guide you appropriately. You move forward without making any mistakes. You will have a proper haircut. Isn't he in the mood to use it? Yes, as you can see from the top upwards, created a vertical separation from the beginning of the forehead and hair front starting from the back until you reach the staggy again at the exit point of the hair. As you can see, I scan upwards and E 90 degree. Output scanning angling to E from the hair point we cut before after. Seeing my guide with straight scissor stroke key. Hair at right angles according to the direction of hair exit cut at an angle of 90 degrees and I cut it with straight scissors service size 2 after cutting the middle part. This is the right and left part equally to the hair. Points EE gain at 90 degree angles according to the direction of hair exit E, scanning direction 90 degrees 90 degrees as a right angle from the exit direction of the hair with angle. So now I'm doing a haircut. I always follow my guide the previous hair point. I cut in my guide to continue in the same guide. My cutting process I continues a use and eyes. Exactly. There is something like this. The Kuranyas here. Ilways sharp horse cutting technique. That is, straight scissor blow, I apply it. So after the haircut is over same way, I will apply thinning to the ends of the hair as you can see here. I cut the right side. I'm going to the left now in the hair point. I wanted before slice starting from the back to the front slice. By slice oak. Okay, look at them, they say, honest eyes. The hair point I cut before after CNG praying. Now I come to the forefront guinea. The same way I'm creating a vertical separation, creating a vertical scanning angle. They did something, for example. My mother would tell, and I know it back up and the front is the same way coming upwards. I combine it with the hair point. I cut poured into the sea. But now the man was a soldier in the Second World War. Hit it for this thing. It may be moldy thing. Can be neat wife can be tiredys after cutting. This cutting process is over. Guys know, add texture to the hair, soften. Our aim is to ensure the transitions of haircut here, starting from the width with the E-file scissor C comb. First with comb I. As you can see here, I use a dark comb when cutting hair light colored E. My comb is dark E. Light colored combi dark comb on light hair E. In dark eye colored Hyrus light colored comb. It will be more advantageous for you. Here is your hair. So you can see the hair more clearly. Better in straight cuts. E can make clear cut your hair is Arabic, as you can see at the ends hearing parts with F-file scissors. From the bottom end parts of the hair, thinning the hair with F-file scissors. Be healthier in the traces of hair scissors on the hair, prevent it from happening. Soften this ends of the hair, be blocking it with net scissors, because it softens. See more hair transitions. Hair evenly distributed together prevents scissors from forming in this way. The hair is more beautiful. Now they have all taken refusing. You have short hair, too short haircut, designixie, long layered, hair QT, redder, shadow, honey, hair. Coloring. If you want to receive services such as color change in the cops me social media, addresses in the description part of my video will. The hair cutting service by reaching my salon from Hair AO Kingetsu soon. Where did he distribute them? All over the countries, yes, yes, no. I apply the thinning process will be one by one on social media. These conversations after the thinning process is over. I will apply the blow-dry process and finish our design starting from the neck, hair progressing step by step to the ends of the hair. And the net scissors. I'm thinning purpose of thinning hair. Uniform distribution to each other, and the transitions are more beautiful in this way. Your hair grows and grows together, not a hard imagined, a more beautiful. Imagine happens, and it makes it happen, and there are soft transitions. Don't apply any files to the bottoms of the hair. Here I only apply the net scissors to the ends of the hair. Yes, and after applying the movie stream, 2 are finishing our transaction. We also have the forming process as the last process. Our hair design by applying the blow dry process final image TOE will show you. I hope you liked my video. Thank you so much for watching till the end. I will be with you with new videos. You guys have a short haircut and other hairstyles. If you want to get service, you can reach me on social media. Instagram now. When you type Circin Kylan hairdresser from Google. From there you can easily reach my contact information. You can also reach it on WhatsApp. You can also reach it on Instagram. You can also reach it on TikTok. You can reach me on many social media platforms now. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. I will be you with new videos. Take good care of yourself. See you soon.
Welcome back to the deep dive. If you've ever, watched a truly flawless bob haircut and just wondered how they get that perfect geometric precision, well, you're definitely in the right place today. We are doing a deep dive into the methodology for a very specific cut, the forward elongated layered bob.
Oh.
You sent over this incredibly technical guide. It treats hair less like hair and more like an architectural blueprint, really. So our mission today is to unpack all that geometry, figure out every precise measurement, angle, technique, basically how you get those long front sections while keeping the back perfectly graduated and, well, volumized correctly.
And that focus on geometry is absolutely key. This isn't just about being good with scissors. It's about systematically controlling weight, elevation, movement. The real value here is seeing how predictable results, the kind you can reproduce, they depend entirely on meticulous setup. Getting those foundational angles right. You have to respect the process, perfect divisions before you even think about cutting.
Yeah, okay, that sounds like a challenge right there. Let's start at the beginning then. Establishing the blueprint. You mentioned precision. How intense is this setup? What are these foundational divisions?
Right, so it starts at the absolute center. That's the profile separation. Perfectly straight line running from the start of the forehead all the way down the back to the nape. That establishes your central axis. Think of it as your plumb line for balance.
Got it, the center line. But the real drama, the visual part of this cut, that happens up front, right? How do we mark that off? The part that determines the longest piece.
Ah, okay. That's defined by the triangle form. You start high at the crown, the tepia noctasa, and draw a triangular separation forward. And the source is very specific here. The base of this triangle has to extend precisely to the end of the eyebrows.
Wait, hold on. A triangle from the crown to the end of the eyebrow. That sounds, I don't know, kind of specific, maybe a bit arbitrary. Why that exact point? Is there a risk you're trying to avoid by being that precise?
It's not arbitrary at all, actually. It's all about proportion. That specific boundary makes sure the front section, the bit that frames the face later, connects properly to the side panels. If that triangle's too narrow, you lose that dramatic forward swing. Too wide.
Ah, okay.
Then the whole side layer can look disconnected from the back. It messes up the transition we're aiming for. So yeah, that measurement gives you the right face framing perimeter.
That makes a lot more sense. It controls the drama, basically.
Yep. Okay, so center line check, frontal length defined by the triangle, check.
Yeah.
What's the last big separation?
The last main one is the crown separation. That's your classic ear-to-ear division. This isolates the entire front, including that triangle we just made from the back section. And that's where we actually start building the foundation. Once the front's clipped away, the back section itself gets divided again, usually into 3 main vertical sections.
Right, and the guide mentioned using the back of the comb for those vertical divisions. Can you just quickly clarify that? It sounds like a small detail, but maybe important for structure. Oh yeah, definitely. When guides mention using the back of the comb, they mean using the tool's standard width for consistency. You lay the comb flat against the head, and its width becomes your repeatable measure for drawing those next vertical lines. It just ensures those 3 back sections are perfectly symmetrical, equal width. It sounds tedious, I know.
A bit, yeah.
But it's absolutely key for controlling how the hair moves, how the graduation builds up later. Meticulous, but necessary.
Okay, so the geometry's set, the blueprint is drawn. Where do we finally pick up the scissors? Let's get into segment 2, building that foundation.
Right, the foundation work begins deep down at the nape of the neck, the ends. You start with a really precise horizontal separation. And this is where you cut your guide section, your calaveuse.
Okay, the guide. And the source called the technique comb under, using straight scissor strikes. This sets the overall length, right?
Exactly. That initial length is your crucial foundation, the temel. But, and this is important, the very next layers are immediately cut in a graduated way, catameli.
Okay. Why, though? Couldn't you just do a blunt cut there at the bottom and then layer everything above it? Why graduate right away in that lowest section? Is it just about the shape?
This is where it gets really interesting. It's almost entirely about controlling volume, structural volume. The source is super clear on this. Cutting graduated layers right away ensures the hair distributes homogeneously, evenly. The main benefit they cite is preventing that unwanted swelling or puffiness, what the text calls kabarma, right down in those foundational lower areas.
So it stops the bob from flaring out at the base. It forces the weight to sit nicely against the neck.
Precisely. Think of it like laying bricks carefully so the weight is distributed internally. So right after setting that initial length, the next bottom layers get layered using a slight 45-degree angle, and it's applied inwards from inside to outside. That 45-degree angle isn't random. It's our geometric constant. It defines the pitch of the layering, and that's what ensures the volume control.
That 45-degree constant. Yeah, okay. Holding on to that. Because now we get to segment 3, which is really the star, achieving that dramatic forward elongation. The whole point of the style is that smooth shift from the graduated, controlled back to the, well, significantly longer front.
And this brings up the core challenge, really, of this whole technique. How do you actually make hair fall forward and longer when you're working on the sides and the back sections?
Yeah, and the technique described sounds, well, completely counterintuitive.
It absolutely is.
Yeah.
First, okay, for that crucial transition from back to side,
Yeah.
you use a diagonal separation that physically isolates the pieces you need to keep longer. You use the length from the guide layer below.
Yeah.
That's prep.
Mm-hmm.
But the real magic, the structural trick, happens in the upper back and side sections.
Right, this is technique 3, the critical reverse comb.
Yeah.
The instructions literally say you comb the hair backwards away from the face, and then you cut it at that 45-degree angle.
Yep.
Okay, but why on earth would you comb hair backwards if you want it to fall forwards and be longer near the face? If I were just, winging it, I'd pull the hair forward and cut the angle that way. What's the physics here? Why cut in the opposite direction?
That is the genius of this specific method. See, if you pulled it forward and cut, you'd likely get quite strong, maybe even blunt layers right near the face.
Yeah.
It could look choppy when the hair moves. By combing it backwards, elevating it to 45 degrees, you're playing with the hair's tension and its natural release. Think about the individual strands. The hair closest to the face, the bit you want longest, it has the furthest distance to travel when you comb it all the way back, say, towards the ear area of the back division line. So when you cut it at that 45-degree angle, while it's pulled back under tension, the hair near the face is only just caught by the scissors. It's stretched the most.
So, when you let go, release the tension, the hair falls back naturally, and the strands that traveled the furthest, the front ones, spring back and end up being the longest.
Precisely. It's like an optical illusion, but it's pure geometry. It's based on how far each strand is dragged before you make the cut. It guarantees the shape is shorter in the back and then smoothly elongates towards the front. That kazadan uzunadoru bir kavis. It creates that specific, beautiful curve that cavusly shape without making the front pieces excessively long or creating a harsh, obvious angle. It controls the slope, if that makes sense.
It does. That distinction feels crucial. The backward comb isn't just making it long, it's creating a smooth curve because you're leveraging the cut from that point of highest tension. Tension and release achieve the soft transition.
Okay, you nailed it. And the sides. They're treated very similarly to keep that flow going. The left and right side panels, you cut them following the natural fall initially, but then crucially, the higher layers, second, third layers, you take them fully, comb them backwards towards that center back line.
Backwards again,
and cut at that same geometric 45-degree angle. This makes sure that continuous forward elongation just flows seamlessly right from the back graduation.
Okay, wow. So once that core structure is built, graduated back, reverse combed elongated sides, we're on to segment 4. Connecting the top. How do we make sure the crown layers blend everything together without wrecking that perfect curve we just built?
Good question. The final step is all about connecting that structure, specifically layering the crown area, the tepe naktasa. We actually go back to that central vertical separation we made right at the start in the front section.
Ah, the one inside the triangle. Gradulation to the front elongation.
So you take a final vertical section right in the center of that front triangle, you lift the hair, and you cut it using our reliable constant. A final, precise 45-degree angle connecting to the length already established. This last cut just ensures you get the necessary layering right there at the crown. It blends the whole structure up and over the head, completing that layered forward elongated form. It gives you that continuous line from the shortest point at the nape right up to the longest point near the chin or jaw.
This whole deep dive has totally reframed how complex this style is, even though it can look kind of simple. Okay, so for you, the listener, let's recap the absolute core takeaways from this method. First, that 45-degree angle is just indispensable, isn't it? It's doing so much work. The basic graduation, the layering, and maybe most importantly, the volume control, preventing that puffiness down low.
Absolutely. And second, you absolutely have to remember the most counterintuitive part, which is also maybe the most essential. Combing those upper and side layers backwards.
Yeah.
The reverse direction combined with the 45-degree angle, that's the geometric trick. That's what creates the smooth, continuous forward curve, the signature elongation.
Yeah.
Without that specific tension and release, you just get a shelf, not that nice soft slope.
It's definite proof, I think, that a truly perfect cut needs more than just good hands. It needs a really deep understanding of geometry and how hair actually behaves under tension.
Indeed. Which leaves us with maybe a final provocative thought for you to consider. Given how absolutely essential that 45-degree angle and the specific direction of combing are for controlling volume and shape in this particular bob, How do these basic principles, this geometry, apply to other layered cuts? Could we, just by understanding the degree of elevation in the direction we comb the hair, could we predict exactly where volume will build up or where elongation will happen in almost any layered style? Something to think about next time you're looking at a haircut, maybe.
Hello friends, welcome to my channel. I'm with you with a new video. To you today, how to do blunt haircut. I will explain it in detail. First, we make profile separation. Profile separation your neck from the beginning of your forehead. We applied until the end. We call the straight line profile separation. If the second E distinction. E. Crown separation from one ear to the other. We also apply this distinction. When we apply this distinction, we divide the hair into 4 main sections. We make a straight distinction from the back again. After separating the 4 main sections, hair gradually starting from the neck, with sharp horse cutting technique. Her hair here, creating sharp lines. Create a straight cut and get a blunt look. Here with the comb 6 hair cutting technique. As you can see, comb with 6 hair cutting technique. We apply a straight cut E. Burden. We determine the length of the hair in the first level we cut. This size affects the whole course of your hair. And so this is our guide. By following this guide, we'll cut all the hair the same size. HH. If you want to watch my other videos too, my channel, I have many category videos in the videos section. Guinea comb after cutting his neck. With hair cutting technique. As you can see, using my comb as a ruler and following the previous haircutty height, I continue cutting on the same plane and cut in the same way as the second stage. I'm so sorry I went to this third level. Guinea sweat left with hair cutting technique, using my comb as a ruler, using the spot where I cut my previous hair, and I continue my haircut. I continue my cutting by creating a straight line. Here, I use my comb in light color. Our hair color is darky. Comb haircut comb use is also very important. If you use a comb according to the color of the hair. Very comfortable in the cut E. You watch on the road. I recommend this to you as a footnote. As you can see, the hair point I cut before. Again using our comb as a ruler, we continue our haircut. Gradually separating the hair. Creating horizontal separations. And sharp horse cutting technique with straight scissor stroke. Using our comb as a ruler. We will get a blunt look. We use our comb like a ruler. And we continue our cutting. The hair color of the cut comb you used here. We stated that it should be compatible. If the hair is dark here, a light comb. If the hair is light, you can choose a dark comb. While cutting, make sure your scissors are specific. Certain scissors make clearer cuts and helps you cut hair without shredding. This is too when you cut your customer. So when the next month comes, it will tell you that your hair grows healthier. As you can see, the back stage is completely. We cut it with the first size we cut. Now we go to the left side. We will cut the sides. Here is to two-stage chestnut hair. Here is the head of our customer first, adjusting the stance distance. And here, combing hair. As you can see, from the hair point we cut before, taking our guide. We continue our haircut from here. VE. From the first hair point we cut, following our guide. On our side. I keep cutting. After cutting the left side, the right side is also. We cut 2 stages. Our budget hair. E. I'm adjusting the stopping distance of the head of our budget. And as you can see, following our guide. We continue our cut. Here by taking the space in your ear and touching it with scissors. This is also very important. We continue our cut after receiving. Here at the bottom. After checking our guide, I keep cutting our hair point. To the front of the hair after cutting the basic length of the hair. We will earn some read, hereby creating distinctions from the line of the forehead and eyebrows. So E, by creating a separation of purchase motif. I'm creating a triangular distinction here. My eyebrows here. E from the starting and point of your eyebrows, E. Starting from 1. And our customer's E cutting section. Standing on the diagonal. I separate and we continue our cut. I'm applying 45-degree angles here. And the first hair point I cut as a guide. I keep cutting, providing a nice pass in front. Here cartoon bang curtain bangs. To get a look we call. We made our distinction and we continue our cutting process. After cutting the first part, I moved to the second part. Here is our comb. I'm measuring the hair point I cut before. And the same. I cut in inches. And gradually again at 45-degree angles. I continue to cut. As you can see, we got a blunt look. All hair length with moving fronts is the same size. A Kurdish hair design. If you want to get a haircut like this, coming to my hall, by appointment, you can get the same style haircut service from me. You can get a haircut. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. Hope to see you. Hello everyone, asterisk. Today, you curtain hair layered haircut. How to design haircut I will tell you in detail how to do it. I divide the hair into basic distinctions. I make a profile distinction first. Profile distinction eyebrow starting from the middle. Of the eyebrow asterisk, the straight separation we have separated towards the neck asterisk profile. Separation crown separation as the second distinction after him crown separation. One wish from ear to ear is reserved to the other ear, clear distinction asterisk we call crown. Separation here after the coronation we divide the hair into 4 main sections asterisk. After dividing the 4 mothers into sections asterisk, creating horizontal separations from the neck asterisk, now haircut, we will start our process friends asterisk I. We'll cut the foundation of the hair after creating the horizontal separation asterisk. So I will create a straight one cut asterisk I cut. The length of the hair starting from the back asterisk after cutting the first stage. This is our guide. Asterisk after creating the guide, so the basic 2 after cutting the first stage of separation. As a difference, I cut the second stage. Asterisk asterisk, I cut the first stage and second stage 1. I equate it with the hair length I cut before asterisk by following our guide. Our progress in hair EE. Cutting it helps asterisk. Here we cut the technique pivot point technique asterisk. Pivot point TECHNIQ UEEE creating our design. As you can see on the back asterisk with straight scissor stroke. That is, with the sharpening cutting technique. After creating, I pass the back to the left side EE your neck asterisk. I equate it with the hair length. I cut on the back and I get 1 guide. So guide means 1 asterisk 1 piece of hair from the hair point we cut first EEE. So applying the rest of the piece, following our guide here, asterisk neat. Haircut EEE. We can do the process now. I'm going to the right side in the same way. Asterisk I. Make 1 distinction horizontal and right left side asterisk before me guide from the hair. Point I cut after receiving unequal to the same. Height, this is our basic. We have hair length asterisk without shortening the hair in any way. After cutting this length E, this time we will apply a folding process here on the right in accordance with a guide. I'm equalizing hair length. I applied 1 completely straight cut here asterisk. So, blunt, long, blunt 1 appearance now. Curtain the front of the hair. I will make a hair application here. Right ear down from the back of the ear I made 1 right diagonal. Distinction E I cut after separating the front frame part 1, separated the right side. Now I'm separating the left side too. The left side is the same from the peak. E behind the ear by creating a sky distinction. I said give up after that. Now the right side, past the left side of my customer while cutting asterisk and the starting point. Of the cheekbones angle, like 45 degrees, we start our haircut asterisk after. Cutting the front part, this is our guide. In accordance with this guide, scanning angle from right to left and E with the first hair point. I cut asterisk, I cut it at 45-degree angles by equalizing. I'm scanning as you can see here. I see my guide and cut it asterisk. This is again, because I cut it at 1 fixed point, starting from the right and scanning forward. A certain point of the front parts is short from the guide. It's stretching forward, so the other long parts are also long some way to guinea asterisk asterisk. I cut the left side. Now the left side, when I cut it, I go to the right asterisk border. Yes, stance is important E. And which of our customers, I'll cut your side in the opposite direction. E when I stand. At 1 angle at the angle there asterisk, I'm applying 1 EE cut more comfortably asterisk. Now, I see my guide as you see asterisk again. At an angle of 45 degrees asterisk, I continue my cutting process, and after cutting the first stage, I equate the other levels according to them, and asterisk I. Continue my cutting process here, asterisk. My folding process after seeing and cutting the spar completed on the front. Now I will fold the back parts, asterisk here. In the front, asterisk, asterisk, I applied my animation curtain bangs. Design now with back cross separations. I'm separating V combing. Forward, asterisk, asterisk, to my guide at the hair point. I cut appropriately equating with the front part, asterisk. As you can see, I equate it with the hair length on the front. Asterisk, not the shortest part, but the longest part. Asterisk, I continue to process cutting by processing. I'm scanning guinea forward here from the front for scanning and cutting it forward, asterisk, because I cut it appropriately. For the flowers in the front, asterisk, both the back is long and the back is not. Shortened folding process is applied so light folding in applying both a folding process. By processing with the sections on the front, we give movement and volume to the hair because our customer's hair structure is thin because it is volume need asterisk by. Applying a folding process because you hear asterisk I. Continue to process here to the front E because I scan the right and left. Parts of the front it's operated. I will continue. My back folding later. Hue guinea is the same on the right after cutting the left side. Keep cutting with technique, asterisk I cut it to the front and scan it to the longest section in front, equalizing the longest paint, asterisk. I see my guide as you see, and the cutting process, and I continue. You also have this kind of one layer. Haircut curtain cardamom design. If you want to do me social media addresses in the description. Part of my video available by reaching my haul from here, haircut, asterisk, coloring, and other hairdressing services. You can get service, as you can see now after cutting asterisk star. Technique with slicing technique, asterisk, in vertical slices, EEEI. Apply hair folding process, as you can see, upwards, asterisk. At the ends of the hair, forming a 90-degree angle, asterisk. I'm applying a folding process. I'm scanning upwards, and in the front, asterisk E. I'm getting my guide. I set it as a guide on the front. I equate one hair length with that hair length, asterisk, this time. Just to the front, we applied a folding process. Now we are folding. The back parts. The reason why we apply slices like this hair, asterisk, too. The hair structure of our customer's model, in accordance with the head structure, so we determine one point. We determine the guide. This guide for the whole hair, we distribute it with star. Technique, so you can call it orange slice hair. After applying this process, asterisk, completely scans upward small one by check balancing. That is, by checking asterisk, we will finish. Our transaction I'm scanning, and here it's small here. Again, asterisk in our upward scanning and folding process, usually point cutting technique or point cutting technique, asterisk, we apply it. As you can see, moving wavy, asterisk, our curtain cardamom layered haircut design after the blow dry. I'm showing you guys, asterisk. I hope you are satisfied, you too. If you like my video and subscribe to my channel, I would be very pleased. See you soon.
Hello everyone, graduation for you today. How to make a bob haircut that grows forward. I will explain it in detail. First, I create profile separation. Profile separation, middle of two eyebrows. The straight separation we have divided up to the neck, we say profile separation. Then E-crown separation as the second distinction. Crown separation, E from one ear to the other ear. Guinea, the section we have divided as a straight line, we call crown separation. After making this distinction, we divide the hair into 4 main sections. Here, every crown is in the separation, From the separation point, we call hat separation. I make a distinction, and as you can see the back, guinea, in 2 pieces. Profile separation. I made a distinction from the point of the neck. Here we will create the foundation of the hair. Also, to cut the foundation, at the bottom I left a piece straight. This will be the size. As you can see from this nape part, with a straight sharp weft technique, so using our comb like a straight ruler, I continue my cutting process. Here, I started from the nape part of the hair to make a straight cut. As you can see after cutting, I created a straight ad cut. And when it comes forward, it's a little light. Other sky, it's a little 45 degrees for it to stretch forward. I applied angle. Short neck stretching forward. Using our comb as a ruler, down at an angle of 45 degrees. I left the front parts of the hair long. The back is shorter. Here's on the back. I used it as a ruler again and created a straight line. So I applied a straight cut. This was the first stage. Now I'm cutting the second stage. As you can see here, on the back, I divided 2 parts from these 2 parts. One more piece at the point I reserved. I created a horizontal distinction after creating the separation. The first hair point I cut on the back. Serves as a guide towards myself. Horizontal at an angle of 45 degrees. As you can see here, my finger, by forming an angle of 45 degrees, horizontally towards myself. I pulled it, and then it's horizontal. I made the cut at an angle of 45 degrees.
Here then cross.
At an angle of 45 degrees. I make the hair look long forward. I'm doing it gradually as a right and a left. First I cut the right, then I cut the left. Now I cut the left side. As you can see, I cut the bottom by creating an angle of 45 degrees. I see my guide, and at an angle of 45 degrees. Scanning backwards. The reason I scan backwards, if you cut backwards at a fixed point, when you leave it forward, the front of the hair becomes long, and here I cut using an angle of 45 degrees, from short to long. Form. There will be a long haircut towards the front with folded back parts. So the back is curved and moving front longer, and we will have a nice image. I'm scanning myself right here, and the hair I cut before, after seeing your hair point, I cut it at an angle of 45 degrees. I'm scanning backwards here, as you can see. Their front is long because I'm scanning backwards. I'm moving to the third stage, to the peak. When I reach the peak, I create a vertical separation. And after creating vertical separation, I comb the hair out again and from the inside out again at an angle of 45 degrees. I'm cutting tar. Then I create a new slice separation. And from the point I cut before, I see the girl long point, and I cut it at an angle of 45 degrees to the front. Scanning backwards to guinea, and cut at 45 degrees angle. After cutting the right side guinea, I go to the left side guinea. At the peak, I see our hair point, our guide. And down at 45 degree angles, I cut it curved and folded. Here her hair is fixed backwards, so I cut by combing backwards. When you comb backwards, the hair is longer to the front and it gets a nice look without being short. Here the front parts of the hair, the long back parts, short and folded, to get the look. I apply it to a work hill. When I come to the point again at an angle of 45 degrees, I'm cutting. This hair point, we cut in the back. Point as a guide. I apply the point I cut in the middle. Then, I separate the middle guinea. I separate the separation point of the hair and the peak according to the point of fall of the hair, short part in the nape part. I'm getting a guide and forward. It will look longer at an angle of 45 degrees. Guinea to create a design that extends from the neck to the front. Comb ruler, using it as a downward angle of 45 degrees. I cut it later. To check the point I cut. Guinea at 45-degree angles. I create diagonal divisions, and so I scan backwards by creating cross divisions. I keep making sure. Left side. After cutting, I do the right side the same way. As you can see, the neck is short and long towards the front. I cut the neck short to create a design. To be longer towards the front T. Using my comb as a ruler, let's make it long forward. As you can see here, my comb is light in color. Hair color, E light because it is dark. Well, it's more advantageous to use a comb. We see the hair more clearly. Here is the color of your comb. I want to emphasize that it is important. Light comb on dark hair. Use dark combs on light hair. It will be more advantageous for you. With forward diagonal separations, I keep cutting at 45-degree angles. If you want to get a haircut like this, there are social media addresses in the description section of my service video. By reaching my salon from here. You can get hairdressing service. I apply softening after cutting our hairstyle. Here, I will apply thinning to the ends of the hair with a feel scissors. And this will make the hair a better transition. Again with gradual separations. Only the hair ends of the effect scissors I apply it to the end parts. I apply softening process without thinning too much. Here, not from the bottom of the hair, but to the ends of the hair. Your application will be more advantageous. The transitions on the ends of the hair are more beautiful. It will be healthy and will not thin the hair too much. But from the bottom, if you use a feel scissors, the hair will swell. Swell and E shape will help you take shape hard. So I want to tell you, so if you do it on the ends of the hair, you can get better results. Gradually E upwards. I continue here on the hill. Hey, auger technique to guinea nibs. I apply a thinning process. Here you like my video and my channel. It is very important that you subscribe to my channel. If you like my video and subscribe to my channel here, I would be very pleased. Notification bell. If you open one of my new videos, you will be informed. Make the transitions of the hair softer by thinning. We provide. This makes it a better image. Here with graduation front stretching bob haircut. So we can also say the very old Victoria Beckham model. Front long back short design. As you can see the front. Long back short and folded design. I hope you like it. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. I will be with you with new videos. Hope to see you in the next video. Take good care of yourself.
Welcome to the Depth Dive. Today, we're embarking on quite a fascinating journey, actually. We're looking into something that, many of us might just take for granted, but our sources reveal it's a true architectural marvel, the meticulous artistry behind designing a modern pixie haircut. Yeah, it's easy to think of a pixie cut as just, well, short hair, simple. But our mission today is to really uncover the incredible precision, the step-by-step thinking that transforms a simple snip into something dynamic, comfortable, and, truly chic. We've got this detailed guide that breaks down every single separation, every angle, every single cut. It shows us how all these tiny decisions build up to create this powerful, sculpted look.
Absolutely. And what's truly captivating here is the sheer amount of intentional structured thought that goes into what just looked like a straightforward short haircut. It's so much more than just removing length. It's really about strategically creating specific shapes, controlling volume exactly where you want it, and making sure there's a natural sort of effortless flow. We're going to pull back the curtain today and explore precisely how these seemingly small, intricate decisions all come together in the final, tailored aesthetic of a modern pixie. It's almost like watching an architect design a mini sculpture, but for someone's head.
Okay, let's unpack this blueprint then. Before a single strand is even cut, our guide really emphasizes the absolute necessity of meticulously dividing the hair. First up, a profile separation. Now, for those of us trying to picture this, what exactly does a profile separation look like?
Okay, yeah. Think of it like drawing a perfect center part. This separation runs from the very top of the forehead straight back all the way down to the nape of the neck. It's your initial central plumb line, really. Establishes the exact middle point of the head. And it provides a critical reference for symmetry throughout the entire cut. Without it, you're kind of building a house without laying the foundation first. Got it. Okay. The central line. Then the guide talks about a crucial horseshoe distinction. That sounds pretty specific. What does that achieve?
The horseshoe distinction is, well, pretty much what it sounds like is a U-shaped part. It starts just above the temples, curves around the crown of the head, and then connects back down towards the ears. Functionally, what it does is divide the hair into two main sections. You've got an upper section, usually longer, that'll form the top and front of the pixie. And then there's a lower, shorter section around the back and sides. This split is fundamental. It pre-segments the canvas, you see. It lets the stylist control volume and direction in each area independently.
Right, isolating areas. Exactly. So they can be sculpted with unique intent.
And finally, rounding out these foundational sections, we have this crown separation. Where does that fit in?
Okay, the crown separation. This one extends from the highest point where a comb would naturally rest on the back of the head. Essentially, it divides that upper horseshoe section even further into front and back portions. Our guide highlights its importance specifically for creating bulk and volume right at the very top of the head.
Ah, for that list.
Precisely. So if you want that coveted lift and body in your pixie, this separation is absolutely a non-negotiable step. These three initial separations, they aren't arbitrary at all. They're the architect's blueprint, meticulously dictating exactly where volume will live, how the hair will ultimately flow. It takes the guesswork right out of it.
It really does sound like a sculptural approach right from the very beginning. So with our blueprint firmly in place, where does the stylist make that very first cut? Our guide takes us right down to the nape of the neck. That's the foundation. It mentions establishing a straight, horizontal, sharp line using a precise scissor stroke. This sounds like setting a baseline, doesn't it? Like the first pencil mark on a design.
Absolutely, yeah. That straight, sharp line at the nape is your definitive starting point. It establishes the shortest length of the entire haircut. It gives a very clean, precise base from which all the other lengths will be built. It's the anchor of the pixie, ensuring the back is perfectly even and balanced right from the get-go.
Okay, now this next step really stood out to me in the guide. Immediately after making that sharp foundational line, the ends are softened using the point cutting technique. Literally pointing the scissor tips into the hair. Why introduce softness right after establishing such precision? What's this hard image our source says we're trying to avoid?
This is such a critical detail. It's kind of the stylist's secret weapon against what some people call helmet hair, that blunt, severe look. A straight cut, while it's precise, can create a very hard, blocky line, especially if the hair is thick. Point cutting immediately softens that definitive length. It's not really about making the hair shorter right then, but about creating texture and movement at the very ends.
Okay.
Think of the difference between like a fence post and a nicely feathered edge. This initial softening prepares the hair for a much more natural transition as the cut moves upwards. It ensures a wearable, organic flow right from that first snip instead of a heavy, severe bottom edge.
That makes perfect sense. So we've built the foundation at the nape. Now the guide moves us upwards to the occipital region, that lovely rounded back of your head. Here, it says hair is taken in sections, combed out at a 90-degree angle to its natural exit point from the head, and then cut using the nape hair as a guide. The guide also mentions a hair folding process here. Can you maybe demystify this for us?
Sure, the 90-degree angle and that folding process, they're essential for creating internal layering and building volume, particularly in the back of the head. Imagine the hair growing out from your scalp, right? If you just cut it flat against the head, it just lies flat. Pretty simple. But by lifting it out at a 90-degree angle and cutting it there, you're actually creating shorter pieces underneath the longer ones.
Ah, okay.
So when the hair falls back down, those shorter hairs act like internal scaffolding.
Yeah.
They push the longer hairs up and outward.
Right, giving it lift.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And as for the folding process, it's actually a really clever layering technique. Instead of just chopping straight across the section, you're literally folding sections of hair, holding them, and then cutting across that fold. This creates a really soft, graduated internal layer. It encourages natural volume and movement, and crucially avoids any blunt, heavy lines. It's all about building body and movement into the cut, preventing the hair from just lying flat against the head.
Okay, so we've built up the back, created that essential volume and the softer base. Now the challenge is seamlessly extending that structure around to the sides, right, at ear level, to keep that cohesive flow. Our guide instructs us to create vertical separations and to continue the cut step by step, always using the previously cut hair as a guide.
Yes, and that continuous use of a guide is absolutely paramount. It ensures that the transition from the back to the sides is perfectly seamless. It prevents any harsh lines or disconnected sections. Imagine trying to paint a mural without constantly looking back at your initial sketch, right?
Right.
The guide isn't just a static point. It's a moving reference that the stylist continually creates and refers back to. It ensures the entire cut stays balanced and precisely shaped. This consistency is just key for a professional, polished finish.
Our guide then moves to the left side of the head. It says they take a thin curtain of hair as a guide from the already cut back section, then progress with vertical slices. Is this curtain just another term for the guide you were talking about?
Precisely, yes. That thin curtain is just a more descriptive way of illustrating how the stylist takes a very precise, narrow section of the hair they've already cut in the back. This becomes the exact length and shape reference point. Then, working with vertical slices, so taking thin sections of hair vertically from the scalp, the stylist meticulously matches the new hair to that curtain guide. This ensures a perfectly indicated look, and then the same meticulous process is just applied to the right side, forming another curtain guide with vertical separations.
Okay.
It's all about building on what's already established and carrying that design principle right around the head.
All right, now we move to the crown and the top sections. This is often where the magic of a pixie really comes alive, isn't it? Where you get that dynamic, lifted look. After establishing that initial crown separation, the upper hair is combed out at a 90-degree angle according to its exit place, just like we discussed for the back. But here, our guide states they apply a folding process again, combined with something called a straight truss service with sharpening cutting technique and a dot cutting technique.
Wow, that sounds like a masterclass in texture. Can you break down those technical terms?
It does sound intense, doesn't it? This combination of techniques on the crown is absolutely where significant volume and texture are built into the pixie, creating that lift everyone wants. So we already talked about the 90-degree angle and the folding process for volume. Now, this straight truss service with sharpening cutting technique, that's a very technical term, right?
Yeah. Essentially, this refers to creating very precise, strong internal support for the hair. Often by cutting at specific angles into the strand itself. It's like building hidden scaffolding, you could say. It gives the hair its shape and bounce from within, making it naturally sit and move beautifully without loads of product.
Okay, internal structure.
Exactly. And dot cutting technique is simply another term for point cutting, which we discussed earlier. But here it's applied within these diagonal slices they're taking. This ensures the transition between the different lengths is incredibly soft and organic, rather than blunt or stepped. It's all about making the hair appear thicker, fuller, more dynamic. It allows it to be styled with movement and bounce, not just lie flat.
It sounds like a complex symphony of cuts, really. Moving to the very front now, our guide details creating a vertical separation in the middle part, lifting hair upward and cutting, making sure the middle, left, and right front sections are equalized. It also notes, interestingly, that this might initially leave long sections forming on the right and left sides.
Yes, and this highlights a really crucial aspect of professional haircutting. It's iterative. It's very rarely just one clean pass and you're done. You create an initial shape, and then you strategically go back to refine, blend, and balance everything out. The upward cutting in the front is specifically designed to create lift, and it allows for versatility and styling. Think about how you might want to wear bangs or sweep the front hair to the side. It ensures the hair doesn't just lie flat against the forehead.
Right.
And acknowledging those temporary longer sections just demonstrates a deep understanding of how the cut progresses, how all the parts will eventually integrate into a cohesive whole, creating that final, seamless, sculpted look.
Okay, so our deep dive then addresses those very long sections left on the sides from the previous step. The guide describes meticulously balancing these, creating vertical divisions, fitting them to the brevity of the lower part, and using point cutting again for a light folding process and equalizing lengths.
Oh,
Can we just clarify brevity of the lower part? What does that actually mean in practice?
that's an excellent question. Brevity of the lower part is it's a bit of a clunky phrase, isn't it? It probably comes from a very technical source document, maybe a translation. What it really means is fitting those longer side sections to the shorter length of the hair that's already been cut in the underlying sections, near the ears and nape.
Ah, blending down.
Exactly. So you're gradually blending the longer hair from the top down into the existing short hair around the ears and the nape area. The point cutting here, combined with that light folding process, is all about texturizing the ends. This makes sure the transition is super soft and integrated. It prevents any abrupt, harsh lines as the hair moves from longer on top to shorter on the sides.
And the guide mentions repeating this process, gradually climbing the hill, as it calls the sides of the head, using both horizontal and vertical divisions. Then, to prevent a harsh image in the front parts, point cutting is applied again, specifically in these hill parts, by zigzagging the ends of the hair. This sounds like the ultimate blending step.
It absolutely is. This detailed blending and refinement is just crucial for achieving that truly modern aspect of the pixie cut. It ensures a soft, integrated look where all parts of the haircut flow together harmoniously. The point cutting here isn't just about softening anymore. It's about texturizing the ends, which enhances the hair's natural movement and prevents that often dreaded helmet-like appearance that you can sometimes get with less refined shortcuts.
The helmet head, right.
Yeah. The zigzagging technique further breaks up any bluntness, allowing the hair to fall naturally and beautifully with a sense of airy movement. It's this meticulous detail that separates a good pixie from a truly exceptional one.
Okay, finally, after all the main cutting is done, our guide mentions a thinning treatment. This is applied to the hair ends with a file and scissor. Now, when our guide says file and scissor, what specific tools are we talking about here? It's not suggesting we use like a nail file, is it?
Huh. No, definitely not a nail file. Good clarification. When the guide says file and scissor, it's referring to specialized thinning shears. These have notched blades, you see. Or sometimes stylists might even use a razor comb. These tools are designed to remove bulk strategically and subtly. It's almost like feathering the ends rather than cutting a solid line like regular scissors. The guide explicitly states this thinning isn't haircutting in the traditional sense.
Right.
It's more of a softening process. Its purpose is to mitigate any remaining harsh image, any bluntness or heaviness that might still linger from the straight scissor strokes. And it helps ensure a more homogeneous transition of the layers, promoting that natural, airy flow we've been talking about.
So what does this all mean for the final look and feel?
Well, if we connect this to the bigger picture, that thinning process is the ultimate refinement. It's the final polish that really elevates the haircut. It's all about creating internal movement and strategically reducing bulk, especially if someone has thicker hair, to achieve a finish that's natural, dynamic, and importantly, comfortable. It allows the layers that have been cut to truly fall into place, promoting that sought-after fluffiness and ease of styling that makes a pixie feel effortless and wearable day to day.
Making it easy to live with.
Exactly. It's about comfort and aesthetics intertwining beautifully. It ensures the cut moves with you rather than just sitting there rigidly.
Wow. What an incredible journey through precision and artistry. From that initial profile separation, the architect's first line, as you said, all the way to the final thinning process with those specialized shears, it is crystal clear that designing a modern pixie haircut is far, far more than just, a quick short snip. We've really seen how every single step, from ensuring those specific 90-degree angles to applying meticulous point cutting and folding techniques, contributes to creating a look that's short, dynamic, beautiful, and ultimately truly comfortable. Our source really emphasizes how easy such a well-constructed cut is to wash, wear, and style daily. That's a huge plus.
It really is. And this raises an important question, I think, for you, the listener. Does understanding this level of intricate detail, this hidden structure, change how you perceive what might seem like a simple haircut? It truly isn't just about the length, is it? It's about an intentional, sculpted form that offers both aesthetic appeal and profound practical comfort in daily life. It's a design that genuinely works with your hair and lifestyle.
It really does showcase the architectural thinking, doesn't it? The spatial awareness that goes into something many of us might simply take for granted when we see a great haircut walking down the street. It's like this invisible structure that creates visible magic.
Absolutely. So the next time you see a beautifully executed pixie cut, maybe take a second to consider the intricate geometry, the thoughtful stages, the deliberate techniques that went into creating it. It's a powerful testament to how even the smallest details contribute to a powerful, practical, and incredibly attractive aesthetic.
A design, our source proudly says, that offers a completely new, confident silhouette, especially perhaps for those transitioning from longer styles. It's a real statement of style and self-assurance. Thanks so much for diving deep with us today. We really hope you gained a whole new appreciation for the craft and the hidden architecture of a great haircut.
Greetings to you today, Asymmetrical Graduation Bob. Haircut asterisk, how to do it, I will explain it in detail. Starting haircut, we create the basic distinctions. Here's your hair. We will divide it into 5 main sections. I apply a distinction in star technique asterisk and triangular from the front, then right and left, starting from a peak. Make star-shaped distinctions and back in 2 pieces, as you can see, after creating the separation asterisk A. Certain from the occipital area, I made a diagonal distinction asterisk and after. Creating this distinction, I make another horizontal distinction. This distinction asterisk determine the basis of the hair. That is, the shortness of the hair asterisk, provided that you do not open the nape part too much here. Asterisk, asterisk, a horizontal one on the nape straight one. By creating a distinction, as you can see by using our scissors as a ruler with its precise technique. That is, with straight scissors free, I determined the hair length of our model, and then guinea same way. After specifying our guide, the next pinch same way, the hair point we cut before as a guide, I cut the same size after making this cut asterisk again. At 45-degree angles hair, on the back of the hair as you can see asterisk 45 degrees of vertical separation from. Now, on I add texture to the hair, and this is graduation so, to get the look. The back is a curved folded view asterisk with a slight 45-degree angle to achieve EE. Now, I'm giving texture to the back of the hair, then asterisk. We divided the 2 main sections in the first main section, so triangular again in diagonal form asterisk. I give texture to the hair by creating distinctions asterisk from the middle part again, forming an angle of 45 degrees. I continue to add texture to the hair, starting from the middle part texture. Now EE after, cutting 45 steel angle, cutting the other piece in line with the same guide scanning backwards asterisk, both. The front part of the hair is curved like this asterisk to achieve a sweet look and an image. Extending the blow dry, I cut it at a 45-degree angle to get, and so the transitions are moving and more. Smooth E to provide transitions I cut by creating diagonal separations asterisk, and after coming to the third piece. From the middle part to the guinea, I create a vertical distinction and her. Hair is 45 degrees from the inside out asterisk. I gain texture by cutting and guinea the hair point I cut. Before combing backwards at an angle of 245 degrees we have earned with moving image asterisk. I keep shaping asterisk, so I cut it in the same line with the hair point I cut before equalize each other asterisk. As you can see, our folding process on the back we applied, we cut it in 2 sections. We divided it in 2 sections. We cut this section, yes. And now the next asterisk, the same way to the hair point. We reserved for the leader to be taller another diagonal distinction asterisk. We created in scanning backwards asterisk 45-degree angle. This way it will go forward to get a longer. Look from short to long. We do our cutting process by following asterisk. Our angle here is 45 degrees. Horizontal asterisk, a horizontal opening of 45 degrees and asterisk with grip. Angle, we get an image that stretches down EE for the right side to be shorter asterisk. And again, this time we make the distinction. And here we are with scissors asterisk down. Again slightly. EE a more straight at an angle of 5 degrees asterisk. So, vary was not curved. Make our process to get a shorter image here is the neck that is suitable for short. As you can see, I cut by equalizing the right side is short. The left side is longer asterisk. We will have a look in this section. Finally, we come to the top. As you can see, I made a distinction on the top. Vertical again, and after creating a vertical separation, first asterisk we. Cut hair point as a sword again asterisk from the work outward at an angle of 45 degrees. Now I continue my cutting here. The back is more curved, and we get a folded look after creating the distinction here. I hold the front and our customer exit. Direction on the front asterisk, which way he separates it. Take it that way. Yes, I cut the right side short. I equate it with the shortness we have appeared in the nape part asterisk, so. And the other left side 2 asterisk. The front will be longer with a 45 degree angle. I'm scanning backwards, somehow again, at an angle of 45 degrees. Now I'm applying my cutting process. We make the front part longer here. We add some texture to the front of the hair, yes, and a little bit with light scrolling technique asterisk. I'm moving plain front part. Yes, we finished. Cutting the model of our hair asterisk now. Here next stage with F-file scissors asterisk now. E in a gradual way, starting from the back of the hair endsway, will apply a thinning processor is the effect that I applied to the ends of the hair with scissors providing a more homogeneous transition of your hair asterisk. A beautiful image with softer transitions we make it take at the ends of your hair. Hard transitions softening E. Yes, fold on the floors with F-file scissors to prevent their hard passage asterisk. I apply a thinning. Process your hair, as you can see here, perpendicular to the ends asterisk. I thinned it with Pictus technique, then I scan again with the picnic stone technique on the ends of the hair, thinning the ends with the net scissors. Yes, here. Asterisk, we definitely don't. Hit the bottom of the hair with the E-file scissors asterisk short hair. If we hit the bottom, because it will always repel long hair more. You encounter a problem like swelling, so in here for the model to get a softer image, we only thin the ends definitely. F-file scissors in very rare cases. It's used so the bottom of the hair is hit too by the name of the person. So always thinning the ends of the hair asterisk. It will be better and more advantageous. So we don't apply guarantor scissors to the bottom of the hair plea to the ends of the hair and make it more natural. And to make a nice transition, our model ply asymmetrical E, left side long right side asterisk, short compared to the other section bob hair design. So you guys are like this asterisk. If you want to get a haircut asterisk social media in the description, part of my video reaching me from my address is haircut by coming to my salon asterisk service and other hairdressing services you can get service. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. I will be with you with new videos. Hope to see you. Goodbye.
Hello. Friends, today you have a layered haircut curtain bangs. Hair design. I will explain in detail how the process is done. When starting haircut first 4, we create the basic distinction. We will divide the hair into 4 main sections. I create the first profile separation. Then I create a coronation. And E, when he starts to cut the hair from the back. In a gradual way. First E by creating horizontal separations. Our name. We start here. We will determine the basis of the first hair and the length of the hair. Our first goal will be to determine the length of the hair. Here, they decide what size the hair is in our customer. And I get the broken hair without too short. A very short haircut in curtain cardamom and layered haircut. It's better not to have more layers in long hair. Gets one more beautiful look on hair. So curtain cardamom on very extremely short layered hair. No, it looks better on long hair. Cutting hair length. 2 is a sheath from the first hair point we cut. I'm separating the tier, creating horizontal separations here, between fingers, to the sharpening cutting technique, that is, with a straight scissor stroke. I continue the cutting process, 2 after cutting the first step. As you can see, the same way here. 1 as hair, the point I cut before. I continue the cutting process, same size. I continue my cutting process in the same direction. I cut the third stage in the same way. Friends straight one way. Hair on the back 4. The back and front are separate because I'm instantly divided into my section. I created a coronation in the sections. As you can see, ear crown separation 1 ear. The straight distinction that we are separated from the line and the other ear. We say we create a crown separation. Here E after cutting the back part. Same height again. Crown on the left side of the hair. In the distinction section, her hair guinea is in 2 stages. I continue my cutting process. While cutting the hair here, the bottom one we cut before. Part as guide. I continue to process. After cutting the left side, we go to the right side. And I cut the right side in the same way. Back 1 pinch from the black part as a guide. And we continue our same length haircut. So here is the basic. We continue our cutting process by aligning the hair length. While cutting the right and left part, the stance of our customer's head is very important. Our customer's head slightly to the left while cutting the right side. Reclining. Lean slightly to the right side while cutting the left side. So cycle, so. Lying on your side. We will continue our cutting after that. This angle is very important, guys. Now profile her hair in half. Your hair after creating the distinction. Beginning the folding process from the front, that is, the curtain. Cardamom laying process. We start from the front to start front part by creating the separation of the purchase motif, i.e. triangle 1 by. We create the distinction. Triangle separation is also eyebrow. We touch our comb from the end of the eyebrows and from the point it touched from the peak. Triangle 1 way. I make a distinction. When cutting right and left after creating separation, when I cut the right side, I go to my customer's left and do the cutting process. Here, as you can see, my client, I cut the left side and went to the right side. Let's say I'm doing operation over cheekbones. Short and long, you decide for yourself. But your cheekbones, if you do the cutting process from the bottom, outward moving, 1 view, it gets 1 image that is better to get. I'm on the left side of our customer. I'm on the right, I'm cutting the left side. While cutting, I'm applying a 45-degree angle according to the angle, friends. So her hair, I'm scanning towards the exit direction of the hair. and I cut it at an angle of 45 degrees. Then, I'm going to level 2, guys. After cutting the front part, now starting from the top to the back, diagonal 1 distinction. I'm creating and forward, in one way suitable for the short section on the front. Friends from the bottom. I see my guide after seeing my guide. Yes, as you can see here, I'm scanning 45 degrees. I see it at the bottom. I see the hair spot I cut before, as you can see here. And I continue the cutting process. Distinctions I slice by slice and forward wound combing forward. And scan them all to the front. And the hair point I cut before, I cut it the same size after seeing it. The back is longer when we scan forward. The front part is folded, friends. The haircut point here, I adjust it according to the shortness in the front of the hair. I'm combing the hair here and create a 45-degree angle. After that, I continue to cut. I cut the left side. Now I will cut the right side, guys. I pass my customer's left side while cutting the right side. I pass and hair cutting process by creating one diagonal. I make a diagonal distinction, a distinction as scanning angle. I'm scanning T and here, yes, hair up. I'm scanning towards the exit direction, and the bottom one is cut first. I cut. I see your hair point and cut it accordingly. Now here, according to the back of your hair, I created such a diagonal 1 cross distinction on the back. Create 1 cross separation from peak to nape. I made a distinction. After creating the separation, combing the hair forward, and my client cut it to the left because I cut the right side, pass to the left side there. I'm scanning, so here is 1 cross, 1 scan process. I cut it at an angle of 45 degrees by creating. As you can see, I comb the hair to the front, but 45 degrees diagonal with 1 scan angle. Seeing the hair point I cut before from the bottom, I'm cutting. As you can see, I created a cross 1 scan angle, and I saw the hairline I had cut before, and I applied my cutting process. After applying the cutting process, her hair again this time. Starting from the front, end parts of the hair, I apply thinning process with the feel scissors, hereby hitting the hair, and I hit the hair completely and the front end of the hair. File scissors with 2-3 blows. I don't do my job of thinning too much, just 2-3. I'm applying scissors blow. Your hair is squeezing the hair because I hit the hair here. And scissors, that is, feel scissors. It provides 1 more natural transition with thinning processing. And more with the Burma process. A beautiful 1 transition without any trace on the hair. Makes it happen. Here, starting from the front of the hair to the back, I thin the hair piece by piece by creating horizontal searches. I scan the guinea forward and auger the auger process. After audition for hair, I bring the hair down to the ends with the feel scissors. Hair blocking is done on the ends of the hair, friends. The bottom of the hair and the middle part. Thinning is done after Do not thin the middle of the hair according to the full length. Do not apply effigy scissors from the bottom of the hair in any way. You will definitely create a problem with hair. I do thinning operations on the ends of the hair. A more beautiful one here. We get the image. Our process is over. After the drying and shaping process. Inward, as you can see, I took one blow dryer with motion. Front floors are fine. Beautiful cheekbones, one design. Curtain bangs layered haircut. If you want to get a haircut like this. There are social media addresses in the description section of my video. By coming to my salon and making an appointment with me, you can get a haircut. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. See you soon.
See you soonello every You today pixie how to do bob haircut in detail. Will tell I divided the hair into two main sections. Upper stage and I separated two pieces as the lower stage and from the nape part so your hair is short andium starting to cut it with vertical separations to be folded as you can see starting from the right. Moving to the lefteam, standing in the midly and again from the left side towards the middle and continue my cutting process with vertical separations, thicker, herium. Applying B cutting accordance with the E thickness of my fingery, I touch your scalp to the bottom so I touch my finger on the skin of the hair. Andy continued to process finger thick cuts after making his first short like that. 2. I'm creating the distinction. I'm creating horizontal separations. Hooray, so I created a horizontal distinction and then with vertical separation C. I continue my haircut at 45 degreesium starting from the right. I'm coming to the middle. This timey coming from the left side D. I continue, so from the right to the middle, from left to middle, so always hairnite in the middle as short nessim. Applying a 45-degree angle here. 3 now by creating upright distinctions. Distinction also, I divided it again. I created one diagonal distinction and comb the hair according to the exit. Placement, I cut it at an angle of 45 liras to Guinea. Created a vertical separation and I see my guide at the bottom. I always follow my guidesso the hair on the bottom after seeing the hair point I cudium, adjusting the angle so it's 45 degree screeding, an angle I definitely say when I create a 45 lira angle. The back of the hair is short, so there are longer sections from the top. Directly E. If I cut it according to the short hair, how can I not create a 45 lira angle? It happens this time it's short on the bottom and the short on the top are the same size. It happens, and it will be short please when I make an angle of 45 steli. See the short section at the bottom V. I cut 45 steel at an angle's top stays longer. The bottom is still short compared to him. I keep going like this and elong sections on the right and left sides on the back E with short partas. You can see forming the diagonal separation again 45 degrees. Short from the front E, short from the back, one extending forward die. Create the viewers. You can see so. The front is long and the back is short and folded as you can see. From the top to the ear level so I created a coronation. I make one distinction from one ear to the other, or normally everyone, so 10,000. Crown separation. This EA after creating a crown separation, I create a vertical separation of the rest of the back end. This distinction is vertical search first from behind as you can see. With the hair length, I cut before him, putting it together, but this hair size is also the bottom one from The bottom up 451 cut from the inside out at a degree angle lie. Cut with point I. I see the hair spot I cut beforehand. Cut from the inside out these. Upper sides are longer than the lower sides are shorter end. The volume makes it bulky. So short hair pushing, long hirand one fuller image occurs Heraguania. A distinction from the peak of the herium creating gin, 1 guinea from the hair point. I cut before this time. I lift the hair up 90 degrees but, again, at the hair point I cut before. 1. I see my guide, and so I cut it from short to long, at an angle of 45 degrees after. Cutting in the middle left side is crossed I cut it at an angle of 45 degrees. The front is longer, and the back is shorter than Hyman fold 1 image. Yugatas, you can see herium adjusting with short sections on the back eye. Made a cross distinction to the front, starting with the shortest section at the back toe, the front at an angle of 45 degrees. Make your hair grow forward in my cutting process. Continue with the sharpening, cutting technique with a straight scissor stroke. I continue scanning backwards. The reason I scan backwards is in the back. Scan the back for scanning and short sections ISO because I cut it in accordance with my cover from short to longend inside I created. One angle front is longer and the back is shorter. 1 image hair. Design that you can easily use. This summer's weakest is short. The front is long. If you want to get a haircut like this, you can reach me on social media. Addresses me in the description section of my video. By reaching my living room from here I work by appointment as an appointmentee haircutting service. By coming to my salon, by making an appointmentee long service signed other hairdressing services you can get servicized hairy. I use pivot point technique as a haircut, literally pivot point to hairy one guide for us by applying this Gwitty Pixie Bob haircut, starting from the nape part with the E-file, scissors gradual light E-hard scissor blowsy to soften the ends to get its hardness in, thinning the transition of hair here too. It's softer ease here with E-elephant scissor softening the ends of the hair, starting as if the cut starts again from the neck. I thin the ends slightly with E-file scissors. I don't apply it to the bottom of the hair, only to the ends and vertical from there. By doing your hair, we get one image that thins the nape. Parts Maria's, you can see her at the ends of the hair, not the bottoms of the hair also, because we did the softening process. Hair provides one more homogeneous transition and gets a soft one look. Of course, you also have every hair, so there is no thinning process. Not thinner hair, but thicker Andy. In thick hair you can apply step by step up the ends of the hair. I keep thinning. If you want to watch my other videos, to me video my channel has a videos section from there. I have many categories of videos from here. You can also watch my videos by hair grows as you can see. I'm coming to the long section, and between fingers I take and thin the ends of the hair first. I eliminate one and I lift it opened, thinning the ends of the hair. Your likes important to us. Our channel is developing day by day and to reach large audiences. I would be very pleased if you definitely like my video, because if you like my video to other friends and other people too, so I recommend this video reaches many people when it reaches the technique I apply. So friends who want to learn him, learning and ladies looking for hairstylisty, my video thee want to get service from Methis, or that way if you like my video and subscribe to my channel would be very pleased. Likes and comments are also important, so if you have questions in the comment part of my videos so you can leave the comment section is answer, as I know the answery questions on your Mindu C continues my thinning process. Gradually, Lycath, last front part, has Araveth, front part 2 IU, don't use much. Do you? I apply a slight thinning process and shaping process. We will pass after finishing the process from here. Also, with one nice blow-dry process finished our hair design, we will be friends. Like my videos and subscribe to my channel. And forget to be right now. Pretty one way reached the audience. Thanks to your audience is growing every day. New friends join our channel and our designs learned and seen them, adding some movement to the front of the hair, her to the end part. Sue, no little ei did one tiny folding the front of the hair. Finalito make your fall beautiful. Here are the hair cutting techniques I have learned for you. When my tongue turns to you, so I'm trying to explain as much as I can. Hope you guys are satisfied here. I comb back slightly and your hair, so I'm checking if there is a mistaken ear, customer's ear backward say design that he can use comfortably when he throws his back to bay. Give a little touche. Our hall is in Istanbul, Beylikdüzü, working on an appointment to come to our hall. Description part of my video's social media addresses are available by reaching Hera. Coming to my hall haircut, coloring, and other hairdressing services. You can also get services. You can see our model has a short story front one design. Hope you like it. See you for now. Take good care of yourself.
Welcome, curious minds, to the deep dive. Today we're getting into something that looks, well, maybe simple from afar, but is actually packed with craft. We're talking about mastering the short layered haircut. Our source is this really great video tutorial that meticulously breaks down every single move. So our mission today, it's not just listing steps. We want to really unpack the actions, reveal the artistry behind it, and maybe decode some of that technical language, because it's way more than just like grabbing scissors.
Yeah.
Right? So let's get into it. What actually goes into making a short layered haircut look so structured, yet somehow effortless?
It's fascinating, isn't it? Because that effortless look, it's completely built on precision. We're talking specific angles, really exact parts, and this whole sequence of layering techniques that are just, well, fundamental to getting the look right. It's definitely more than cutting. It's almost like engineering a style, crafting the shape where every single snip counts towards the final movement.
Right, like engineering. And I guess like any big project, you got to start with the foundations, even before you cut anything. The tutorial kicks things off by parting the hair down the middle. And it stresses this isn't just any part, it's the foundational part.
The main axis, basically.
Exactly. Then comes the profile part. For this, they make a horizontal section, starting from the crown, the high point, all the way down to the nape.
The nape being the very bottom of the hairline at the back.
Right, the back of the neck. So you have that middle part, then this horizontal one, that's the blueprint. They say it's got to be spot on.
And that precision right at the beginning, is it really that critical? Like, can't you adjust a bit later?
Well, that's the thing. The source implies these parts are like architectural drawings.
Okay.
If you mess up here, it echoes through the whole cut.
Yep.
It makes fixing things way harder down the line.
Yeah, that makes sense. So that perfectly straight part they mentioned isn't just stylistic, it's structurally necessary.
Absolutely. It sets the whole geometry, the balance, before any hair is even cut. It's like the stylist's compass for the whole thing.
Okay, so the blueprint's down. What's next? Moving from drawings to, like, the first actual piece.
Exactly. Building the first guide section. This is what sets the length for everything that follows. So after that profile part at the nape, they take another horizontal section, isolating just that bit of hair.
Yeah.
And then starting right in the center of that section, they make a perfectly straight cut. This cut is everything. It immediately becomes the first guide section, our first layer, essentially.
Right.
And this is where you really see the importance of having a guide. It becomes the benchmark, the reference point for all the length across the back.
So how does that work exactly? How does this one little cut manage to guide the whole rest of the haircut?
Well, the guide section is basically the first piece cut to length, right?
Uh-huh.
And then the stylist just keeps going back to it, measuring each new section against that first one.
Ah, okay. So it ensures everything flows together, stays consistent, no random short or long bits.
Precisely. It guarantees that continuity, stops it looking choppy or, disconnected.
Which is obviously crucial. So how does that play out as they move up the back of the head?
It's pretty methodical. For the second guide section, they just continue the process, literally using that first cut section as the guide to follow.
Okay, makes sense.
The technique they show is quite specific. Start in the middle, cut that second section straight, matching the guide, and then work outwards, left then right. And the tutorial specifically mentions using the finger over finger technique and sharp scissor strokes. So it's a very controlled way of holding and cutting.
Finger over finger. Can you maybe explain that a bit more? Like, what does that actually do?
Well, imagine your fingers acting like a ruler. Yeah.
Okay.
Holding the hair taut, flat, at the exact same angle as the guide section underneath. It keeps the tension really consistent.
Ah, so it stops the hair shifting around while you cut, even though hair naturally wants to move.
Exactly. It's how you ensure each new section perfectly matches the length of the one before it, keeping that layer consistent. It's like a physical trick for measuring on something that isn't static.
Got it. A way to control the uncontrollable, sort of.
Yeah, kinda. And this whole process, sectioning horizontally, starting in the middle, following the guide, finger over finger, it gets repeated. For the third horizontal part, same deal. And then the final section at the back. Always starting central, always watching that guide.
It sounds almost ritualistic. That repetition is key for uniformity across the whole back.
It really is. I mean, watching it, you realize how much precision goes in. I used to think haircuts were just, a bit of snipping here and there.
Yeah, definitely more to it than that.
So, okay, the back is meticulously layered and shaped. Now we move to the front. Right, the parts that frame the face.
Which is often what people notice first.
Totally. So how does the guide system work for the front? Is it the same?
A little different here. The tutorial says they use the starting points of the eyebrows at nose level as the reference. This helps them create a vertical part, which forms a sort of triangular shape right at the front hairline.
A triangle. Interesting. So that triangle is the guide for the face framing.
Yeah, that specific section sets the length and angle for the sides.
And how do they cut it? The video mentions something about angles.
Right, so when cutting the right side of the face, the stylist actually moves over to the client's left side.
Oh, okay, to get a better view.
Exactly. From there, they can clearly see that guide point in the triangular section. They comb the hair down and cut the layers using a 35-degree angle, working from top to bottom.
45 degrees. Why that specific angle?
Well, that 45-degree angle is what creates softness. It makes the layers cascade or blend into each other, rather than forming a hard, blunt line. It builds that movement right around the face.
Ah, so it's deliberately chosen for that softer blended effect? Makes sense.
Precisely. And then they just mirror the process for the other side, move to the client's right to cut the left side, maintaining that same 45-degree angle.
And does the angling stop there, or?
No, there's a bit more. They also apply layering from the apex.
The highest point on the head.
Yeah, the top curve. From the apex down towards the ear level and blending towards the back, they also use that 45-degree angle referencing that front section.
Wow. Okay. So it's all interconnected, flowing from that initial front guide.
It really is. It ensures the front and sides blend seamlessly into the work they did on the back. And that client positioning, moving around them, it's not just for comfort.
Right. You said it helps maintain the angle and perspective.
Yeah, ensures accuracy. Makes you wonder, like, what if they used a 90-degree angle there?
Ooh, yeah. You'd get something much more dramatic, maybe disconnected looking. Less soft, for sure.
Definitely less soft, probably quite severe.
Okay, so back foundation, check. Face frame, check. Now we're on to what the source calls the art of the crown. Sounds important.
It sounds like the most complex part, judging by the description.
It seems like it. The stylist starts by making a big U-shaped part around the crown area. And this basically divides the hair into two main zones. A top section inside the U and the bottom section outside it.
A major division, then. Probably for managing bulk and flow up there.
That sounds right. So first, they tackle layering the bottom section, the part outside the U. They create vertical parts starting from the left side. Then the hair is combed out following its natural growth direction. But here's a key difference. It's held at a 90-degree angle from the head.
90 degrees. Okay, so straight out from the scalp.
Exactly, straight out.
And that angle, what's the purpose of that specific lift?
Well, that 90-degree lift is what builds internal volume. It creates, like, hidden layers underneath that give the hair body a movement from within. It stops it looking flat.
So that's how they get that movable quality they keep mentioning. It's not just the visible layers.
Right, it's the internal structure. And they use the length we cut on the bottom section as my guide. So again, building on previous work.
Always referencing back.
Always. And they mention using the point cutting technique here to match the guide.
Point cutting. It's snipping into the ends, right? Not cutting straight across.
Yeah, exactly. It softens the edge, helps it blend better, gives it texture.
So it avoids any hard lines inside the layers.
Seems like it. And this whole process vertical part, comb out at 90 degrees, use the guide, point cut is repeated really carefully, strand by strand, section by section, moving left to right around that lower crown area.
That 90-degree angle is so fundamental for volume. I remember when I was learning, getting that consistent lift straight out from the head. It looks simple, but it's kind of tricky to do perfectly section after section. That's where the practice really shows.
I bet. Okay, so that's the bottom section of the crown layered for volume. What about the top section, inside the U?
This sounds even more detailed.
It is. The tutorial says the middle and top section, the crown itself, is cut in 3 main sections.
3 sections just for the top.
Wow. After dividing it vertically down the middle first, so 3 parts to handle. For the middle one of those 3, they start from the back, again using the length underneath as the guide. Comb the hair up at that 90-degree angle again, and use point cutting on the ends. But here they mention cutting it in a first and second level.
First and second level. What does that mean?
It seems like they address the back part, that middle section first, maybe for internal structure, and then refine the front part of the same section to make sure it blends smoothly whether the hair falls forward or back.
Ah, like sculpting it in 2 passes almost.
Yeah.
Very precise.
Very. Then for the second section on the left side, they comb it upward, 90 degrees again, presumably, and use point cutting. And finally, the right side. This is also cut in 2 levels. They use the first cutting point from the middle section as the guide for the first level.
Okay, connecting it all.
Yeah. Then they comb the hair upward at 90 degrees for the second level and make the final point cuts.
The real genius there seems to be how that 3-part division and the 2-level cutting creates that perfectly blended top layer.
Right.
It's all about distributing the weight and length so carefully
Yeah.
that you avoid any, like, steps or visible lines. Everything just flows together naturally.
It prevents that blocky, heavy look you can sometimes get on top.
Exactly. It's this intricate dance of angles and layering to get that seamless, fluid result. Pretty amazing stuff.
Phew. Okay, after all that detailed layering, surely they must be done.
Almost. There's one last crucial stage, the quality check and the final styling.
Ah, quality control. Makes sense. What do they do?
The stylist specifically says they comb the hair upward to check for any mistakes. It's like the final inspection.
Looking for any little bits sticking out?
Yeah, any small unevenness or irregularities, if they find any, they tidy them up using that point cutting technique again.
Softening those edges one last time.
Exactly, perfecting the blend. And then, once everything is perfect, comes the styling.
And how do they style it?
because the whole point was to create a movable layered cut. They blow dry it with outward movements.
Outward, to show off the layers.
Precisely. To really demonstrate that movable and layered appearance. The drying isn't just about getting it dry. It's about showcasing the result of all that work.
The grand reveal.
Pretty much. And the result. A layered, movable, short hair design has emerged.
You know, looking back at the whole process, it really puts that final blow dry into perspective.
Absolutely. It's not just drying the hair. It's the moment where all that hidden skill, every single precise cut and angle, becomes visible. It shows why the hair moves the way it does.
It reveals the architecture underneath.
Perfectly put. It turns the static cut into something dynamic and alive. Without that final styling touch, a lot of the artistry would just stay hidden.
So reflecting on this whole journey, we've gone from those foundational parts, setting guys, meticulous angles, point cutting. It reveals just how much goes into what looks like an effortless style.
It's definitely not effortless to create.
No. It shows that this kind of result isn't just about having good hair. It's a testament to incredible skill, foresight, precision. Just like in any complex craft, really.
Which brings up a bigger point, doesn't it? Beyond just this haircut, what does this deep dive show us about craft itself?
How so?
Well, it shows how these tiny, almost invisible details, the exact angle, the precise part, the type of cut, when they're executed flawlessly, they all add up. They coalesce into something singular, dynamic, and beautiful.
That's a great way to put it. It's the sum of all those tiny, perfect steps.
Exactly. It's about that power of deliberate, skilled execution making the difference, whether it's hairstyling or, building a bridge.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us on this very detailed deep dive into the short layered cut. Hopefully next time you see a really great short haircut out there, you'll have a new appreciation for the hidden details, the planning, and the sheer precision that likely went into it. Until next time, keep looking closely at the crafts around you. You might just be amazed at the artistry you uncover.
Hello friends, welcome to my channel. I'm with you with a new video. Curtain bangs for you today. Hair design and how to make a straight haircut design. I will explain in detail. I created these first. I created your profile separation. After creating the separation of profiles, I created the coronation. And after creating that distinction, her hair is from behind E. Straight haircut by creating horizontal separations of hair. I started the cutting process. Friends, first of all, I cut it gradually. After creating the first E horizontal separation, I determined the length of your hair and haircut with the sharp horse cutting technique. I cut it with a straight scissor stroke. And as a second tier, again, in the hair point I cut before, I determined the length of the hair in the same way as the guide. I cut it straight. I divided the back part of the hair, or the hair, into 4 main sections. I cut the first part, and now I switched to the second part. The second part is the same to the hair point I cut before. In parallel, so E, same hair point. So I continue. And head to the cutting process, I continued and continue. As you can see here, I cut the hair straight, the back part backwards. I cut the back straight. Then I went to the side head of our customer. After setting the stop point, at the back, taking a piece of the hair point I cut the sides straight in the same line. Here, the foundation of the hair will be straight at the bottom, applying the folding process to the front of the hair. Curtain bangs design. E, I will apply the haircut. Here is the hair straight after cutting the length of the hair. By creating a profile distinction, I separate it from the middle part of the hair. Bangs usually your hair. We start our process by separating it from the middle and part. Later, starting from eyebrow height your hair, I will fold the front part. I will do the construction work. I separate the sections as you can see, and your hair passing to our customer's left side while cutting the right side. By applying an angle of 45 degrees. I'm starting the cutting process, guys. As you can see, after cutting the first operation in the second operation down to 45-degree angles, I keep cutting. As you can see here, the curtain by folding the front parts. Bang's hair design. I'm creating. I went to the other process. E here again. After cutting the left side now, I went to the right side. But by crossing the E right of our customer, I cut the left side. Here is the hair point that I cut before. E take my guide. Measure my hair from there. I start the cutting process after measuring your height. As you can see, our customer. Because I cut the right side of our customer, I went to our customer's right because I cut the left side, and the cutting process continues, folding the front parts with 45 degrees of pain. And fold the front parts. V-E. I help her get a moving look. And E. As well as other process. Now the back parts and the front parts E. I also started folding the back parts. And our customer E. While folding. My folding process by separating slice by slice. I continue. Here I always check my guide E. First by taking my guide from the hair point I cut. Hair according to the output of the hair, creating an angle of 90 degrees. Unfolding. Here according to the structure of the hair. Separating slices. I continue the cutting process. From the top of the hair, lifting upwards. Your hair is up guinea by forming a 90-degree angle. As well. Point cutting technique. I continue my process by applying point cutting technique. Yes, friends, as you can see, it was a beautiful haircut design. You also have this kind of floor. If you want to do it, come to my salon. E, you can get haircut service. E, your social media address. It will be in the description part of my video. Reaching from there and coming to my left side, you can get a haircut service. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. I will be with you guys with new videos. I wish you a good day. Hello friends, how to make a bob haircut that stretches forward to you today. I will tell you in detail. First show the long hair of our Model 1. I cut it down. I take this long density straight and create distinctions of our model. I will create a profile distinction as the first distinction. Profile separation. From the beginning of my forehead. Straight one, you have separated to the end of the neck. Separation, profile separation. We say, friends, after creating this distinction, the second distinction is also crown separation, also one. By ear. In the separate distinction, we have separated until the other ear. While separating this coronation, E, we put our comb from the beginning of the guinea forehead and the point where your back touches. E, we create the distinction. Here is an easy one discrimination technique. You can also apply this. Crown separation and my profile to divide the hair into 4 main sections. E is the technique we have applied. Very comfortable in this technique one way. You can cut the hair into pieces. After creating this distinction, from the nape part, E to form the basis of hair 1. We create horizontal separation. This will be our guide, so your hair is short. We will determine your height. Here from the nape part by creating one horizontal distinction. Starting from the middle part of the hair 1, I create vertical separation, and the part of the hair we will cut. Finger sharp horse cutting technique. I cut it with a straight scissor stroke. After cutting E, I align the left side section in the same way. Then I align the section on the right in the same way. Here's the back part. Straight 1E sharp line cutting technique. I applied the cutting process. I determined the length of the hair here, and the next layer of 1 guinea horizontal 1. I separate by creating a distinction. After creating this distinction, the guinea, from the middle part, I create 1 vertical separation starting from 1. The hair size we cut before. After seeing it from the bottom by aligning, I cut it and the bottom is the same. I cut it straight one way. Here after forming the basis of the hair. Your hair. Folding process to other parts. I will apply in the next section 1. I will create your angles. Yes, friends. Here, I separate it from forward again. Forward, forward, our customers head forward 1E. From the bottom after applying. E1 I determine it with the hair die I cut before and cutting process. I'm applying it here. I'm determining the length of the hair. Clear one way. After cutting the same size. E, then creating a distinction again. I will apply the folding process. I determined the length of the hair here. And light on hair. E, I will gain texture. Now I'm going to split it in half again. And nape guinea 1. E this time by creating 1 horizontal distinction. Hair E vertical 45-degree angles. E, it gives texture to the back of the hair. The first technique we cut is to determine the length of the hair. I determined the length of the hair here. And now, as you can see, applying 1 angle of vertical 45 degrees. I will cut your hair first from the hair point I cut. E here, according to the exit direction of 90 hair. 130.730 degree 1 angle. I'm lifting your hair up. I cut it, then I will create 1 vertical distinction. Here I see the hair spot I cut before. I'm cutting now. I'm creating 1 vertical distinction here. And E 45-degree 1 from the hair point I cut, creating an angle. Hair cutting continues. As you can see, I determined the hair and point. I cut it at an angle of 45 degrees. Here, we will create a slight bump on the back of the hair. So we will provide 1 light transition with folding process. I cut the left side. Now the right side is the same, forming 45-degree vertical, 145-degree angle. I cut the hair gradually by separating it 1 way. And 1 in the next section. In the same way with a vertical 45-degree angle by seeing the hair point we cut before. Same way. I create the angle after a 45-degree angle. Point cutting technique. I cut with cutting technique. I created a horizontal angle of 145 degrees here. I see the hair from the hair point I cut before. Here with the point cutting technique. I'm cutting then. At an angle of 45 degrees, I continue my cutting process again. Your guinea hair on the top one, seeing the hair point I cut before, at an angle of 45 degrees, with point cutting technique. With the point cutting technique, I continue my cutting process. I went to the left side of the hair. On the left side of the hair, a guinea, I created one horizontal separation and suitable for hair length on the nape. With a slight 45-degree angle on the sides, in the front of your hair. Short forward from the neck one, to get the image. Forward at a 45-degree angle. I continue my cutting process. And the second stage at the top of the hair. With hair length, that is, at an angle of 45 holes. By giving texture. I continue the cutting process, guys. Hair length at the peak here. Based on. I continue the cutting process. Okay. After cutting the left side, the right side is the same. Front of the neck to get a long one look. Point the hair forward as a guide, with finger grip at an angle of 45 degrees. I continue the hair cutting process. We get one view that stretches from the neck to the front. After passing the second stage, diagonal, I made one distinction, and peak hair length as a guide. I continue the hair cutting process with 45 kinds of angles. I apply point cutting technique from here. As you can see, point cutting technique. Here, I comb the hair backwards, and your hair. I make it get one long view towards the front. Now dividing the hair from the peak into two main sections. I will continue the cutting process. I separated the hair in the middle. Right and left. I separated one part from the peak. Her hair is 90 degrees. I lifted it up with one angle and form a 45-degree angle from the end. I continued with the haircut. Then hair, the second part, in the same way. I lifted it at a 90-degree angle toward the exit direction, upwards. And as a cut, I created a 45-degree angle, 90-45, so 90 degrees. I lift it at a right angle. I cut the tip at a 45-degree angle. As you can see here, the front of the hair is long, back short and curved one way. Story one way. I gave the appearance. Doing my last count checks. Here is our customer's head. We bend slightly, and I check with a comb. Then I scan backwards. in the nape part. By checking with hair length, I continue to cut. Left side. After applying the right side in the same way. Scanning backwards. With the short in the nape part. Long section in the front. Forming a 45-degree angle by balancing. I continue to cut. As you can see, the front was long. Backs are shorter and curved one way. Layered, textured, gaining one-y look. I continue to cut. Right and breadth. I'm checking. Ahum, here our haircut is over. By forming one rivety bangs on the front of the hair. We will get a short one look on the front of the hair, and we will finish our transaction. Here, your hair is from eyebrow level. Distinction triangle 1 by creating a distinction eye reception. By creating the motif, I will make one distinction from the front of the hair, creating one straight bangs. I will make it get one beautiful look. Burden. Calculating the E-gap of the nose while cutting the bangs. Again with the point cutting technique, that is, with the point cutting technique. I'm starting the haircut. And the hair slightly upwards. I gain one light bomb by scanning the side. If you want to watch my next videos too, in the videos section of my channel, you can also watch many kinds of incisions videos. So haircut coloring, ombre balayage, perm bun design. I have many categories of videos from there too. You can watch my other videos, my channels, if you want to be aware of new videos. You don't forget to activate the notification bell from my new videos. You activate the notification bell to be notified, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. I would be very pleased if you like my video. One next if you like my video. Many people will have watched my video too. Many people will have watched this video thanks to you. Your likes are very important, and if you subscribe to my channel. Thanks to you, our audience will grow more. I wanted to show you the latest version. As you can see, the back is long towards the front. Our bob haircut design occurred. If you want to get a haircut like this, by reaching me on social media and coming to my hall, you can get haircut service. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. Hope to see you with one new video. Take good care of yourself. See you.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today, we're tackling something pretty fascinating, I think. We're diving into this very detailed source about what it calls a triple combination haircut.
Right?
And the mission, really, is to figure out how stylists manage to blend three, quite different styles, a sharp, straight base, those really popular curtain bangs, and then soft layers all into one, seamless look.
It's a real technical dance, isn't it? And for you listening, the idea isn't just memorizing steps. It's about getting the why. Why that angle? Why that section?
Yeah, exactly.
We're basically looking at the roadmap, the specific geometry that turns these style ideas into something, well, real and structured.
Okay, let's jump right in there, because it seems like the whole thing kicks off not with cutting hair, but with setting up the head first. It talks about creating 4 mirror sections. What's that initial setup? Is it like mapping coordinates?
That's a great way to put it, actually. Yes, it's pure geometry, all about symmetry and control. Use 2 line partings. Think longitude and latitude on a map. First, there's the profile parting. That's your longitude, running straight from the forehead center all the way down the back to the nape.
Forehead to nape, got it.
Then you have the crown parting. That's your latitude line, ear to ear, straight across the top of the head.
Ah.
And where those 2 lines cross, boom, you've divided the head into 4 neat, balanced sections. These are your guides for everything that follows.
Love the map analogy. So maps down. Phase 1, the straight foundation, establishing the kind of the anchor length, starts in the back.
Precisely. You take horizontal sections there in the back, and that very first section you cut, usually the lowest one, that becomes your main guideline.
The reference point.
Exactly. The reference point for the length the client wants. And you can't really change that base length later once you start layering, so that first cut is, well, it's pretty critical.
And the source is specific about how you cut this. It calls for the blunt cutting technique. Why so specific? Why not something, I don't know, softer?
Good question. You need that structural integrity for the base, that perfect straight line. A blunt cut, just straight, clean scissor strokes gives you that.
Okay.
If you tried, say, an angled cut or texturizing here, you'd weaken that foundation. And the movement we add later, it wouldn't sit right. It might look sort of frayed at the bottom, not clean.
Right, okay. But here's something that tripped me up a bit. If the goal is one straight line, why does the source say to cut the back in multiple small steps? Isn't that layering even a tiny bit? Doesn't that contradict the straight foundation idea?
That's about managing the hair, not really traditional layering. It's more about weight distribution. You cut in manageable sections, maybe 3, 4, sometimes more if the hair is really thick to control how the hair falls.
So I just grabbed a big chunk of thick hair and tried to cut it straight across all at once?
You'd probably end up with that bulky, blocky look they talk about. It's because when you hold hair tightly, it compresses. So cutting a big, thick section means the hair underneath ends up slightly longer when you let it go. But cutting it step by step in these smaller horizontal panels, that lets it all blend smoothly as it falls.
Ah, I see.
You get the look of one clean, straight line, just without that heavy, blocky weight at the bottom.
That makes total sense. Fighting gravity and hair compression.
Okay.
Okay, so back's done, nicely blended straight line. How do you bring that same line around to the sides without messing up the balance?
You just extend that precision outwards, carry the straight base cut to the left side, then the right. Usually in about 2 sections per side.
Same blunt strokes?
Same blunt strokes. You're constantly bringing the hair forward, checking it against the guideline you made in the back. Cross-checking is key. You need that perfectly even base, back and sides aligned, ready for the next phase.
Okay, so the structure's locked in. Solid base. Now we pivot completely, right? Phase 2. Curtain bangs, moving from straight lines to curves. How do you manage that shift?
Yeah, it's a total shift. We go from the big map to the detailed map, focusing right on the front center. You part the hair down the middle again. Then you isolate a very specific triangular section for the bangs.
A triangle.
Yep. Starts right at the top center point where the profile and crown partings meet, and the triangle points down towards the eyebrows. That little triangle is everything for creating the bang shape.
Okay, and the source mentioned something I thought was really interesting about where the stylist stands. Says they should stand on the opposite side of the client. Why is that?
Oh yeah, that's a crucial little detail. It's all about control and getting the angle right for that curve.
Right.
So say you're cutting the right side of the bangs, Standing on the client's left gives you better leverage. You can pull the hair where it needs to go more easily. It helps you hit that specific angle without accidentally cutting off too much length right away. If you just stood directly in front, you might cut it too short, too blunt.
So what is the magic angle for that soft curtain bang curve? Is there a number?
There is. It's 45 degrees. You take that small triangular guide section, bring it down, sort of aiming towards the cheekbone and nose level, and cut it on that 45-degree diagonal.
45 degrees, okay.
That specific angle is what creates that soft graduation, that curve. It lets the shortest bits be near the brow, but then it flows longer, kind of sweeping towards the cheekbone.
And if someone messed up and did like a 90-degree angle?
Yeah.
Straight up.
Oh, you'd get a fringe, all right. But it would be short, probably quite harsh, maybe disconnected from the rest of the hair, not that soft, flowing curtain bang look.
Right.
That 45 degrees keeps enough length while still framing the face. Then, of course, you mirror it exactly on the other side. The source mentions using cross-combing, pulling the right side over to check against the left, and vice versa to make absolutely sure they're symmetrical.
That precision makes sense for getting that elegant sweep. Okay, base, check, bangs, dot, check. Now, phase 3, adding movement, soft internal layers. We're back to the crown area, but the technique sounds like, well, the opposite of what we just did.
It is, in a way. That's why it's a combination cut. You repart the hair again using that original profile parting down the middle. But now, instead of cutting down or horizontally, the key is elevation. You comb the hair straight upwards.
Straight up. Towards the ceiling. Now that seems like the big aha moment. Why upwards? Especially if you work so hard to keep that straight base length in phase 1. How does pulling it straight up preserve length?
It's a fundamental layering trick, really. Remember that blunt base cut? That established your absolute longest point, your perimeter.
Right.
By pulling a whole section vertically, straight up, and then using that existing baseline as your cutting guide way up there, you introduce layers inside the haircut. Shorter on top, longer underneath. But crucially, you don't actually change the overall length when the hair falls back down.
So if you wanted to remove length, you'd pull it out differently, maybe 90 degrees horizontally.
Exactly. Or less.
Right.
But pulling it straight up means the ends, the perimeter length you establish, stay put.
Wow, okay.
You're creating internal shape, texture, movement, all within the structure without sacrificing that foundation length. It's how you get structure and movement together. That specific elevation is the key.
So what kind of overall shape does this upward layering technique lead to?
It naturally creates a softer finish. Because you're keeping that perimeter length, especially guided by the length at the sides, the layers tend to fall into a nice oval shape or maybe a soft V shape.
Not a sharp V then.
No, definitely not. That's a deliberate choice of this technique. It avoids that really aggressive sharp V you sometimes see, which often comes from different layering methods like only cutting down the center back. Here, the goal is blended, soft volume.
The source also mentions taking diagonal back sections on the opposite side for blending. Why diagonal back?
Ah, yes. That's about integrating everything smoothly, especially around the face. Pulling sections diagonally back and cutting them helps those new internal layers connect seamlessly with the curtain bangs we cut earlier.
Makes sense.
It's like the final weaving step, making sure the base, the bangs, and the layers all look like they belong together. One fluid design.
Okay, structure, curve, movement. But we're not quite finished, are we? Because that blunt cut base, while strong, might look a bit heavy.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you stopped right there, the ends could look quite blocky, feel heavy. So the final, really essential step is refining it, texturizing.
Softening it up.
Exactly. Softening that sharp line from the blunt cut, removing some weight.
And how's that done? What tools?
This is where you typically use point cutting, sort of snipping vertically into the ends to break up the line, and maybe some thinning scissors used carefully inside the layers, not too close to the ends, to take out bulk.
Yeah.
This adds that final touch of volume and softness.
This sounds like the part that really needs a good eye. Maybe more art than science.
Yeah.
Making sure you don't leave weird marks or lines.
It definitely requires skill and control, yeah. You have to be careful with combing directions, the angle you hold the scissors. If you're too aggressive or inconsistent with the texturizing, you can end up with visible demarcation lines. The goal is just natural, blended.
Yeah.
So the hair falls beautifully, has movement, feels soft. And that refinement makes this whole combination cut work for lots of different hair types, you know? Fine, thick, long, medium. It's quite versatile once finished properly.
This has been incredibly insightful. So just to recap, we started with that geometric mapping, the 4 sections. Then the solid, blunt base cut for structure, followed by the very precise 45-degree angle for the curved curtain bangs, and finishing with that upward elevation for layers that add movement without losing length. That's the essence of it. And connecting it back, the whole thing works because it treats hair like a system built on these reference points and angles.
Right. Getting structure and movement at the same time, it hinges entirely on accurate sectioning. Choosing the right elevation 45 for bangs, straight up for layers, and using the correct technique for each phase. Each step really builds on the precision of the last one.
Which brings up a final thought, something the source hinted at about geometry and flow. We talked about how this method creates a soft V or oval shape because the longest point stays at the sides. But it suggested if you wanted a sharper V, you'd pick a guide point higher up in the back.
Yeah, that's the implication. A fascinating point about how technique dictates form.
Just think about that. The difference between a soft, blended shape and a really dramatic, sharp V could just come down to where you decide that very first guide point should be. One small shift in technique, way back at the start, completely changes the final look, the perceived structure.
It really does. The whole geometry shifts based on that initial decision.
The entire flow is set by where you begin. That really is the power of understanding the technique, the mastery behind it.
Amazing how one detail cascades through the whole process.
Indeed. Well, until next time, keep looking for the geometry behind the flow.
Welcome back to the deep dive. Today we're swapping spreadsheets for scissors, but honestly, the precision is just as intense. We're diving into the technical blueprint for a short, layered pixie cut.
Yeah, it's a fantastic example of professional methodology. Our mission, really, is to break down this very structured, step-by-step process from the source material. We want to translate it, into something you can visualize, almost like engineering principles. If you've ever wondered why a really good shortcut needs specific angles, 90 degrees, 45 degrees, and all these sectioning names, well, you're about to see it's less art, more like architectural choreography.
I love that architectural choreography. Okay, so before any hair is actually cut, the stylist has to map everything out, right? Zone the canvas. Let's start with phase one, creating that foundation and blueprint, the separation phase.
Exactly. This initial separation is non-negotiable. It totally controls the weight distribution and how the hair will fall later on. The very first move is the profile separation. That's creating a perfectly straight line, right from the front hairline all the way down the center to the nape of the neck.
Why that first? Does splitting it vertically first do something specific for, like, symmetry?
It immediately establishes that bilateral symmetry, and it locks in the center line. If that center's off, well, the whole cut can be thrown off from the start.
Ah, okay. Makes sense.
Then right after that, the stylist isolates the middle part of the crown. They use the comb, almost like a drafting tool, a ruler, to find that precise center point up top. And this leads directly into the well-known horseshoe separation.
The horseshoe, right, or the U separation.
Exactly that. It's a big U-shaped section that starts near the temples and basically walls off the entire upper part of the hair. So once you have the profile, the crown section, and the horseshoe separation done, the head is essentially divided into two main work zones, the lower area and the top section. This whole zoning plan dictates everything that comes next.
Okay, blueprint established. So now phase two, cutting the lower section and setting that crucial guide. You said it always starts at the nape.
Always at the nape. This is the bedrock of the whole style. The initial length, the very shortest part, is done using the classic comb over scissors technique.
Comb over scissors.
Yeah. It's designed for really natural, soft transition.
Yeah.
And the amount they take off is literally limited by how fine the comb teeth are.
So the comb itself is the gauge. How far up the back of the head does this first shortcut go?
It stops at the occipital region. You can feel it on your own head, that prominent bone at the back, kind of where your skull starts curving back in near the top of your ears. That short section they just cut, that becomes the primary guide. Absolutely critical. Everything else references back to this.
Got it. The master guide. So once that's set, the layering begins just above it. And I see the technique changes here, from comb over scissors to using fingers and vertical sections.
That's right. What's really interesting is the angle changes too. They take these vertical partings, about a finger width thick, then they pull the hair straight out from the head and cut it at a sharp 90-degree angle. Really precise, following the hair's natural growth pattern.
90 degrees. Okay.
And they work methodically, maybe starting on the right side, cutting towards the center line, then doing the same for the left side, meeting in the middle.
Yeah.
That 90-degree angle, it gives maximum lift and structure right off the scalp.
Right. 90 degrees equals structure. But then as they move up, looks like they shift the angle again almost immediately. Why?
To soften it, using that 90-degree cut section as the new guide, they keep moving up with vertical partings, but now they switch to a 45-degree angle for the next layers. So the 90-degree cut built the structure, but shifting to 45 degrees prevents, a really harsh line. It lets the layers blend more smoothly. It creates a softer transition as you go up. It's all very strategic.
That clicks. Establish the short anchor, build the structure up, then soften the transition. The overall plan seems clear. Cut the bottom, cut the top, then blend.
Okay, let's move to phase 3, tackling the sides.
Right. First step here. The hair gets dampened a bit, makes it easier to control, and the key move for the sides is a diagonal separation. This parting runs from the front hairline diagonally back towards the nape.
Why diagonal here instead of vertical like they used in the back?
Good question. Vertical partings tend to build weight and lift upwards. Diagonal partings encourage the hair to move forward or backward. They create flow. So this diagonal parting means the cutting action also moves backward, following that line, blending smoothly into the shorter nape area. They cut along that diagonal path, connect the section over the ear, carefully cutting those little fine hairs right above the ear, and then repeat the whole thing perfectly symmetrically on the other side. Both sides have to connect seamlessly back to that short guide piece we cut in the nape earlier. Continuity, absolutely. Okay, now for the main event, maybe. Phase 4. Cutting the top section. This is the hair inside that horseshoe separation where you get the volume and shape.
Yeah, this is key for the overall silhouette. First, the stylist splits this top horseshoe area into a front section and a back section, just using a simple parting across the crown. Now, for the back part of this top section, they go back to vertical partings. And again, for maximum structure here, the hair is combed straight up, 90 degrees from the scalp, and cut.
Back to 90 degrees for lift.
Exactly. And they usually break this down into maybe 3 segments, middle, right, left, always using the piece they just cut as the guide for the next one. Very systematic.
And the front part of the top section, does the separation change again there?
It does, yeah. For the very front, they switch to straight horizontal partings. But they still comb the hair straight up at 90 degrees and cut it following its growth direction. And again, usually cut in 3 parts middle, then the sides. That action itself, combing straight up and cutting that, is the layering process in this design. It uses the head's natural curve to create those varying lengths that give you volume and movement.
Okay, phase 5. This feels like a critical step, the blending, where the longer layered top meets the much shorter, tighter sides and back. Getting this wrong sounds like, well, disaster.
It's the critical connection point. To blend this, the stylist uses diagonal partings again, but this time they're diagonal cross separations, moving from the back forward, starting from the crown area towards the face.
4 diagonals now. Okay.
And the whole purpose here is to soften that transition, to avoid a bulky, blocky look where the long top meets the short sides. It creates a gradual flow, connecting the top layers to each other.
Right, and the source material gives a really strong warning here. It says you must not connect those long top layers directly down to the shortest hair on the sides. What actually happens if you break that rule?
Oh, it creates a really obvious shelf, like a hard line or a step in the haircut. You essentially cut away the very area you need for the transition. The short sides get cut even shorter too quickly, and you lose all the intended softness and flow. That subtle difference connecting top layers to each other versus connecting them straight down to the short perimeter, that's the finesse. It allows the top to gently overlap the sides.
That makes the potential pitfall very clear. And there's one more detail for the front if the hair naturally wants to fall one way, like a cowlick.
Ah, yes, the advanced move. If the hair has a strong growth pattern pushing it one way, the stylist might cut that section by pulling it in the exact opposite direction, often using a 45-degree angle. It's a way to counteract the natural fall and gain control over how the fringe sits.
Wow, okay. That's really thinking three-dimensionally.
It shows how every angle, every direction is deliberate in this kind of technical cutting.
Right, last phase. Phase 6. Finishing touches and texturizing. The source mentions the client's hair here is quite coarse and thick. So just cutting the shape isn't enough?
Not usually, no.
Hmm.
Especially with thick, coarse hair. A straight scissor cut, even perfectly executed, can leave the ends looking too blunt, too heavy. The sections might not blend visually. So you move from the geometry of the cut to more like sculpting the texture. This involves thinning or incising across the whole haircut, typically using thinning shears or F-file scissors.
To soften and remove bulk, right?
Exactly. Remove bulk without destroying the shape you just built.
Hmm.
And they use different types of texturizing depending on the area.
Okay, 2 distinct techniques mentioned here.
Yeah, think of it like using different tools. For the longer sections, like on top, they use point cutting. This is where you just snip vertically into the very ends of the hair. It breaks up that solid line, softens the tips, avoids that harsh, just cut look.
Like feathering the edges.
Kind of, yeah. But then, for the really short, dense areas, like down on the sides by the cheeks, and especially the nape, they use a more aggressive technique called channeling.
Channeling. How does that differ?
If point cutting just nips the ends, channeling involves cutting into the section, removing hair from underneath, like carving small channels or grooves within the hair section. It removes weight from deeper within the hair, not just the tips.
Ah, so it really thins out those dense spots.
Precisely. It helps those very short areas lie closer to the head and transition smoothly, even with thick hair. And the nape often gets a final blend with shears over the comb, too, similar to how the initial guide was cut, just for that extra softness.
It really is a remarkable process when you break it down step by step. You end up with this beautiful modern shortcut, but it took, what, half a dozen distinct phases, multiple angles, specific separations, and then 3 different texturizing methods.
The level of detail,
Yeah.
the sheer complexity just for one seemingly simple pixie cut, from that very first profile parting all the way through to choosing between channeling or point cutting.
Right.
It really underscores that this is a highly specialized, very structured kind of choreography.
It really does. It makes you appreciate the hidden precision and skills we often just take for granted. This whole process, it's about standardizing a quality result, isn't it? Ensuring that every cut is, like you said, architecturally sound.
And that's probably the final key thing for you, the listener, to take away. We saw how choosing vertical separations aimed for maximum lift and structure, while using diagonal separations was all about creating softer transitions and directing the flow of the hair. That initial choice of how you section the hair fundamentally dictates how the final style is going to move and behave.
That's a brilliant insight. The separation is the blueprint for movement. Okay, so here's something to think about. How many other technical skills that we encounter every day? Maybe it's coding software, maybe it's building design, maybe even, I don't know, a perfectly brewed espresso rely on the same level of complex, multi-angled sectional planning, where just a tiny difference, a millimeter in a parting or a few degrees in an angle, completely changes the final volume, the flow, the entire outcome. That precision is often the invisible difference between just good and truly great.
Hello friends, today, Bob Haircut Design, I will explain in detail how to do this asterisk E hair is divided into 4 main sections. First, profile separation, then the coronation, after creating a coronation asterisk, creating 2 distinctions from the back asterisk, and we will form the basis of your profile E haircut E first. As a basis, first E, starting from the left side. I created 1 sleeveless, and in accordance with this cover EI, determined your hair length, and then gradually moving it upwards, both folded asterisk E. Bob haircut cut at 45-degree angles 1. I will create a bob haircut. First, I created the basic separations. As you can see, after cutting the foundation, EEE, after cutting his neck, this size asterisk, we will set as a guide asterisk 1 way in accordance with this guide. We will continue our cutting second stage. From the left side asterisk, I continue as 1 left 1 right asterisk E diagonal, 1 at an angle of 45 degrees in accordance with the sword I cut at the bottom asterisk. And I keep building floors asterisk. As you can see, I created an angle of 45 degrees. Asterisk E diagonal by asterisk. I created an angle, and it fits the sleeve at the bottom asterisk E. I continue cutting at an angle of 45 degrees asterisk, and following my cover 1 from the hair point, I cut before an E with a sharpening cutting technique. I apply the cut and graduation on the back of the hair toe, create the appearance. I'm applying a folding process asterisk, so at a 45-degree angle with cross separations asterisk E, I keep cutting asterisk, as you can see here, horizontal 1. EE asterisk separation process. Here I'm creating a cut here, horizontal E. As you can see here, when I cut the floors asterisk, we are completed, and the horizontal here is 45 degrees asterisk. We have created an angle. Because it is horizontal, according to output direction, then I adapt, and before asterisk, after. Seeing the hair point I cut, I keep cutting, then 3. Asterisk, I'm going to the level. As you can see, there is also guinea eye created a diagonal 1 distinction, and I cut it, then 1 asterisk my sheath at the hair point. I cut before saw and cut on the same plane. I continued asterisk here. I came to the highest point after the 3rd level asterisk, and still the same height. I finished cutting. Now we keep on cutting asterisk after cutting the left side. The right side is also creating cross separations. So by creating diagonal distinctions asterisk, I keep making sure I created a cross separation here. I saw my hair guide that I had cut before and end in a cross way. So at a 45-degree angle asterisk, let's continue. Cutting from top to bottom asterisk, I start cutting from above. I see my guide in a cross way. I cut it and cut it after seeing the 45-degree angle, and folded to the bottom. I continue by adapting my floors. Yes, after cutting this part E asterisk, we cut the back part, guys. E, we do the height, and E folding process. Then I'll go to the front E. After finishing the cut, this process after doing it, cross 1 distinction on the front. Again asterisk, I create 1 horizontal distinction, and after creating this horizontal separation, I see my guide in the back asterisk combing hair backwards in the same plane EE. I cut it the same size when I scan slightly backwards asterisk. Front of the hair is a little longer. Its 1 view back part extends slightly from the back to the short front 1E. There will be hair design, as you can see here, EEE. If you want a flatter look, if you want a blunt look horizontal in the same plane asterisk, by creating a distinction, E using the ruler on the back again, E. We can cut it straight asterisk, but if you want the front to be a little longer, asterisk scanning. Backwards E, the front of the hair is longer when you cut it. There will be 1 shorter image behind. If you apply it like this asterisk E. If the front is long and the back is short, there will be 1 image. E, when I see the point, I create a horizontal distinction and E piece by scanning backwards EEE with the hair point. I cut before so I equate each other asterisk as you can. See asterisk, yes. Here again the same horizontal 45-degree angles E. I continue by preserving C. You soon, yes, I scanned it backwards here too. And after seeing the 45 lira angle asterisk I keep making sure here to check some I continue on the same plane asterisk, then the peak and the floors asterisk, I make a vertical distinction in the same way asterisk. Cut it at an angle of 45 degrees asterisk. Yes, I cut from workout here EEI, created a 45-degree deficit, and I made my cut here. You comb your hair backwards asterisk. It's more curved when we blow dry. So engraving, we will have the look hair length of our model from the front asterisk after. Determining the hair separation. Now EEE distinction to the left side. We have seen that left side separation to the front asterisk E light. 1 EEE. We will add texture asterisk here. After creating a diagonal end parts. Little light again. I'm applying a folding process. I'm separating slices. Here, after cutting the first slice from the hair point, I cut before I'm getting an equalizing asterisk I. I cut also in my third slice after. Seeing my guide forward, I cut it diagonally with the scroll technique. After cutting the front part I asterisk, I'm checking and picking up the ends, yes, asterisk, as you can see my side here. Using it as a ruler EE, E behind the hair, for a smoother image asterisk E, and I cut it with a straight scissor stroke asterisk. I will blow dry after cutting, and after the blow dry light hair. Again asterisk, I will apply the personalization. Process hair here E, yes I blow. Dry on the back, I'm looking again. E I continue with the personalization. Process here is your hair at the bottom. If there are errors and protrusions, do them properly. E, I'm packing with scissors, yes, and cut the hair at an angle of 45 degrees. Again, E.1 soften the ends of the hair with the cutting technique, yes. You can also call it point cutting technique here. Cross her hair, you know. It's not vertical. It's a slight cross to guinea EEE. Between the touches in the hair EE, then applying scissor blows, we soften the hard image. Yes here asterisk vertical second stage. Vertical, 1 E to the ends of the hair. EE, E, point cutting and pectas technique asterisk E. I apply softening process asterisk with pictus. Technique on 3 parts of the scissors passing of hair. By applying softening process we make it softer here on the back floors to get smoother transitions asterisk. Applying the pectas. Technique we make the hair pass. Greetings. You too, if you want to make one cut like this in the description of the video asterisk. My social media addresses will be available. See you here. Reaching out with me asterisk from my social media. Addresses in the description section of my video reaching. You can come to my salon and get a haircut service. I'm working by appointment. See you soon asterisk. Yes. Appointment by reaching social media addresses. You can get Yes Bob Haircut asterisk Pixie. Haircut layered haircut and other hairdressing services. Asterisk, you can get Ombre Retouch Honey. We also have coloring service like Brush Like Yes. As you can see here, comb I combed back, and the hair I equate with the point cutting technique. Asterisk, yes. As you can see, the front is long short back and folded. Our Bob haircut service is okay asterisk. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel asterisk. See you soon.
Hello friends, today I will apply bob haircut design to you. How can I explain this in detail? 1. I applied work. Here I will first create the basic distinctions. First of all, our most basic distinction is profile separation. Profile distinction. In the middle of your neck. We have separated to the end point. We call the distinction that is one straight line profile separation. I make that distinction first. Our model's hair is worn out. For us to grow healthier, this style one short bob cut. Worn sections on the ends of the top. I'm creating the second division now, the crown separation. The separation of the crown is also our comb, from the point where your back touches. I will create the distinction here. So this distinction is exactly the end of the ear. Profile separation. From the end of an ear. I'm sober until the other ear science. Again one straight line. I'm creating a crown separation. Burden. We divide the hair into 4 main sections. Now in a gradual way from the nape part. I'm going to start the haircut. Now while cutting hair, if you lean like that, it will also be harmful to your own health. That's why it is very comfortable with the help of such a wheelchair. On short haircuts in the same line, you can do this kind of work. First now while cutting hair. According to the hair color of the hair, you can also use a comb. Here in light tones 1. I choose combs in dark tones because it's hair. Here in the open sections, as you can see comb. And I can see the hair clearly. But if I used an open comb, I had a little trouble cutting. That's why. Well, it is important to use a comb according to the color of the hair. We lean forward of our customer's light head of our model. Now your neck is short. First create our guide. Here a little more in the shit cut. Sharp horse cutting technique for a clear cut. So I'll create a cut with a straight scissor stroke. Here I adjust the shortness to myself. And my comb. Using as ruler. I'm creating a straight line. Here I comb the hair according to the natural output drop. And my comb. There are small stones here with a machine. Now we cut our first glass. This is the length of our hair now creating horizontal separations in a gradual way. We will continue our cutting, here at an angle of 45 degrees by opening the hair. I continue my cuts. I created one horizontal distinction. Burden. By creating a horizontal one distinction in Guinea. I'm looking at the bottom of your hair. From the previous height. Checking and touching my finger on the neck. I'm creating a 45-degree angle here. And I cut the Guinea horizontally. It's horizontal 45 degrees. There is also a vertical 45 degrees. You can use both in the same way. Her hair is vertical. You can create a 45-degree angle again. Same way. You can cut it like this or you can cut it horizontally. Both in the same way. You can adapt. I look at the bottom of our hair, I see our guide. And continue my guide here. I'm touching my Guinea finger by opening it here. We see our guide in our hair again from the bottom. We always act according to the guide. While cutting. Now we have passed the second stage. So we're creating a gravitation bob design here. Staggered floor. There will be one textured cut, a little more voluminous than the nape part, and it will fall off. Here the stance of our model's head is very important. At least slightly forward. Must be. Again previous haircut. I'm checking the section we've done. From the bottom. After seeing it. 45-degree angle with my little finger. By creating this angle. Your hair. Separation parallel with one grip. I see it here and I cut it. Yes. I'm scanning parallel to the separation again. I'm looking at our hair from the bottom. I see the point of the hair we cut before. Following my guide here. Again slightly diagonal at one angle of 45 degrees. I cut with angle. Shake, 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 shake. Ah. Cut to ear level up to 45 degrees. After 45 degrees. Because our angle has changed. Now. Our grip will also change. We will concentrate a little more flaws here. Yes. Take both a little and me and don't leave for sure. One more click here, one more click back. It can be from this angle. Now here I will cut by creating vertical angles. I was creating a horizontal cut before, now that our hunger has changed. The angle after the ear level vertically. By creating distinctions, I will create. Here again, I will protect the 45-degree angle, the cut. Vertical 45. Our hair comb. I will adapt to the exit direction. I touch our comb and comb. Here is a 90-degree 1 exit angle. But what am I doing? I cut it 45 degrees as a cut. So 90-45 degrees 1. Creating a cutting angle. I continue to cut, burden. I create a folding at a 90-degree angle. And 45-degree opening or one more. We return a homogeneous image. Here again gradually creating vertical angles. I'm touching my comb again according to the direction of hair exit. I comb it according to the bottom of the hair and the direction of exit. Scanning at one angle of 90 degrees, I cut it vertically and at an angle of 45 degrees. 45 degree inside out. Here the upper parts stay longer, the bottom is shorter. What's up here? Short hair pushes long hair and more stingy. Makes it happen. Direction of hair. I create a 90-degree angle according to and when cutting. My guide from the short point of the hair 45 degrees 1. I cut with angle. Hair my comb. Touching the stream. I scan 90 degrees straight. According to the exit direction, that is, suitable for the exit direction the guide of the hair 45 degrees 1. I create and cut angle. Yes, yes. Now here is the hair part hair. Neck from the front. Guinea diagonal by creating one distinction. Cross the front part of the hair a little more. We will leave it long, so it will be transitional from short to long. That's why I'm going to the right side of the hair. And light diagonal one by creating a distinction. From the front of the hair. Here in a gradual way. According to our guide. Here is Guinea for your hair to be long in front of you. You need to create a 45-degree angle downwards. And I cut. As you can see, there was one fold that stretched slightly forward. Ha. Ha. Here it is equally light. Cross the front like this. Diagonal 1 distinction forward. Here I comb your hair in parallel with the separation. Neither right nor left hair. Let's say T-shape here, T distinction. I see my guide here. I'm creating a 45-degree angle again. Curve down and cutting. As you can see, the front is a little longer. Now I'm at the top here. I'm creating a vertical distinction in Guinea. You may not cut it in one go like this, me too. I take it once. Because the directions of the hair exit direction are different. Here now. We touch our skin with your hair. And the exit direction here is 90 degrees 1. I'm creating an angle and here. The guide we cut. And in accordance with this guide, I'm cutting. Because the end and end parts of it are a little short. I cut it too short. If it's long, the hair is still. Creating an angle of 45 degrees so you can cut it here. But I'm to pick up the fractures on the ends. According to your hair length, he still takes the fractures on the ends without breaking it. Again in a gradual way. In 2 pieces. No? According to the structure of the hair by creating slice distinctions here. We create a cut. Hair distribution is better than that. I touch the bottom of my comb and 90 degrees according to the exit direction of my comb. Scanning angle and again. Hair from the point I cut the longest. This guide continues my guide. And take a piece to your manual. Same way according to the structure of the hair. To be. I touch the bottom of my comb and according to the exit place. Scanning angle by creating a 90-degree deficit and after seeing the guide, I'm cutting. God bless. Here we scan the upper parts. Now here is my head. The head of our model is very important. Angle now we give back a little bit. And we give it sideways. Then. And scanning now. By checking Guinea with a comb. Our comb needs to touch the neck. Because by getting support here. Not to be crooked. After seeing this guide. According to our guide, cross our hair comb a little more. A little more in front of you. We will make it long. And we do our cutting process. Slightly curved forward as you can see. I'm coming to the right. In the same way, the stance of our model. I adapt the same way. And here, combing from top to bottom. I touch my comb to the neck without pressing too much. And as you can see from this part, after seeing my guide, I'm cutting. One design stretching forward as you can see here. Bulky back. Now the part we cut from the top. First after forming the neck, a little bit to the here part. That's why we'll make movement. We take this section. A distinction we call horseshoe. By creating. Starting from this part. Starting from the section we call hat separation. I make a distinction without none. We can also call this a distinction. From the top. It's in the form of U, so it looks like a mistake. If you want the front part of the hair to be long here again, you can create an upward angle of 45 degrees. Like this. Thing right angle with 90-degree angle right angle. And a 45-degree angle with a scanning angle and a cutting angle. As here section. Gradual shape again. I cut it in one piece because the hair is short here. If the hair is long, you can cut it in at least 3 pieces. Because even if you cut it in one piece, the hair will be too short. So you cut it gradually in 3 pieces. The front part falls even longer. Hair here, on the end sides, to balance worn sections. I cut. After doing this, we will apply a thinning process. Hair. In those extreme parts. To soften hard transitions. Lightweight. Fashion show scissors with intermediate scissors. Again in a gradual way. Thinning hair. While thinning here, Neither from the bottom nor from the ends. Your hair is light like this. You can thin the hair starting from the short middle part. If you take it from the bottom, the hair will swell a lot this time. My hair is usually always. Of course it depends on the length of the hair. Here more from the end. We will apply. So the middle part. Straight if you want. If you want, also in a cross way. You can create. Like this. One, two, three. Yes, our design is like this. I will show you the latest version of the blow dryer. Lightweight layer gravitation. Our bob haircut. You also use these techniques. You can cut. Yes, don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. Thanks.
Okay, so if you've ever tried cutting hair, maybe your own, maybe someone else's, or even just watched a stylist, you know that feeling, right? Trying to get that perfectly straight line.
Oh yeah, that geometric precision. It's tougher than it looks.
Way tougher. We're not talking looks straight enough. We mean like laser level straight. So today, we're diving into some source material that honestly flips the script on how you achieve this.
It really does.
It's not about fancy scissors or some kind of, innate freehand talent. This is, well, it's almost mechanical, industrial even.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Our source is basically this really detailed video transcript and instructional guide on how to get that impeccable line using just a standard shaver or clipper.
Right, the kind you might think are just for fades or buzz cuts.
Exactly. And our mission here is to really unpack this specific method. What's fascinating, I think, is how it shifts the focus. It's less about the stylist's feel for it
Mm-hmm.
and more about setting up this rigid engineered system,
Yeah.
using physical constraints to guarantee that straight line, almost taking the human variable out of it.
And that tells you immediately, if you're listening, that most of the work, the real work, happens way before any cutting starts.
Absolutely. This whole method hinges on like two key things.
Mm-hmm.
Very specific prep work to get rid of any variables in the hair itself, and then this unique two-part system to hold the hair completely still.
Yeah. They essentially turn the hair from something flowing into, well, like you said, almost like a block of wood you can measure and cut precisely.
Okay, so let's break down that foundation first. The prep.
Mm-hmm.
Because, as the source makes clear, if you mess this up, forget it.
Right.
It's non-negotiable. The guide is emphatic.
Mm-hmm.
The hair must be blow-dried perfectly straight and smooth first. They use this term, doomdoos purusus, which means...
It's more than just straight. It implies, like, flawlessly sleek, utterly smooth, zero waves, zero frizz, perfectly uniform.
Okay, but why? Why is that so critical? Couldn't you just, comb it really straight right before you cut? That's a great question. And it gets right to the physics of hair, really. If there's even a tiny bit of wave or texture left,
Yeah.
when you release that hair from the comb after the cut, it's going to spring back, even a little bit. And poof, there goes your perfect line.
Okay.
The blow dry forces every strand into its final resting state before you cut. You're basically standardized in the material, eliminating all those little variables like shrinkage or natural movement.
Got it. Preparing the canvas, essentially. But it's not just the hair, is it? The source also talks about how the client sits.
Yes, exactly. Client posture. Before any cutting happens, they ask the client to tilt their head forward slightly. Hafif oneeshimesini istiorus is the phrase used, just a subtle lean forward.
And why that specific positioning?
Well, it's all about controlling the geometry again. Think about cutting fabric draped over something round, like a shoulder.
Okay.
Naturally get a curve, right? So by leaning the head forward, the hair hangs away from the curve of the neck and back slightly. It creates a flatter plane to cut against gravity.
Okay, I think I see.
Then, when the client sits up straight again, that perfectly straight line hangs correctly, draping nicely across their back. It's anticipating how gravity will affect the hair in its final position.
So we've standardized the hair, that perfect blow dry. We've standardized the cutting plane, the forward lean. Now the next big problem is movement.
Right. Any tiny shift, hair's moving side to side, it ruins the line. And this is where the real kind of aha moment of this whole technique comes in, I think. This is the core innovation, the dual cone lock.
Yeah.
This is it. This is where it gets really clever and very mechanical. The absolute goal is immobilization, total lockdown.
Because usually when a straight cut goes wrong.
Yeah, it's because the hair slips or scatters or the tension isn't even as you cut across.
Yeah.
This dual comb thing tackles that head on.
So how does it work? What are they actually doing with these combs?
It's literally like making a hair sandwich. You need two combs, just standard combs. One goes underneath the section of hair you're about to cut, pressing up. And the other comb goes right on top, pressing down. Bir tarak alta, bir tarak justa, top and bottom.
And they're not just resting there, you're saying. They're actively pressing the hair.
Actively compressing it. The source uses the term Sasha kitliorus, which means we lock the hair.
Locking it, okay.
And the whole point of this compression is to stop the hair scattering or shifting sideways while you cut. Sasansola oinamasana in jelly check, preventing it moving right or left.
Okay, hold on. Here's my question then. If you squeeze the hair that tight between two hard combs, won't that tension make the hair spring up unevenly when you take the combs away? Aren't you just creating a different kind of problem?
That's a really sharp observation, and yet it's a potential issue you have to consider. If the hair was very fine, maybe, or the pressure wasn't totally even,
Right.
you could get some recoil. But remember that super straight blow dry, the doomdoos purusus. That minimizes how much the hair can even stretch vertically in the first place. So the main job of this lock isn't really about vertical tension. It's almost entirely about lateral stability, stopping sideways escape. Think of the combs creating, like a rigid channel.
A jig in woodworking or something.
Exactly. They're less worried about a tiny, uniform vertical stretch and much more worried about hair slipping out the sides as the clipple comes along.
So the lock basically forces the hair section to act like one solid unit. No slipping, no scattering. The compression gives it the rigidity needed for the cut. Precisely. And then, holding those combs tightly locked together, they pull the whole thing down to where the cut needs to happen. And the instruction here is critical. The combs must be held perfectly straight and flat. Dus bierschilde tutuyorus?
So the straightness of the final cut depends entirely on how straight you hold those two combs.
Yes. The combs become the template, the absolute guide. They are the ruler.
Which brings us to the cutting part. And this is where it gets really unconventional because the guide is so solid, so locked in.
Right. They don't need traditional shears, which always have some element of, human hand movement or swing. Instead, they use a standard shaver, a clipper.
Yeah, a clipper, the Turish Machinesi, which is kind of brilliant because it's a machine designed for consistent mechanical motion.
But they don't just buzz across it, right? There's a specific way they hold it.
Very specific. The angle is key. The source is they bring the clipper to a 0-degree angle.
0 degrees? That sounds weird. Normally with clippers, you lay the flat part against the comb or the head, don't you?
You do, for like a buzz cut. But here, 0 degrees means you're only using the very, very tip, the cutting edge of the blade, and utroigetirip, just the end point.
Why just the tip?
Well, think about it. If you press the whole flat part of the clipper blade against that comb guide, there's more surface area, more chance for vibration, maybe pushing the comb slightly, even micro movements. By using just that 0-degree tip, it's minimal contact, maximum precision.
It's like using the very point of a craft knife against a ruler, not the whole flat side of the blade.
Perfect analogy. You're treating the clipper edge like a precision instrument running along that preset track.
And that track is the bottom comb.
Exactly. The bottom comb is the cutting guide. The source explicitly says it's used like a ruler, said Vilgibi. The clipper just follows that perfectly straight, rigid edge created by the comb.
So the accuracy isn't in the stylist's hand anymore. It's built into the setup, into that comb lock.
Completely. The precision is transferred to the integrity of the locked combs. The cutting itself becomes almost automatic. So you're listening. Just picture that. This flowing hair subtly compressed into a hard straight line by the combs. And then this clipper blade just zips across, using the comb edge as its guide. And the result, according to the source, is immediate and clear. After you do this, you get a perfectly straight image look.
Wow.
Then, of course, there's a quick final check, UFAC beer control, just to make sure every strand was caught and cut cleanly by the guide. But essentially, the job's done, mechanically straight.
Okay, so let's wrap this up for the listener. Let's distill the key takeaways from this really technical deep dive. We started looking for that perfect straight line.
Yeah. And we found this blueprint for achieving it through mechanics, really, not just art. So the key things for you to remember are, 1, the prep is everything. That perfect blow dry, the client's posture standardizing first. 2, the absolute core idea is that dual comb locking system, turning flowing hair into a rigid block to stop any sideways movement.
Right, the lateral stability.
And 3, using the clipper completely differently. Not freehand, but as a precision tool guided by that comb ruler, using just the 0-degree tip.
And I think what this really shows us, stepping back, is that anytime you're chasing technical perfection with something inherently variable like hair or maybe even other things, mastery often comes down to obsessing over the setup, controlling the conditions, stabilizing everything, eliminating the variables before the main event. The actual cut, in this case, becomes almost inevitable if the prep is perfect.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it leaves us with a final thought, maybe a provocative one for you to chew on, building on how rigorous this whole process is.
Given how many steps there are, the specific blow dry, the posture tweak, the physics of the comb lock, the precise clipper angle just to get one perfectly straight line, what does that tell us about how incredibly challenging it must be to achieve even basic geometric precision in hands-on human services like styling?
It implies that what looks simple, or maybe even effortless,
Right.
often has this incredibly complex, tightly controlled process hidden underneath. Perfection isn't luck, it's engineered.
A lot of hidden labor behind that perfect result.
Definitely food for thought. Well, thanks for exploring the geometry of the perfect haircut with us today.
Yeah, this was fascinating. We look forward to diving into the next set of sources with you all.
To you today, one straight and smooth haircut with shaver. How to do it, I will explain it in detail. First, while cutting our model's hair, all straight in one way, we blow dry. After blowing, one comb bottom, one comb of hair on top. We lock from 2 sides. After locking, the shaver at 0 degrees. Bring it to the end point, to the point we will cut, and and with a shaver, using our comb as a ruler, and we shave starting from the right. We will apply one straight cut. Very easy with this kind of operation. We can do straight one cut, but I would like to express it. When we make a straight one cut with a shaver, the ends of the hair will be fluffy and plump. One such haircut. If you are satisfied with E, you can make such a cut. Yes, it is also the easiest as a straight cut. One of the cuts made. This style is easy. Haircut where you can get fractures on the ends. Straight from the back with a razor. When viewed, you can get one straight image. If you want to get a haircut like this, in the description part of my video, reaching me from my social media addresses, coming to my hall, you can get a haircut. As you can see, comb E first a comb. I compressed a comb from the bottom and I brought it to the extreme of the shaver, 0 degree with no adjustment. E and I cut it with a machine. Then again, I tilted our customer's head forward and the bottom one. I have also collected the little hair. Straight one haircut as you can see. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. I will be with you with new videos. Hope to see you. Goodbye.
Hello friends, today is the curtain for you. Haircut with cardamom. How to design it, I will explain it in detail. When cutting hair, we will first create the basic distinctions. Our first basic distinction is profile separation. Profile separation. We are separated from the nose to the neck. We call straight separation profile separation. In this profile distinction, we divide the hair into two main sections. Separation. Crown separation from one ear to the other ear. We create one straight distinction. After doing this, we divide the hair into four main sections. After dividing into four main sections, step one away from the back part. We will determine the length of the hair. We will form the basis of this hair. So we will make a layered haircut after it is determined. But first, decide what size our hair will be, and according to it, we will apply one straight cut from the back. Ear comb to the sharpening cutting technique, using 6 haircut techniques. Using the comb as a ruler, we apply one straight cutting process. After creating our first cut, this becomes our foundation. So it's our guide, in accordance with this guide. Following our same size guide, and we apply straight one cutting process. We cut the first stage and we will cut the second stage in such a gradual way. Using our comb as a ruler by creating horizontal separations, create a straight one form. In this way, our hair is fuller and we will get one more voluminous image, and we determine the length of our hair. If you want to get a haircut like this, there are social media addresses in the description section of my video. Reaching here, you can come to my salon and get hair cutting service. Our hall is in Istanbul Beylikdüzü. Hair cutting service and other hairdressing services. If you make an appointment in the best way, I serve. We continue our model, creating the basic distinctions of our model. First we will make a straight cut, then after forming the straight cut, so after determining the size of the foundation, we will apply the folding process. By creating horizontal separations and scanning backward single 1DC. I'm applying a straight one cutting process at the line, friends. Hereby applying the sharpening cutting technique, that is, we create one straight haircut with a blow. Later, this time our customers' hair, neck, head by adapting its movement straight one, so the posture of our customer's head is also very important. When we go to the side, create a slight slope one and then hair length in accordance with the guide on the back. We continue in the same way. Right side. After cutting the left side, the right side is I apply the cutting process. After applying this process, we formed the basis of the hair. So we determined the length of the hair after determining this size. Now from the front of the hair, folding process by creating diagonal separations. We will make the distinction of hair. We are asking our customer which way to separate it from the front part. And D, after determining which direction you allocate it to that direction. E, your hair, after determining the fall, with backward diagonal separations. 45-degree angles. We create a folding process by creating, here is the front part of the end of the eyebrow E. Forehead motif, a shape, that is, creating a triangle by creating one shape in the front. We will start our curtain cardamom application process. And then that curtain is suitable for the shortness of the cardamom. We will apply a folding process, separate in the story. The part we reserved. We decided on which direction to allocate and, by passing to the end of our customer while cutting the right side. So cross at 45-degree angles, creating distinctions from Diego, our customer, in the front. A from the point where the cheekbones were found, E. Determine the shortness and I'm folding the front part. And I continue to cut, here combing your hair in the opposite direction. And 45-degree downward angles. I started my cutting process by creating and folding process on the front. I created one diagonal backwards to apply. And my customer's hair is our customer's. Ood folding the front part. Scan forward to create. In the short section on the front of the hair, forming angles of 45 degrees by continuing in one convenient way. I continue my folding process. As you can see here. My cover at the bottom, I see it, and in one way suitable for its shortness. I cut it the same size, and backward diagonal, creating across one distinction, and our customer, scanning the front. How is it when I scan the front part is folded. The back part is folding too, but from the back. Prevents layered backwards longer. And both floors at the back. Both it is obvious, and from the length of the hair on the back. No shortening in any way. We are folding, but in the back, it comes in a V shape. Our model's hair, our customer's model, and we get one fold view. And the length of our customer's hair is not gone. Of course, according to its shortness, C for cutting. And he doesn't lose his E form at one. He catches one nice form. Right side. After cutting, I cut the left side with the same technique. I continue. He on the front. The left side is the same, by creating diagonal separations at an angle of 45 degrees to the cheekbones of your hair, remarkably short, the shortest point, and cross diagonal separations. I continue the haircut. My client, because I cut the left side, I go to the right side and combing the hair in the opposite direction, I'm folding. After cutting the front part, diagonal if back, slice to slice guinea by creating cross separations to the back. I'm scanning forward by creating the distinction. When I scan forward, the front is folded. Gets one view stretching backwards here. I see the hair spot I cut before. I'm applying my flush folding process. And Guinea 2. I'm going to the level Guinea diagonal. I created one distinction as scanning forward. And I continue my cutting. You also like my video and subscribe to my channel. Don't forget, thanks to you, our channel is growing every day and we have a large family thanks to you. Yes, after seeing the hair point guide we cut, I finished my cutting. We applied the folding process here, friends. 2. Now I apply the thinning process, as you can see here. Creating diagonal distinctions, creating cross divisions again, in parts. I soften it with the Pictus technique, with file scissors, so that the ends of the hair are more beautiful. There is one transition on the floors. You also cover the ends of the hair with this kind of technique. You can soften. I don't use razor. Feel in hair. I apply softening and thinning with scissors. So the hair, it doesn't look like it's broken. It doesn't look like it's broken. There is no excessive thinning process, and the transition is more tremendous. One beautiful look. You are this style one. You can soften the ends of the hair with the technique. I request you, don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. If you turn on notifications, in my new videos, you will be informed of my new videos. As you can see here, the clock on the left side cut the left side, the same on the right. I'm thinning. With Pictus technique on the ends with a file scissors. I apply a thinning process. Our place is in Istanbul Beylikdüzü. If you want to get a haircut too, and the other way ombre retouch, bold hair coloring and other hairdressing services, you can make an appointment. There are social media addresses in the description section of my video. Our place is Beylikdüzü. You can easily reach. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. And my channel, notify me of my new videos by opening the notification bell. Yes, our cutting is over. And I will show you the final version of our model. Front folded backs longer. Obtained one moving image without losing its form. We will be friends. Thank you so much for watching my video. Thank you so much for subscribing to my channel. Thank you so much for liking my video. Hope to see you with new videos. Take care of yourself. Hello friends, to you today. Bob haircut. I will explain in detail how the design is made. We divide our model into 4 main sections while bob haircut. Profile separation as the first main part. Profile separation 1. Starting from the middle of the eyebrow to the straight separation we have separated until the profile end. Separation. 2. Separation, crown separation. From one other ear to the other ear. We have separated. We call the straight line the crown separation. With this distinction, we divide the hair into 4 main sections. After separating 4 main sections, starting from the nape part, we will cut the hair in 4 stages. The back part first. Sharpening cutting technique. We will determine the length of the hair, which is the first stage with Guinea sharpening cutting technique after determining the height. En sedan, shortben. Cutting the section. After revealing the length of your hair, this dye is suitable in one way, progressively to the hair at 45-degree angles. We will apply a haircut, what we call gradation bob cut on the back, that is, the hair. To add movement and volume, to the back of the hair to provide natural 1E transition. Folding. We will apply a folding process with 45-degree angles. Your hair in the first place, at an angle of 0 degrees to determine his height. Hair. We determine the neck from the nape part. This is the basis of the hair. We determine the length of the hair. Hair a second stage. We separate Guinea horizontal. I create one distinction. And from the middle part of the hair, after creating horizontal separation, we'll create a distinction. The hair point we cut from the bottom one by forming one angle of 45 degrees by taking guide. We continue our cut in this nape part, creating vertical separations. Nape part. I cut it at 45-degree angles. If you want to get a haircut like this, coming to my hall from me, you can get haircut service. Our hall is in Istanbul, Beylikdüzü. Social media addresses are available in the description section. By reaching my hall from here, of my video, you can get hair cutting services and hairdressing services. Back part. With horizontal vertical separations. I keep cutting with a 45-degree angle. Hereby separating the hair slice by slice, cutting the stain piece by slice. And check the hair point we have cut before from the bottom. We continue our cutting, as you can see on the back, creating light coats. In hair. So we call bomber, make the hair look beautiful, and we ensure that the back of the hair is folded. We created the second distinction. First division was a straight division, second division, and third division, third distinction. Hair at 45-degree angles to the guinea. According to output direction, we create a 90-degree separation and the hair comes out. Direction after. We also create a 45-degree angle as a cut. When forming the 45-degree angle, the hair point we cut first. We continue as a guide, friends. This distinction with the hair points we cut before. We continue our process by combining. If you want to watch my other videos, my channel. There are many categories of videos in the video section. By reaching here, you can also watch my other videos, as you can see. Forming distinctions and at an angle of 45 degrees. From the inside out. We continue our haircut by creating layers. Here I fold the back of the hair as a basis first. And in the next process, your hair. On the left and right sides, equating each other. We create our bob haircut design. We're coming to the tray part. Tray, as you can see, after coming to the part of the guinea vertical by creating a distinction. Bottom to top 45. Forming an angle of 45 degrees from inside to outside. I continue the haircut. For your information, I cut the hair by separating it slice by slice. As you can see, the gradient will form the 3 shape. At the back, layers formed and a beautiful image occurred. I come to the left part of the hair after cutting the back part, and from here creating a diagonal 1 distinction, a short on the back and short on the front. Creating a light 45-degree angle that from the neck to the front light space. Light here bandgui to get one extending view with 45-degree finger grip. I keep making sure. Then I comb the hair back. The front part of the hair is a little longer because I combed it backwards. I will appear. Here I equate with the shortness in the back. And I keep getting certain. My finger grip here is slightly 45 degrees, not straight. Suitable for the slope of the hair. Suitable for the model of the hair. From the neck to the front. Light 45-degree, Angles with sharp horse cutting technique with finger grip. I cut it with a straight scissor stroke. After this cutting process is finished, I'm going to the other part. I'm going to the right guinea the same way. Left side, well, the technique I applied is diagonal again, with cross separations. I comb the hair back to form. And by creating an angle of 45 degrees as a finger grip, with the clamp on the back, the length of the front, equalizing by creating a 45-degree angle. Here I comb the hair slightly backwards. And after scanning the front part slightly backwards, again with a 45-degree angle, I continue the hair cutting process. Here is the appearance of your hair from the neck to the short front. To achieve a slightly elongated one appearance, graduation bob here. We can also describe it as cutting, folded back to the front. One haircut with lengthening transitions. We create the process. You guys are bob haircut too. Other haircutting techniques, also from the subject. So if you want to get a haircut, you can come to my salon and get service from me. Our place is in Istanbul Beylikdüzü. Yes, the front of the hair. Want to add some movement. In the front. Suitable for natural separation. I made the distinction and I'm separating. And by doing the heel control, stretching forward from the nape part, I will create a 45-degree angle again. I created the distinction here from the top part. Do we have a mistake or not? We will check it and get it from the neck. At an angle of 45 degrees, to come from short to long. I equalize the hair as you can see the top distinction. I'm creating a distinction from the joke parts with one address. And after creating the adenolar distinction again, from the shortest point, I see the hairline we cut on the back. My guide, our guide 1 hair point we cut before. After cutting this point, creating an angle of 45 degrees, I continued cutting. After doing this, friends, your hair, to the hair to ensure their transition, I will apply blocking. So hard appearance on 3 parts of the hair, more natural than transitional to achieve one. A to get the pass. I use E-file scissors to get, that is, 1 scissors of hair that we call intermediate scissors, separating it gradually as if cutting it again. Starting from the neck, I will apply thinning to the hair. As you can see here, I separated the hair from the first point I cut. And her hair is 45 degrees guinea, hereby creating an angle, cross point. So I apply thinning to the hair with the cutting technique. I'm not hitting a straight scissor blow, but a diagonal E way. I pass the hair by applying scissor blows. Don't thin the hair as you can see here. Go to the process E hair. I'm applying the pictus technique to the hair here. Thinning the ends of the hair, not the bottoms of the hair. End parts of the hair. Providing their transitions. Your hair is more homogeneous. Begin. To provide passage, I applied a thinning process. This process, after applying it, by applying one beautiful blow-dry process to the forming process, we will not have completed the E-hair design of our model. Friends, you too. If you like my video, don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. Thanks to you, our videos are watched more and more every day, and our channel is getting bigger every day. For watching my video and subscribing to my channel. Thank you so much. See you with one new video. Take good care of yourself. Hope to see you. I wish you a good day. See you soon.
Hello friends! To you today, Bob Haircut Desig. I will explain in detail how it is done. Our model's hair is THI. Short here. Starting from the width and with a light one diagonal angle, there will be one bob haircut model that grows slightly forward. It won't be too extreme. First, we start with basic distinctions when cutting. Our first basic distinction is profile separation. Profile separation. From the beginning of the forehead, starting straight as one line, until the end of the neck, of the occipital region straight line to the end. We say profile separation, creating our first profile distinction. After creating a profile separation too, the distinction of the crown separation is also one. From ear to ear, head to the end start and end to the endo. The distinction we create, we call it crown separation. Crown separation, to separate our guinea comb. Guinea start from here. Get, starting from the starting point of the back, from the point it touches. As you can see, I'm starting to distinguish from this point from the exact peak point. This is already at the point where the crown separation occurs automatically, forming these distinctions the basic distinctions of hair. We divide the hair into four main sections. When you make these distinctions one on your next haircut, our model is the same. Perfectly. You can cut. 2. Our model is It will be to determine the hair length. We will separate our guide from the first nape part here. Our model's head while cutting her first hair. Very little forward. We want to give bird. From the enzyme part, I created one horizontal line. And now here we will create the guide of our hair. Our guide is important to us. Guide means the starting point of the hair. And continue after creating this cutoff point. The hair point we will. You can also specify shorter if you want, longer if you want, as your own preference. You can determine the length yourself with your customer. We are here our model is fuller. For your hair to be, I will determine one shortness according to him. And we will continue in that short. Just like that. Your hair. Reverse exits here. Here in 3 parts. Reverse exits on the neck. Based if you cut. It would be much better for you. When you cut here. Then and when you blow dry or. So when you comb the hair. Lines here your hair. In shaping. Provides great influence. These. It will be much better if you cut it with your eyes. I also took these exits into account. I will check and cut accordingly. Here while cutting. Using my comb as a ruler and I cut it at an angle of 0 degrees. First I'll finger this comb 6. Sharp horse cutting technique we call one. I will apply with technique. This angle is 0 degrees. Yeah Berta yeah. You can also cut between fingers. But if you want to cut 0 degrees without any angle, so too, you definitely need to apply comb 6 hair cutting technique. Even when you cut it with a finger. You give one angle. Straight cut here. You think you did it, but even your finger. Light has 1 millimeter, one angle. You need to consider this too. Of course in wavy hair, according to the structure of the hair 100/100ths. We can't comb 6 haircuts. That's why you know straighter hair. Comb 6 according to the direction of exit of the hair. Combing. Here I cut according to the natural fall of the hair. Here using my comb like a ruler. I'm starting to conclude. I created a guide for myself from the middle part here. As you can see this guide, the left and right sides are the same. I will cut at the same level. My error rate is 0 here too, because I use my comb like a ruler. Yes too. I'm going to the stage. I'm creating one horizontal distinction in Guinea. What a thick distinction here. How thin you can cut one way, without making mistakes. When you progress gradually, hair is uniformly distributed. Either scissors nor scissors on the hair. Your rate of making mistakes is very low. Now we are giving an angle to the hair in the second level. Friends, here with my finger, I'll give you a 45-degree angle here. Horizontal 45-degree. I cut by creating an angle. To create this angle, Telugu, I scan by holding it from the bottom and, according to our guide here, we see our guide cut at the bottom. As you can see, and I touch my little finger down. The angle here is 45 degrees. It's an angle, friends. Space here. I look from here, I see my guide and our guide. A beginning of the beginning. I cut it this size after seeing it. Here's a little bit of the nape of the hairy. We are doing a folding process. This is your hair is more stingy fuller, and this. An expression we call bomb. To create it, a technical friend we applied. Combing the hair at its own angle. Looking down with my finger. I'm worth it after seeing this angle. I cut with sharp horse cutting technique. Here you are progressing gradually. I cut one from the right section. Now I will cut from the left section. Same way. I see my sword as you see from the bottom again, and I'm looking from the neck. I'm cutting. Because we made an angle cut here. We'll check again later, guys. After cutting, there may be slight lengths on the right and left. Repeat it. Use it as a ruler with a comb and a guide. I'm cutting. Now we are entering our third distinction, guinea horizontal. We make a distinction. We will create one vertical distinction from the middle part, a guide. I always start from the middle part, friends, haircut, because this is my guide. We distribute our guide evenly. And here we are, because we are progressing gradually. Our rate of making mistakes is very low. My finger a guide. I touch it from the bottom and cut 45 holes horizontally. After creating, with sharp horse cutting technique, I'm cutting. I'm scanning. Here I see my guide from the bottom of it. Guide is very important, guys. You see with the guide here, I see the hair point I passed before like. My guide from here, I see my guide at the bottom. And your hair according to this guide. Scanning by direction of fall. I see my sword and I continue with the cut. I will do this in the same way on the right side. Head of our model. Thought after setting. Always while cutting hair here. With our model, we need to be on the same plane. We need to look in the same direction. I'm scanning. I see my guide from the bottom here. As you can see, this is also while cutting hair. If you get as much hair as your finger again, your rate of making mistakes will be very low. I'm scanning after seeing my guide. And I see my guide here from that Virgo point. And after seeing our guide below, again at an angle of 45 TL, I'm cutting. Now friends 3. After cutting our territory, we have passed the occipital regio. Here after opening the ledge, we have come to the top. In the E section here, we will add a little more volume to the hair. And we will apply a folding process. Here your hair, both busy and to give a more beautiful one look. We also change our angle. Here we are applying horizontal 45 whole angles. When we get to this top, we will continue our haircut with vertical 45 whole angles. We give the head of our model forward light. Here we create one vertical distinction. From the neck again, after creating our separation, we take guide. According to this guide one, we will create a haircut. Yes friends, as you can see, at the bottom of our previous cut, to the occipital area, we applied horizontal 45-degree angles. Now after moving to the occipital area, we continue our cutting with vertical 45-degree angles. Here is our guide to the exit direction of the hair. While scanning here, hair my comb. I place it at the bottom and, without playing it the way I placed it, I comb and here we see the direction of the hair coming out. After scanning this, after seeing our guide, creating a straight 45-degree angle, we continue our cut. As you can see here, I created a 45-degree angle. Too many floors above and lighter below one. Arc formed. As you can see here, one light texture. So from the inside out one. We have done the folding process. Here we will cut the hair slice by slice with the technique of slicing. First slice, second slice. 3 as slice. Even for in my tongue. We will cut it on my tongue. I'm touching my comb. Here I see the stone point I cut before one. As you see my guide, we always follow our guide. And from the inside out, with the sharpening cutting technique, that is, with the straight scissors free, we continue our cut here, 90 degrees towards the exit direction of the hair one. I cut it at an angle of 45 degrees. When I quit because I cut it lightweight. We create one haircut with curved and textured. One slice from the hair point we passed before. We take parts. He is our guide. Al for the front to be slightly long. Guinea this piece. A little further back, not according to the direction of hair exit. I will cut by scanning correctly. The previous guide. Compatible. I see my guide here. I'm catching a 45 TL angle. And I continue to cut. I'm scanning the same way a guy. 45 degrees by diagonal, one distinction from the bottom. I cut the right side now. I will go to the left side. Same way a guy. This is now so 5 minutes 10:10. It's a 15-minute job, but let's cut it off by telling, huh? Ha, thank you. Writing yes. A guy. One I get it from the hair point one cut before. As the second. I touch my comb on the skin of the hair and comb. I scan, and after seeing my guide at the bottom, I see a 45-degree angle. Here is the previous hair point, as you can see here. This is our guide, our starting point. This is our end point. As you can see, this hair on this line, we combine in the same way. Thanks from below. Now the process of folding this vertex. We applied the texture. Ow on the side. E this diagonal E by creating one distinctio. And slightly cross so diagonal one view. Cross to get one view. To achieve one hair design that grows forward. We go to the side. From this starting point, I create a diagonal one downwards. So I create a cross one distinction downwards. Horizontal a guy. Like the head of our model. Back and to the side. We give. Out here. Important factor. Hair. That's right ear. To come behind. Separating. Part from the bottom part from the top one way. Why am I doing this here? Friends, the ear bulge here. E when I cut it properly one way. E if I cut this ear bulge directly from the top like this. What would happen when I blow dry or when our customer uses it? One trapezoid will appear here. Could be. Because you have to adjust this angle accordingly. First from the back. Combing according to the direction of hair fall. We will determine our line. That is, we will determine our guide. Here's our coma guy. From a starting point here, we adjust according to the end point. This is how we tilt the head of our model to the side. Because when we give the angle here, we can work comfortably. Yes, as you can see here, light one downwards. Cross 1E angle formed, guys. The angle here is a 45-degree angle to the guinea. Creating this angle. And so from the starting point here, by the end point, we will continue here. We use our comb like a ruler. And you get one view that stretches slightly forward here. We will do the same on the right guy. as you can see from the bottom of the hair. I lift up. I'm scanning down. A cross separation from the starting point here. I cut the hair at an angle of 45 degrees. I comb the hair according to the fall of the hair. I'm scanning down. I'm creating one arc downwards, as you can see. And I keep cutting. Hair here. Using my comb as a ruler, we get one view that extends slightly forward. We're at the top, guys. The guinea on the hill is the same, and bulky and plump to get one look. This time again towards the exit direction of the hair. We will get one view that stretches forward at 45 degrees. Yes. Berta, yes. Friends to get one heart stretching forward. Here is stage 1, second stage, and third stage 3. We will cut the top part of the step. Here we cut hair by combining. I touch my hair comb to the bottom of the hair and the exit directio. Scanning at a 90-degree angle. I'm scanning upwards. And here is the finger. As you can see my hand forming a 45-degree angle. In a 45 here, I'm creating a 90-degree angle. 90 degrees according to the place of hair. I also cut it at an angle of 45 degrees as a cut. Here we see our sword. OT the same way. We touch our comb of hair to the bottom of the hair here. To make a flatter one cut. And to determine the direction of output. Here is the direction of the hair. Your hair is not up and down. From the point our comb touched. Clear comb to adjust the output directio. We touch down. And we scan upwards. And in the process after this SCA, we see our guide as you see. The point we cut before. 90 degrees according to the direction of hair output, 90 degrees. 45 degrees as cut. Here is one angle of 45 degrees. Upwards. I'm cutting. I'm touching my comb according to the exit directio. I create one angle of 90 degrees. And after seeing our guide, 45 degrees one. Inity 8 forming angle for 5-1. I'm applying a haircut. Out here Guinea. We will create one horizontal distinctio. After creating this horizontal separation, according to the direction of hair, at an angle of 45 degrees, we will get one view that stretches forward. Friends, starting from the top, I'm creating one vertical distinction a guy. Here, so I cut the first stage. I'm taking the second stage. I'm leaving a section here. I take our customer's head upright. And from here, when I get my guide from the point I cut before. You always need to get the guide, guys. If you proceed according to the guide, you never make mistakes. Touching my comb, and I scan upwards. I create a 90-degree angle according to the exit directio. And here, after seeing my cover, I'm creating a 45-degree angle, as you can see. 90 degree to 45 degree. And I get one piece here. From the point I cut again, and I give our customer's head backwards. I'm scanning here, after touching it upwards. I see my guide, and at a 45-degree angle, I continue. Same guinea after cutting here. Starting with that joke girl one. We make the distinction, guys. And this month's episode is the same. Here 3 levels, 1, 2, 3, here 3 levels. 1 to 3, so we will cut them all into 3 sections. I'm scanning here. Here per our customer, per our hand model. We touch our comb, we comb upwards. And after seeing our guide, 45, we create a degree angle, 90 degree to 45 degree. We cut. I cut the first stage and bought one piece here. This will be my guide. And I'm taking part 2. I'm scanning. I see my guide from the beginning, and I cut it. And I get one piece here. I create a 90-degree angle according to the output of the hair. And from here I see my guide and cut it. Yes, from Guinea Hill. I'm creating a vertical separation. I'm touching here. I'm scanning. You see, I saw my guide like, and in accordance with my guide, I'm cutting. I'm buying one piece here. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. I'm touching, I'm scanning upwards. He's not his head like that, yeah. After adjusting the shower posture angle, I'm scanning upwards. As you can see, I saw our guide. and guide. I cut it appropriately at a 45-degree angle. I'm buying one piece here too. As the last stage, again in this lower part and what we call our sweeping technique, I comb your hair in accordance with the natural direction of fall. The head of our model, I give it sideways. Starting from the nape part of guy, I'm scanning. As you can see, I have a guide here, conveniently extending slightly downwards. To get a look from short to long one view. Yes. I also apply the link. Bird. Guinea, the part we cut on the left, is the same way. We will apply it on the right side. I comb the hair according to its natural directio. We created the distinction here. The head of our customer's model. I'm setting. Taking into account the ear bulge over there. You can do it like this. If you want, you can cut it when you cut it like this. When you cut between fingers, make sure the ledge here. You have to take it into account that we cut it by touching it. Let's stop like this. I'm going to have a fight. It's over. Yes, friends, our model is like this, you see. Like the back. Layered curved forward extending. One hair desig. Bob haircut, our bob haircut design that stretches forward.
Have you ever tried following, say, a really technical guide, maybe for complex code or some fancy recipe or like today, really precise hair design?
Oh, yeah.
You see the amazing result, but the instructions are just dense, full of jargon, specific angles. You kind of just wish someone would break down the why that angle, why that step.
And that's exactly what we're going to do today. That translation is our mission. We're taking a deep dive into the professional methods for, well, probably the most requested look right now, That flowing layered cut with the face framing curtain bangs, the père J-coup.
Right.
And we're not just summarizing, we're actually dissecting the geometry, the exact body positions, the strategic directions that turn just a regular cut into something really designed, almost architectural.
Okay, so we looked at a bunch of sources detailing this whole process, and we're going to try and distill the core brilliance, right? We'll start with the absolute must-haves, the structural blueprint, then setting the base length. After that, it's the artistry, that 45-degree angle for the curtain bangs.
The signature part.
Exactly. And finally, how they get all that movement but still keep the length, those advanced techniques.
Right. And we absolutely have to start with the foundation because, without a really solid map, the final look, it just won't have that symmetry.
Makes sense.
So the first critical step is applying the temelar, the fundamental separations. It's all about managing the hair, getting control.
And I guess for anyone thinking this just means, like, randomly clipping hair out of the way.
No.
These separations are really specific, right? They have
Yeah.
geometric purpose.
Totally specific. The very first one is the profile iruma, the profile separation.
Yeah.
That's a dead straight line, center of the forehead bisecting the head,
All the way back.
all the way back to the nape of the neck. It sets up the central axis.
The line of symmetry.
Exactly that. And then right after comes the tasa irma, the crown separation.
Crown separation. Okay.
Another straight line, this one running from one ear right across the top of the crown to the other ear.
Okay, so you've got this cross, right? Profile, front to back, crown, ear to ear, divides the head into 4 main sections.
4 quadrants.
But tell me, why is this blueprint, this perfect central axis, so vital before you even make the first cut?
Well, it boils down to balance and, honestly, gravity. When you're going to have different lengths falling differently, short layers up front, longer in the back, you have to guarantee that starting point is perfectly symmetrical, balanced. If that central profile line is off by, even a tiny bit,
Yeah.
every single section you pull out after that is going to be slightly off, too. Asymmetrical.
So it saves you from constantly trying to fix things later.
Exactly. It stops the stylist having to correct for, sections leaning or looking uneven down the line.
Okay, that makes total sense. It's like laying the cornerstone for a building. Get that right first.
Precisely. So once that axis is solid, then we move to the back section. Time to set the overall length. The base length is set using the first horizontal separation you make in the back. And this first cut, this is what determines the hair's permanent guide, the couleuvres.
Guide length.
Yeah, and the sources are really clear on this. The stylist sets this length
Yeah.
and then commits to not cutting it shorter later on. This is the length that gives the whole style its body, its foundation.
Okay, but why horizontal separations there? Wouldn't cutting vertically maybe give some early layers or graduation?
It could, yeah, but that's not the goal for this specific look at this stage.
Right.
They want a really solid uniform base first.
Okay.
So cutting horizontally and then moving up step by step, cutting kadim, using more horizontal lines that strictly follow that first guide cut.
Yeah.
That guarantees the back stays perfectly straight and even. You're basically just building the weight line at the bottom.
Gotcha.
Vertical sections, which, spoiler alert, we will use later.
Right.
Those are for creating the layers, the movement. Horizontals for that solid foundation of weight. And they make sure it distributes evenly by taking lots of small, manageable sections. Dilim ayarak.
Okay. Foundation solid, length locked in. Now we pivot to the bit that really gives the cut its personality, right? The curtain bangs. The peur de cocu. That needs a special kind of separation, I bet.
Oh, absolutely. It's very precise, almost like an architectural detail. You've got to isolate that front section for the bangs first. And where you place that section is key.
Where does it start?
It starts exactly from the outside line or the end of the customer's eyebrows.
Oh, okay. Specific.
Very. From those 2 points, the stylist sections the hair into a triangle shape pointing back. That's the forehead motif separation, the alen motifi arima.
A triangle starting right at the outer brows. That makes sense. So the bangs blend into the face framing naturally.
Exactly. And once you have that triangle sectioned off, you have to divide it perfectly down the middle.
Right down the center.
Yep. The sources really stress this for the best visual result because the whole design relies on the hair sweeping away from that central point.
Okay, now the cutting part. You said the angle is everything. It can't just be a straight cut across, right? That would look wrong.
Definitely not. It needs that angled technique and actually some surprising movement from the stylist too.
Movement? How so?
Okay, so when the stylist is ready to cut the left side of the bangs, they don't stand right in front. They actually move over to the customer's right side.
Huh. To the right side, facing the hair from the opposite angle.
Exactly. Then they lift the hair and cut using really precise 45-degree angles, aiming for the height of the cheekbones, the elmacamiclarinen.
Okay.
And then they mirror it. To cut the right side, the stylist walks around to the customer's left side.
Wait, hang on. Why the body shift? Cutting the left side while standing on the right? That feels kind of counterintuitive if you're trying to keep things symmetrical.
It does sound a bit odd, doesn't it? But the shift is actually crucial for controlling the direction the hair wants to go, getting that perfect sweep.
Oh.
By cutting the left side from the right, the stylist naturally pulls the hair slightly toward the face as they cut. And that 45-degree angle ensures the shortest point is right at the center part, and then it immediately gets longer going outwards.
Okay.
If they just stood straight on, there is a risk of getting a chunkier, blunter line. This opposite angle forces the hair to fall away from the center really smoothly, framing those cheekbones with that classic soft curve.
That is brilliant. So the stylist's body position directly controls the flow of the hair. Cutting at 45 degrees towards the cheekbones but switching sides? That's how you get the blend.
Wow, that's a real piece of pro insight.
It really defines the whole look. And right after cutting both sides like that, the stylist does an immediate control check.
Checking the flow.
Yeah, checking the flow, the symmetry, right from the front, making sure it's spot on before moving to the next stage.
Okay, so length is set, bangs are framed beautifully, now we need to deal with the rest of the hair. The goal here is loads of movement, high layers in the front and sides, but without losing that length we were so careful about in the back.
Exactly. And this is where another specialized layering technique comes in, one that manages that difference in length perfectly. The hair gets separated, usually in two big stages, moving back from the front sections using a diagonal part.
But here's the absolute key technique for this entire cut. The hair is then combed forward. Everything is combed, undo rodu tarerak, towards the front, and then lifted straight up to be cut.
Okay, now this is where it gets super interesting. Because, anyone who's had just a basic trim knows that usually hair is combed back or down, right? To get an even length or simple layers. Why is combing everything forward the secret here? Especially for keeping length at the back.
The secret is in the physics of it, really.
Yeah.
It's a technique called the Savetasarum Chizgisi, or fixed design line.
Fixed design line, okay.
Imagine there's a fixed point, like right in front of the customer's face, maybe above their forehead. When you comb all the hair forward to that single fixed point, think about the hair closest to that point, the front layers.
Right, they don't have far to travel.
Exactly. They travel a very short distance.
Right.
So when you cut along that fixed line, those sections get cut quite short. They become highly layered.
Okay, and the hair for the back.
Oh. Now that hair has to travel the greatest distance to reach that same fixed point, way up front.
Right, stretching all the way from the nape.
Precisely. And because it travels so far, when you cut, only the very ends actually reach the cutting line. So only the ends get trimmed or lightly layered.
Wow, okay. So combing forward strategically makes the front short and super layered for volume?
While the back sections stay long and mobile, haircutly. It's actually a genius way to put dramatic layers into the cut without chopping off all the length and the bulk of the hair.
That is the real game changer then. You're using the hair's travel distance to the cutting line to control how much layer you create. It gives you ultimate control over where the length stays and where the layers go.
It's a fundamental rule of direction in cutting. Yeah. Think about the exact opposite, like a classic one-length bob.
Okay.
If you were to comb all the hair back to a fixed point at the nape, the hair in the back travels a short distance, so it ends up short.
And the front hair travels far, so it stays long. The A-line bob effect.
Exactly. But for this layered cut, we want the opposite. Intense layers up front, long and flowing in the back.
Right.
So by using that fixed design line and combing forward, you completely reverse the geometry.
So the foundation of cutting isn't just the scissors. It's maybe even more about the direction you comb the hair. That's a huge insight.
It really is. It's all about understanding directionality and how it affects the outcome.
Okay. Now, we've used the düz makas darbisi, the straight shear stroke, for most of this structural work, right? Setting the base, framing the bangs, creating those fixed design line layers.
The main shaping.
Which means the result, geometrically speaking, is probably quite sharp. A keskin bir görüntü, as the sources say. Clean lines, but maybe a bit blocky.
It can be, yeah. Very defined lines.
So how do we take that really structured cut and soften it all up, make it flow together into that soft, blended look everyone wants?
Right, the sharpness needs specific finishing work. And this is where the stylist brings in the Tarakla Burgu technici.
The comb twist technique. Okay, sounds interesting.
It is. It's designed specifically to break up those hard lines left by the straight shears.
How does it work?
Okay, so the stylist takes a section of hair, lifts it straight up from the head, maybe 90 degrees, and then they intentionally twist it really tightly, using the comb to help twist it right down to the ends.
Twisting the section. Why?
Because that twisting action is key. It changes the angle of all the hair ends within that section. They're no longer lying flat and even. They're sort of grouped unevenly, creating an irregular surface. It disrupts the uniform line that was just cut.
Ah, okay. So it mixes up the ends, and then what? Cut into the twist?
Exactly. Once it's twisted tightly, they use either thinning shears, the file mocassine,
Sure.
or they might use their straight shears, but employ a point cutting technique like piquetage technique.
Point cutting into the twist.
Yeah, and because the hair is twisted, when you cut into it, you're essentially removing unequal amounts of hair from different lengths within that small section. Some strands get cut shorter, some longer, all because of the twist.
So it's not just thinning it uniformly, it's actually dissolving the harsh line from the earlier cut.
Precisely. That's a great way to put it. It removes that visual sharpness from the straight cut. It makes the transitions, especially between those shorter front layers and the longer back sections, seamless, airy, much more aesthetically pleasing.
Giving it that soft, homogeneous blend, the movement, the lightness.
That's the goal. Yeah.
And this softening process, this twisting and cutting, it's done systematically all over, not just on the obvious parts.
Oh, yes. The sources emphasize applying it methodically, section by section, often starting from the crown area and working backward, making sure all the layers, even those longer back layers we carefully preserved, get that intense softening and blending.
So even the back, which was kept long, gets this treatment to ensure it flows with everything else.
Absolutely. It's the final step that ensures the hair doesn't fall like separate blocks of length, but moves as one cohesive flowing shape.
Mm-hmm.
It really turns the technical geometry into, well, an artistic finish.
Okay, so if we kind of zoom out and look back at this whole journey through the sources, we basically took this super technical process and found, what, like 3 essential geometric truths behind it?
I think so, yeah. First, that central axis you get from the profile and crown separations.
Non-negotiable for symmetry.
Absolutely. Second, that specific angled cutting, that 45-degree lift aimed at the cheekbones, and importantly, switching your body position to do it.
That's the key to the soft, swept frame for the bangs.
Exactly. And third, the dynamic layering isn't just about cutting up into the hair. It's achieved using that clever fixed design line technique.
By combing all the hair forward.
Yes. That's what creates the high front layers while preserving the back length.
It really feels like those specific details, comb direction, body angle, that's the secret sauce. That's what separates just a basic cut from this complex, flowing, professional design. We've sort of unlocked the mechanics behind why this style looks so effortless, even though the technique is anything but.
It's quite intricate when you break it down. And we saw how fundamentally just changing the direction you comb the hair forward versus backward, it completely dictates how length and movement get distributed. It's the difference between, say, a heavy bob and this light layered look. That directional command really governs the whole geometry.
Right. So here's something to think about. If this basic directional rule, just changing the path of movement, has such a massive impact on something as visual and complex as hair design, what other professional fields, or maybe even just everyday things we do, are governed by an equally simple yet powerful directional rule that we just don't really stop to notice? You know, whether it's how you structure an argument, or maybe how you approach a difficult task at work. What direction are you combing your efforts in? And what final shape, what final geometry is that direction inevitably going to create for you?
Welcome back. Today we're diving deep into something that honestly, it looks like pure artistry, but when you break it down, it's almost like, well, geometry.
Yeah, applied geometry, really.
Exactly. We're talking about the forward angled bob. You know, the one that super crisp, modern cut, shorter in the back, but then it gets dramatically longer towards the face?
It's a very striking look.
It really is. But the source material we looked at, it gives this incredibly detailed step-by-step guide. It's all about precise techniques, geometric constraints, really.
Absolutely. And that's our mission for this deep dive, isn't it? To
Yeah.
unpack that blueprint.
Yeah.
It's less about just freehand snipping and much more about drafting a structure.
Yeah.
We want to figure out how stylists use these specific techniques to guarantee that angle.
Right, that shorter back, longer front outcome.
Exactly. It's about creating what they call a fixed design. You get a clean cut, that specific angle, volume, a modern shape. But interestingly, without relying heavily on like tons of layers inside.
Which is key, I think. Achieving that shape through the cut's geometry, not just by adding layers everywhere, that keeps it looking really sharp.
That's the fascinating part. The technique is the structure. The angle itself generates the volume and the shape.
Okay, so if we're thinking about it like drafting a blueprint, where do we start? It must be the sectioning, right? Before any cutting happens.
Absolutely. That's the foundation. You have to map it out first. It's all about establishing these non-negotiable anchor points.
Makes sense.
So the very first thing is the profile section. Basically, think of it like drawing a line right down the middle of the head.
Good.
A straight line starting right at the front of the forehead, going all the way down to the nape of the neck. That immediately splits your working area in half. Symmetry from the get-go.
Got it. North-south axis, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's this term that sounds quite technical, the frontal motif.
Yes.
It's described as a triangular section at the front. Why that shape? Is there a geometric reason for a triangle there?
There is, actually. It's quite specific. You create this triangle by placing the comb basically at the outer ends of the eyebrows and sectioning inwards.
Okay.
And that triangle isn't random. It's designed to control the weight visually around the face. It helps maximize how much length you can get dropping forward from the temple area. It's calculated.
So that profile line and this frontal triangle, they work together.
They combine to set up the initial guide for the front, yeah. But the real anchor for the whole cut, especially the angle itself, that's established right at the very bottom, at the nape.
Okay, go.
You take a clean horizontal section, usually starting on the left side at the bottom, and that's where you cut your first guide. That sets the shortest point of the entire haircut.
Ah, so that's the starting point for the length.
Exactly. And it's critical because that point defines the fixed design aspect we talked about.
Right.
Every single cut you make in the back section after that has to relate back to that initial short length. It's the constant reference. It locks in the shortest point.
Okay, this is where it gets really interesting, I think. The core technique that actually creates that slope, that signature angle.
Yeah, this is the clever part.
Because we're not just letting the hair fall naturally now, are we? We're actively controlling it.
Precisely. We're forcing the angle through technique. This is where the fixed design line concept really comes into play.
How does that work?
So the stylist uses their comb almost like a ruler. Super precise. They take these perfectly straight horizontal sections moving up the back of the head from that first nape guide.
Okay, horizontal section.
Okay.
And the cutting action itself. The source mentioned something counterintuitive.
Right. The hair is combed backward, away from the face.
Backward, toward the nape.
Exactly. It's brought back towards that fixed cutting point, which is either the initial guide at the nape or a point established just behind the ear as you move up.
Why do that? Why pull it back?
Well, think about it geometrically. Imagine that guide point at the back is like the fixed center point of a compass. The hair near the face is like the longest arm of that compass needle. By pulling that longer front hair all the way back to that short fixed point and cutting it there.
You're forcing it to travel a longer distance.
Precisely. So when you release that hair and it falls back to its natural position at the front, it has to be longer. It's swung out the furthest radius from the cutting point.
That makes so much sense.
Ah.
The backward combing creates the angle.
That's the mechanism. Pulling the front towards the back guide is what builds the angled bob shape. It's not freehand, it's engineered by that movement.
Wow. Okay. So the source also mentions using a blunt cut for this, for that really clean, sharp line.
Yes, sharp scissor strokes are important.
But isn't there a risk with blunt cutting like that of creating like a heavy shelf, making it look too blocky?
That's a valid concern, and it comes down to precision. You need the blunt cut for the sharpness, but you avoid the blockiness through control.
How?
Well, first, the hair is combed really taut against the comb itself before cutting. Clean, sharp strokes. But also, crucially, look at the client's head position.
Ah, right. It says they need to tilt their head forward slightly.
Yes, as the stylist works up through those horizontal sections.
Why is that tilt necessary?
It's actually pretty important. That slight forward tilt helps maintain a perfectly straight cutting line relative to the client's posture and neck shape. If the line is cut perfectly straight while they're tilted slightly forward,
Then when they sit up straight,
the line falls perfectly clean and sharp against the neck. It prevents the line from kind of curving inwards or looking uneven. Once the head is upright, it keeps the structure pure.
got it. So this whole process, horizontal sections, coming back to the fixed point, blunt cut, client tilted forward, just gets repeated up the back.
Exactly. You just keep following that initial guide, bringing each horizontal section back to the established cutting point. Same process on the right side, cutting naturally without tension, always referencing that guide. The angle just emerges from doing that consistently.
Okay, so the main structure, that dramatic angle, is now built. Phase 2 seems to be about refining it, right?
Yep.
Making sure it doesn't look too severe or blocky.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's about balancing things out and adding a bit of softness and movement so that strong line doesn't feel completely rigid.
How do they start with that?
Well, first step is usually checking the symmetry. Parting the hair right down the middle lets you see if both sides are hanging evenly.
Makes sense.
But then, critically, you need to consider the client's natural parting, where they actually wear their hair day to day.
Ah, right. Because that affects how the hair falls and where the weight is.
Precisely. So if someone parts their hair on the left, for example, the stylist needs to account for that. They might start the detailing work on the right side, which naturally has a bit less volume when parted on the left, just to ensure the final style looks balanced on the client.
That's really practical detail. And then it mentions adding layers, but specifically soft layers.
Yes, very important distinction. These aren't the kind of layers you cut to create massive volume throughout the haircut. It's much more subtle.
So what's their purpose then?
It's about creating a graceful transition, especially at the front where the short back meets the longer front sections, and about adding internal movement.
Okay, and how are they cut? The source mentioned a 45-degree angle.
Yeah, usually starting around the cheekbone area. They take fine sections and cut soft layers at roughly a 45-degree angle.
And that does what visually?
It just helps the hair blend better. It softens that jump from short to long, introduces a bit of texture and flow right where you need it. It makes the hair fall better when it's dry, gives it that little bit of swing without sacrificing the main angled line.
Right, so it softens the geometry without destroying it.
Exactly. And the very final touch is usually some work on the ends themselves.
Point cutting.
Point cutting, that's cutting into the ends, right?
Yes, vertically, with the points of the scissors. The goal here is purely to soften the perimeter line. It removes any harshness or bluntness right at the very edge, making it look lighter.
Yeah, it makes the ends appear a bit lighter, less solid, more natural flow. But the key rule here, and it's absolute, is that this point cutting must not shorten the overall length that was established. It's only about refining the texture on the very ends.
Okay, structural work done, angles perfected, geometry refined. What about the finish? Styling.
Well, the haircut is typically finished with a really sleek, controlled blow dry first. You want to emphasize those clean lines initially.
Show off the cut itself.
Exactly. But what's interesting is the source immediately points towards versatility. While the straight look really highlights the precision of that angle,
Yeah.
it also suggests adding movement afterwards, maybe using a straightener to create some soft waves.
Oh, okay. So it's designed to work both ways.
Absolutely. It confirms that the underlying cut, that fixed design line, is strong enough to hold its shape and look modern and stylish whether you wear it dead straight, showing off the pure geometry.
Or a bit wavy and softer.
Right. The integrity of the design, that angle, it holds up either way, which is the sign of a really well-executed structural cut. So if we were to kind of boil it all down, the big aha moment for me with this forward angled bob is really the elegance of it all.
Yeah.
How you get this sophisticated shape, not through like guesswork or just tons of hidden layers,
Right.
but through this really disciplined use of a fixed anchor point, that hinge, like we said, and that slightly weird action of combing the hair backward.
Yeah, that counterintuitive move.
That's what generates the precise length difference. It's basically, applied geometry, Euclidean principles, but used to create style. It's quite brilliant when you think about it.
It really is. Using that fixed anchor to create deliberate, dynamic variation across a surface. It's fascinating how that principle works here in hairstyling.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder, and this is something maybe for you, the listener, to think about. What other complex-looking designs out there rely on this same fundamental idea? Maybe think about architecture, some modern buildings with those sweeping lines.
Or even in fashion, like how patterns are drafted for garments to create symmetry or structure.
Exactly. Where else is this principle of using one fixed point, one constraint, to generate controlled variation across a whole form. It's kind of a fundamental design concept, isn't it?
It really is, mastering the constraints.
Mastering the constraints often leads to the most compelling results. Well, that wraps up our deep dive into the precise geometry of the forward-angled bob. Hopefully that's giving you something new to appreciate next time you see one.
Yeah, hopefully.
Thanks for tuning in, and we'll catch you on the next deep dive.
Hello, everyone. How to design pixie haircut for you today. It's done. I'll explain it in detail. Asterisk first, I created the basic separations, then asterisk now. How do I create the basic distinctions here? Starting from the eyebrow lines, triangle 1 in format 1, I made a distinction. High, asterisk, we call the purchase. Motive, separation this. Distinction B, dividing the hair from the back into two main sections, asterisk, I started hair removal here by creating a horizontal separation from the neck 1 from the bottom to determine the shortness starting hair with vertical separations, asterisk, I. Start cutting at 90-degree angles, asterisk. This will be our guide. Asterisk, this shortness determines the length of your short hair after cutting the hair from the nape part after creating a horizontal separation asterisk. I cut it at 90-degree angles. Separation with vertical separations. Then I check the hair here. So is there a mistake or not? Starting from the neck. So now I continue my haircut asterisk here. As you can see, after cutting the nape part to soften the ends of the hair channel. Cutting technique. Softening the ends, and after cutting the neck join, asterisk. I'm creating a vertical distinction now. This one separation at the bottom, asterisk. I will combine it with the hair point I cut, 1 divided the levels and the hair asterisk with 90-degree angles according to the output direction I keep cutting. You see here, asterisk, I. Create a sharpening cutting technique like asterisk I. Cut the hair with a sharp scarf. Technique asterisk I. Comb the hair according to the exit direction of the hair at 90 degrees asterisk and asterisk I. Cut the first tier in the bottom of the hair following the hair guide. I have determined I cut the same size after cutting hair. To the top and the top combing hair. Cut asterisk I. Continued, then the other after cutting the step I cut in the middle I created a vertical separation from the left side again. After creating this separation asterisk, I combed the hair again at a 90 degree scanning angle, and I'm scanning upwards and end the hair point I cut. I see the manual and continue my cutting here. I cut with straight scissor strokes asterisk, yes, as you can see later, asterisk 1 horizontal. I create one horizontal separation on the right and left side, and this horizontal distinction is like this, yes, with the hair guide. I cut before asterisk, I comb the hair in front of the exit and asterisk, yes, with straight scissor stroke, with sharpening cutting technique, asterisk, I. Continue my cutting process in the back. I see the guide, so I cut the previous one. I see your hair point guide, asterisk first, a horizontal, asterisk, now I cut it according to the length of the hair. Now I continue my cutting process with vertical separations, then asterisk after cutting the point I cut at the bottom. After cutting the point I reserved upwards, asterisk I separate one level for a guinea, one level for a vertical, after separating scanning upwards, asterisk towards the exit direction of the hair point cutting technique. I keep cutting asterisk, yes. As you can see here, the purchase pattern on the front I just didn't open the distinction, just asterisk E. The nonsense I cut before E to the two main parts I have reserved. I continue with asterisk after cutting the left side. I go to the right side, asterisk, yes, here, asterisk again, I created one distinction by creating a vertical distinction, and now asterisk upwards, II after cutting the first stage. I cut the stage by creating the vertical separation asterisk now. As you can see here from the temple, part 1, I made a distinction horizontal of horizontal asterisk after creating the distinction. The previous, from the hair point I cut, as you can see, asterisk E, your shortness, I'm checking, and I see the sheath on the hair point and E, horizontally E. I continue my cutting process, as you can see here, horizontal E, I create one cut and asterisk after this. Cut is formed asterisk, did I leave it down, as you can see? Gets one story view and guinea. With vertical separations, asterisk, I equate the top and bottom equally again, creating a vertical separation, again yes, my E control, by creating one vertical separation, and E-point cutting technique, asterisk mistakes, at the ends. If there are long parts, asterisk, I'm picking up and I've come to the top, I cut the bottom now. The upper part is likewise with vertical separations, asterisk E, now upwards again, in accordance with the brevity at the bottom, by cutting with dot cutting technique, asterisk that is. By cutting with point cutting technique asterisk, I continue the haircut hair here from top to bottom, asterisk. I gradually cut to the point cutting technique. Here is the length of your hair. We determined asterisk. We determined this height, that is, the hair length on the nape. This paint fits in one way. We follow our guide and cut it to the same size. Yes, as you can see downwards, I continue my direct cutting process to control asterisk. I'm using the star technique here, so my slice is above starting from the top down asterisk. I cut in one step. Yes, I started from the right to the left, always checking asterisk, cutting with downward asterisk. Point cutting technique. Point cut on the ends of the hair when we cut the technique, asterisk, zigzag. Zigzag E, it creates views to when you leave the hair natural E. More homogeneous, more neat, 1E, so hair scissors doesn't show your trace and provides one more natural transition asterisk. Now we're at the front of the hair asterisk here again. I created one vertical distinction asterisk E, and the distinction here is appropriately on the back E section upwards, front part a little longer E. It will happen here at an angle of 45 degrees asterisk E, the front part asterisk. I cut it gradually with the star technique. Again, from short to long greetings, if you want to get a haircut like this, E. Social media addresses in the description part of my video available U to E short story. By going to my salon as an appointment pixie haircut, you can get the service asterisk. As you can see, we continue our haircut border. Yes, asterisk yes. In accordance with the guide, I cut before front parts of the hair slightly too long. I'm scanning at a 90-degree 1E scanning angle again, but as a cut. I make a 45-degree cut. The front of the hair is a little longer, to appear, asterisk. Here we will determine the separation point of your hair, Which direction will it divide our customer in that direction, asterisk. We will continue our folding process here. The ends of the hair I wetted again because it is thin wire. It is dry The hair dries very quickly, so I wet it. I continue the cutting process again, asterisk. Yes, here is our customer. Splitting her hair to the left side, we are also our customer passing to the right. We continue our cutting process at one more comfortable angle from right to left with one scan angle cut at 45-degree angles to the front of the hair. Nice asterisk. We apply folding process by providing one pass and I continue my cutting here with Picadus technique, softening the ends of the hair. I make it a better one. Pass. Our haircut is over, so now stage 2, starting from the front of the hair in a gradual way, softening the ends of the hair with net scissors and add some depth to the hair. Here, scissors, losing your tracks, and 4 more natural one transition of hair in to make their fall more natural one Fowler model. For more comfortable use in daily life apply softening to the ends of the hair. Here, with effigy shears and canal technique island softening the end parts from back to front. As you can see here, I thin the ends of the hair in Pictus technique, asterisk, definitely to the bottom of the hair, asterisk, i.e. don't apply file scissors from the bottom. I apply the ends of the hair, starting from the neck, asterisk, again. Gradually with the channel technique, thinning your hair from the neck. If you want to get a haircut like this, you can come to my salon and get a haircut service. In Istanbul, Beylikdüzü, Chung R Hall. I'm working on an appointment now. If you want to make an appointment, asterisk, by reaching me from my social media addresses, Sue can get haircut service, asterisk. My gradual thinning process continues, asterisk, after examining the nape part. The middle part of the hill, I came to the occult area, and here is the Guinea Canal, and asterisk, I keep thinning the ends of the hair. Then I came to the top. Here in Guinea Picus technique, the ends of the hair, I thinned guinea tips when I reach the peak, asterisk, Thinning, I continue my process after our haircut, asterisk, with a nice shaping process and blow dry process Now our model's haircut design. We're done, guys. If you want a haircut like this, asterisk, I need my salon. You can get service haircut service, our model, short layered pixie haircut.
Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're kind of giving you a shortcut, a real professional one.
Yeah, not just vague ideas.
Exactly. We're looking at the really precise technical steps, how professionals actually execute a super popular cut right now.
The layered cut, the Katla Saskasimi, combined with curtain bangs, perdikaku.
Right, those curtain bangs everyone wants.
Right.
And our sources lay out, like, the exact choreography.
It really is choreography, like geometry almost.
Mhm.
You know, the difference between a great cut and one that just doesn't work. It's all in that hidden structure.
Okay, so let's get into that structure, that blueprint. The first steps are super specific about, like, landmarks on the head. First step is profile azimuth.
Profile separation, yeah.
For someone not in the know, what does that actually establish?
So think of it as the prime meridian of the head. It's that clean line, straight down the middle, forehead right back to the nape.
Okay.
Splits everything, basically, left and right. Your first big division.
Makes sense. Simple enough start, but hair, especially thick hair, needs more than just left and right, I imagine.
Oh, definitely.
So that brings us to the second one. Tas Iruma, crown separation. Why is that one so vital?
Well, if you skip the crown separation, you lose control right at the top, the apex, and you risk things falling unevenly, weight being off. So the crown separation, you start at the forehead, comb goes tip to scalp, draw that line across to the back.
Okay.
And where that line crosses your first profile line, bam, you've got 4 clear sections, front, back, left, right. It's non-negotiable, really. It's the grid you need to manage everything else.
Got it. A 4-quadrant grid.
Yeah.
Essential. So grid's established. Now we actually start cutting, right? Establishing the length at the back, starting at the nape.
Exactly. You take horizontal sections back there.
And the sources mention one specific section is the temelimiz olkak, the foundation.
Precisely. That first horizontal piece, that's your template. It dictates the entire final length. Everything refers back to that.
And then the layering in the back, it's not just one big chop. It's done in stages, right? Horizontally. 3 stages, the source says.
3 stages.
Why break it down like that? Why not just, cut it all?
Well, that's to avoid what the source calls kabarma.
Kabarma.
Frizz, puffiness. Basically, the ends getting unruly and bulky.
Okay, right.
Especially with thicker hair, cutting too much at once. It compromises the clean line, makes the ends kind of balloon out.
I see.
So doing it stage by stage, using the piece below as your guide, your couleuvres, ensures it all falls smoothly, naturally. It's like you're engineering how it falls.
Controlling the weight meticulously.
Aye.
Got it. Now, there's a small detail here about, posture. For those last sections near the nape, the client tilts their head forward slightly. Is that just for comfort?
No, it's purely tactical for the stylist.
Oh.
That little tilt forward, it lets the stylist clearly see that main guideline against the neck, ensures those lowest layers are cut exactly to the length you set with that first template piece, takes out the guesswork.
Wow, okay.
Oh.
Every detail matters. So back's done, match the sides, and there's another head tilt mentioned. Cutting the right side, the client's head tilts slightly left, away from the side being cut. Seems a bit weird.
Yeah, it sounds counterintuitive, but this one's really about the stylist's ergonomics. It's not changing the hair angle much. It just shifts the head enough so the stylist can get in there comfortably, move easily, and be really precise on that side. Good ergonomics for the stylist means a better cut for the client, ultimately.
Right, makes sense. Okay, foundation's built, length is set. Now for the, maybe the trickiest part. Merging that structure with the softness of the curtain bangs, the perdikaku.
Yes, the transition. That's key.
How do they start creating that famous front triangle shape for the bangs?
So they section off what's called the ala motifi, the forehead or fringe motif, and it has to be a triangle.
A perfect triangle.
A perfect triangle. The shape is critical for how the bangs will frame the face and their density. It's measured really precisely from the outer edges of the eyebrows.
Okay, kaspitimlerend.
Right, up to a point at the top of the head. That specific geometry ensures the bangs fall correctly from the widest part of the face they need to frame.
And this leads straight into customizing it, doesn't it? The source mentions the client had an inverted triangle face shape, wider top, narrower chin.
Exactly. And that immediately tells the stylist how to adjust.
How so?
Well, for that face shape, to get what they call daha yumushakbir garuntu, a softer look, so you can't just cut generic bangs. The layering for the bangs has to start right at the cheekbones. Elmaka kimikla rinden.
Oh, okay.
That stops the top looking too heavy and visually balances the narrower chin. It's tailoring the cut to the bone structure.
So it's face framing engineered, not just guessed. And those layers, they're cut at a 45-degree angle.
Yep, 45 degrees.
But here's the bit that sounds really unusual, the chef's secret, maybe? When cutting the right side of the bangs, the stylist stands on the client's left side, the opposite side.
That's the one. Sounds awkward and probably feels a bit awkward too.
Why do that?
It's absolutely crucial for a seamless transition. It prevents the bangs looking blocky or disconnected. By standing opposite, the stylist gets a much better angle for pulling the hair across the face and cutting that 45-degree line smoothly. It ensures that short to long graduation is flawless. Cutting from the same side risks making it choppy.
Wow. So that awkward stance makes the difficult look effortless, like you said earlier, the invisible geometry.
Exactly.
Then they check it, comb it forward, make sure that short to long line is clean. Okay, section 3. This tackles a specific client request, right?
Yes, a very common one, actually. The client wanted layers, but only in the front. They were adamant about keeping the back long. No length loss back there.
That sounds tricky. Layer the front, keep the back long. How do you even do that?
This is where a very clever technique comes in. The sabet tazarum chizkisi.
Fixed design line. Okay, that sounds like the key. How does it let them basically cheat length retention in the back?
Right. Think of it like setting a fixed cutting point high up. First, they part the hair diagonally towards the back. Then, they take that whole section, comb it forward, and lift it straight up, like 90 degrees to the sky.
Straight up.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Now, the hair coming from the back of the head is obviously way longer than the hair from the front or the crown, right?
Right.
So when the stylist cuts at that single fixed point, way up high, only the shorter hair, the hair from the front and sides, actually reaches the scissors.
Ah, because the really long hair from the back physically can't stretch that far up to the cutting point.
Precisely. It's naturally protected just by geometry and length. So you get exactly what the client wanted.
Yeah.
Layers focused on the front and sides, but the back length remains untouched. It's genius, really. Managing expectations through technique.
That is clever.
Yeah.
And then the left side is easier.
Much easier. Once that guide is set on the right, they just mirror the technique, using the cut side as the reference. Streamlines the whole thing.
Okay, structure done, length preserved, bangs defined. Now, finishing. Texturizing, softening. Section 4. Thinning shears come out the file makazi on the ends.
Yeah, softening is key after all that precise cutting. Especially with dense hair, blunt layers can look really harsh, like a solid block. The source calls it a kalibir guruntu, like it's made from a mold.
Okay, I can picture that.
So thinning shears, but only on the ends, never near the roots, just to break up that solid line, make it flow naturally.
But they mention avoiding marks, right? Those telltale tracks thinning shears can leave. Is yamasuna engelio. There's a special technique involving twisting.
Yes, the anti-mark technique. So they take vertical sections, top down to the nape, but instead of just snipping straight, the stylist twists the hair section around the comb, burgu yapiorum, they say, creates a twist.
Okay.
That twist changes the angle of the individual hairs being cut. So when the thinning shears close, it's not cutting straight across a block of hair. It diffuses the cut, makes the thinning totally invisible. Seamless blending.
Wow, blending without leaving fingerprints, essentially.
Pretty much. And they also use the piquetage technique, which is like point cutting or piquage right on the very tips, sometimes with the thinning shears, sometimes maybe regular shears, depends on the hair's weight. Just takes off that last bit of harshness.
That whole process, that dance between the super rigid structure and the final soft touches must take incredible focus.
It absolutely does.
And then the final step is the blow dry, the phone ishlami. Inward blow dry, it says, to really show off the layers and the shape of the curtain bangs.
Exactly. That final styling reveals the movement and the form you've spent all that time creating. And, as a little bonus detail, the stylist also did the color.
Oh, yeah.
And Yosun Koyu Kumral, intense dark ash brown, which, provides a great canvas to actually see the precision of the layers.
Definitely. So looking back at everything we've covered, it really is this intricate technical choreography, isn't it?
Completely.
From the initial 4-quadrant grid to tiny head tilts for the stylist's access.
Right.
Standing on the opposite side for that perfect 35-degree bang angle.
Yep, that crucial step.
And then using that clever fixed design line to keep the back long while layering the front.
It all connects. The main takeaway for you, listening, is that the beautiful, soft, finished look you see, it's entirely built on these hidden, super precise, sometimes awkward-looking maneuvers. The stylist is basically an architect working with hair, balancing physics and aesthetics.
It really makes you appreciate what goes into a high-quality haircut. We see the end result, but like you said, it's all that hidden geometry and skill making the hard stuff look easy.
That's the mark of real mastery, isn't it?
So here's a final thought for you to chew on. We just saw how a great haircut depends on hidden geometry and specific technical tricks. What other everyday things that you pay for, maybe getting clothes tailored or even watching a barista make your coffee, might rely on complex hidden techniques we just never think about?
Definitely something to ponder.
Agreed. Well, thanks for joining us for this deep dive into the architecture of hair. We'll catch you next time.
Hello friends, hello medium-sized layered. Haircut design for you today. How to do it, I will explain it in detail too. Our hair first, we create a horizontal separation from the nape part. After creating this separation again, we create a vertical separation from the middle part asterisk. Yes, taking your hair will form the basis. Starting from this basic first distinction asterisk, this is our horizontal distinction. Asterisk. The moon will be our basic distinction after cutting the first distinction, the second. Distinction guinea. We create a horizontal distinction asterisk. As you can see, we will cut the hair in 3 stages. Here is the length of your hair asterisk to form the basis of this hair. That is, the length of the hair with an intellectual technique we created. We will determine the basic hair lengths. Now asterisk bird asterisk. I'm separating the hair from the middle part again, vertically asterisk and the hair. I cut before asterisk as you see the point was see our guide from the bottom and straight. Between fingers with cutting technique, I cut it by weighing backwards in the same way. After cutting the left side, the right side is also starting from the middle part B, following our guide asterisk. I cut it the same size. I scan it backwards asterisk. Now I'm scanning the third stage backwards. Asterisk. and the middle part separating, as you can see, I'm creating a profile B. Profile distinction and combing backwards. After creating a profile separation, another crown separation in creating this is how I created. I scanned backwards asterisk asterisk. Starting from the middle part of the guinea asterisk, I cut it straight, so it's a straight asterisk asterisk as a guide from the hair point. I cut before asterisk asterisk. I cut and cut the same size asterisk here. Between fingers, we apply it with cutting technique. Yes, straight haircut asterisk asterisk cut shape backwards with straight. Scissor strokes, we applied our scanning cutting process here after cutting the foundation of the hair. Friends asterisk asterisk, that is, after determining the length of the hair. From the front, as you can see, so I made a horizontal distinction asterisk after creating that separation. So yeah, I'm scanning upwards, and to create multiples asterisk asterisk, I determined a height from the front asterisk asterisk and EEE first point cutting technique. Then now pick this technique, I soften the ends of the hair by applying after cutting the front part back diagonal asterisk asterisk across distinction. Ear to come behind, I'll fold the front part asterisk asterisk I create. Across separation asterisk asterisk. And yeah, and after you make a distinction from this EEE, at combing the hair upwards, the hair guide I cut on the front asterisk asterisk. I will comb your hair length guinea up asterisk asterisk and comb the hair back to the front, and here asterisk asterisk I saw your hair. Point the hair point I cut before, as you can see. I'm scanning slightly forward. Asterisk asterisk and the hair point I cut and the front asterisk asterisk at an angle of 45 degrees. I comb and cut and fold after cutting the left side again. I go to the right side, friends. I went to the right cut on the right side. Side I pass to the left side of our customer while cutting, and I cut asterisk asterisk and from the hair point. I cut before I'm cutting now after seeing my guide. I'm cutting it at an angle of 45 degrees again on the hill again, so I'm creating a triangular II form. After creating this triangular form from a right to a left asterisk asterisk previous hair, take my guide from the hair point I cut. I lift the hair upwards to the exit. I scan and see the guides I've cut after seeing them asterisk asterisk with point cutting. Technique cutting my hair and the ends of the hair after cutting asterisk asterisk. I also soften it with the pectaz technique. Asterisk asterisk I ensure their transitions after doing this. Back part creating vertical separations asterisk asterisk. Will cut my first piece from the right asterisk asterisk from the left side starting from the hair point. I cut before I'm getting my guide. Now I'm combing your hair up and down, and after seeing my guide asterisk asterisk, as you can see, I cut it with a sharp horse sharp technique. Asterisk asterisk then. I create a vertical separation to the second part. After creating this, I scan upwards. Here's some hair. It was announced because it was a refreshed operation. Hair a little bit asterisk asterisk as you can. See asterisk asterisk E. We have a little difficulty in scanning because it dries. That's why in the restricted 3 parts of the hair, EEE, yes, we cut it asterisk asterisk yes. After creating the EE distinction in the middle asterisk asterisk, combing the hair upwards asterisk asterisk and the top that I cut before, after receiving my guide, I cut as you see here. I comb the guinea towards the exit of the hair. I see my guide asterisk asterisk and I cut with the cutting. Technique now, after applying the folding process E, I will apply thinning the ends of the hair asterisk asterisk. Now here I did the II haircut, and her hair again asterisk asterisk, complete in a single batch, combing the hair and upwards asterisk asterisk. I will scan and scan them all again. In one movino, I will cut it evenly more to the ends of the hair, above asterisk, asterisk entrances and exits asterisk. Mistakes to check it out. I'm scanning upwards, and again, asterisk asterisk with point cutting technique. asterisk asterisk. Equalize by cutting from the light ends asterisk asterisk and E, and I make. It look layered fashion show on the ends of the hair after doing this procedure with scissors asterisk asterisk E. Softening process, so I'm transitioning hair here. I apply auger technique to the ends by hitting the hair and the ends of the hair E after. Twisting my hair after twisting her harium like this, and after twisting the ends with E-file scissors asterisk asterisk. I'm thinning the thinning job here, gradually asterisk asterisk. I apply in the form of 1, 2, 3. As you can see the ends of the hair 3 in 2 ways asterisk asterisk. Yes, I made 2 levels here. Your may vary according to your thinning intensity asterisk asterisk. Neither too thick nor too thin here. Taking the way I apply thinning process by hitting it into pieces here to thin the density of the hair, and here scissors, so that the floors are more transitional, and we provide after doing this. Our process ends, and I apply the blow-dry process floor moving so a hair design. If you want a haircut like this, description part of my video, social media addresses available asterisk asterisk, reaching here asterisk. You can come to my salon and get a haircut service. Asterisk asterisk I will be with you with new videos. Hope to see you. Take good care of yourself. Goodbye.
To you today, straight haircut. Curtain bangs hair design. How to do this I will explain in detail. We first divide the hair of our model into 4 main sections. First main part, profile separation, scratch profile distinction, straight separation from the middle of 2 eyebrows to the neck. We say profile separation, later crown separation from one ear to the other ear. So to the fixed line, from one ear and the other ear. We call the line we have separated as much as the crown separation. Here 4. 2 horizontal from the back after separating the main section. We make a distinction in starting from the middle part of the hair. First we will create a guide, and this will be the length of the hair, this size straight with the same system comb. First in A, I set the point from the middle point to the back. And creating a clear cut. I'm determining the length of your hair and a horizontal separation of the second guinea after cutting the first section. We have cut before by creating. I cut the length of the hair the same way by following the guide. In this technique, completely flat on the back, a hair design. We are creating, after determining the length of the hair here, the front parts of the hair, we will apply a folding process to add movement. Here is the third main part, upstairs. I go upstairs in 3 main sections in a step-by-step way. In this third part, the guinea is the same. Following the hair point we had cut before, I continue my cutting process. As you can see, piece by piece my finger in slices, taking hair in a way. I continue to cut straight. By liking my video and subscribing to my channel, you can be informed of my new videos. Benefit from haircuts and other hairdressing services. Description of my video by reaching me from the social media addresses and by appointment. Come to my salon and cut hair and other hairdressing services. You can get from the sides after cutting the back part. Start first from the left side, then from the left side. I'm equating it with the guide on the back, friends. We create a straight cut. After cutting the back straight, I set the sides the same way. and curtain cardamom on the front, I divide the hair in half to create the design. And from the end of my eyebrow, with my comb, it's on the front by measuring. I make a triangular distinction. This triangle distinction, it is a distinction we call the purchase motif. After creating this separation, starting from a right to a left, following your cheekbones, I continue the cutting process with 45-degree angles. Here I will cut the first left side. I go to the right side of my customer and my tongue is my tongue. With 45-degree angles, aligning the cheekbones, in the front, I'm creating the curtain cardamom design. As you can see after the cut, I comb the hair completely and comb it forward and that your hair is cut evenly on both sides. After seeing behind the ear by measuring diagonal front vertex and towards a diagonal back, creating a cross separation from the right side of the hair. Starting, I apply the folding process. Here, my customer. I'm going to cut the right side, so I'm going to the left side. And I make a distinction to the other heart towards the back, here in 3 pieces, towards the front of the hair, because I can't fold the front parts of the hair. I scan and scan from the front. From the hair point I have determined, I cut the hair. Here we cut your hair as the first size. Here by taking the size I as an example, that is as a size guide. From the longest point of the hair, I'm scanning forward as you can see. After scanning, you see the hair point at the bottom. I guide that length and cut it. Here for combing the hair forward. The length of the back hair is not shortened, and there is no shortening on the sides. Because the longest point of the hair on the sides, I'm folding by taking a sign. Here is the structure of the hair, the length of the hair, Also because I got the guide to length, folding process is a light folding process. And your hair doesn't get shorter. Here I scan my scan forward again. Second piece. So here's because I cut the hair in half, scanning the right part and the left part in the same way, cutting in the same technique. And this cut. After doing it, I thin the ends of the hair a little. With file scissors, softening the ends of the hair. Here, because we usually cut it according to EE angles. Also a clear cut, sharp horse cutting technique because we cut straight scissors blow. Maybe hard looking at the ends. So we split the hair into the guinea piecemeal. With a feel scissors and pictus technique, I ensure their transitions. As you can see, we provide smoother transitions to the ends. This is the hard look of the tip of the hair. By equalizing, it helps you get a better image. If you want to have a curtain bangs haircut design, from my social media addresses in the description section of my video, reaching me, coming to my hall, you can get haircut service. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. As you can see, the front is moving, the back is straight. We are with you with an hair design.
Straight haircut for you today, asterisk, and light layered. Hair design, how to do it. I will explain it in detail. 1. First, we create a profile separation. Profile separation from the beginning of the forehead to the neck, asterisk E. Straight horizontal is one distinction asterisk straight. One distinction up to this nape point. From the peak, after that separation, E. We make a triangular distinction, as you can see asterisk our comb. E, triangle. Yes, we put it from the beginning of the forehead and your back triangle 1 from the point it touches E. I'm creating a purchase modifier. Distinction, here eyes. Now this distinction, I will apply it for the folding process on the front of the hair, too. The front section I'm collecting here, and we will determine the length of the hair in the rest, asterisk, here. We divide the hair into two main sections, asterisk, as you can see here, asterisk. I show my point and create a horizontal separation from the back. This will be the basic distinction of our E. Haircut friends are here, so we will form the basis of the hair E. We will determine the length of the higher here. We created a horizontal distinction. We divided the hair into sections with two meanings. That is, three meanings, asterisk, 2 on the back. 1 on the front, after creating the separation, yes, we are starting our haircut here, we will determine the length of the hair asterisk, I. Will create one E distinction from the middle part E, vertical E, I. Will create one distinction and start my haircut from there. Asterisk, I just start in the middle, asterisk. As you can see, I created a vertical distinction here, will be our guide. In accordance with this guide from the hair length, I have determined asterisk, so I will cut the other parts the same way. Yes, here, as you can see, our haircut in the middle, after creating the right and left, are the same. Asterisk, I determine the same size straight. One way we do it by combing, backwards cutting, and seeing my guide E. I'm moving here, the guide is always for us. Progressive asterisk, it will prevent us from cutting the hair, crooked asterisk E. We progressed gradually, 1 asterisk E, operation. Guide always follow the guide. In the guide more useful for us. One system will be so, if you go according to the guide. You will useful one, there will be a haircut asterisk 2. Discuss yes asterisk 2 after creating horizontal separation asterisk, starting from the middle part. 1 The hair point we cut before will be our guide, asterisk, continuing with the same guide. We determine the hair length here. We saw our guide at the bottom asterisk with our comb, and between fingers asterisk with sharp horse cutting technique. That is, with straight scissor stroke, we get one flat image. I cut the middle part here, asterisk, as you can see from the middle my cut guide I equate with the pieces I bought from the left side asterisk here is a straight one cut by combing the hair backwards. I'm creating then asterisk after cutting the left side. The right side is also asterisk, I cut it straight. One way, I'm scanning backwards now. In the middle part asterisk, I continue with the guide we have created, asterisk backwards. Again, in the same way, I had also separated the third level and combing the hair backwards asterisk 1 with the hair guide I cut before asterisk. Did I cut it by continuing in the same way? I continue after this process. We cut the hair length asterisk, so we created our foundation. Clean it. After creating our foundation, we will start with hair folding asterisk here. Her hair is divided into slices. Slices now separating as slices, we will start our folding process. Yes, we start this process after creating the foundation, so after you remember the length of your hair more without shortening the hair, how to fold we will show asterisk as you can see here. I'm starting from the middle part of the guinea. asterisk, and as you can see from the bottom asterisk 1, I created 1 vertical pieced comb the hair, according to the direction of hair exitno. After scanning upwards asterisk, you see the shortest point at the bottom asterisk, he is our guide. In accordance with this guide, I'm creating a folding process asterisk. I'm combing the hair towards the exit direction. This is our best asterisk. We have a long point, the guide of the hair, that is the length of the hair. Without cutting that length, I cut the other long sections and equalize them together. Asterisk downstairs. One same way as a guide, I'm scanning upwards at a 90-degree angle towards the exit direction of the hair and seeing the cover on the bottom. I cut by applying point cutting technique asterisk, as you can see. I cut 2 first steps, then I bought 1 piece again from the next episode asterisk, and your hair is growing. And I cut it in accordance with its structure and comb the hair asterisk. I see the level at the bottom, and I continue my cutting in this lower part seeing your hair length slice. My hair, I'm applying a folding process, always 1 asterisk. I'm 1 hairless from the previous part. Friends, combing the hair asterisk, I see it at the bottom, and 1. I cut it, first seeing the hair point and the sword. I took hair. I cut it, then equalize it with the guide at the bottom. Yes, as you can see at the bottom, I saw the guide, so the guide asterisk after. Seeing hair length, I combed the hair upwards, and I cut it in accordance with the hair length. As you can see, I saw your hair length. I saw the guide, and I cut it with the dot cutting technique. When we cut with point cutting technique, hair, flyworms. In triangle form, asterisk sections are formed, which provides 1 more natural transition to the hair this way now. I comb the hair, as you can see, after seeing our hair on the bottom asterisk. I'm cutting to the point cutting technique here. As you can see in zigzag form, asterisk, I cut, and sections are formed. Cut. When I cut it with technique, this is more of your layers in the haircut asterisk. In 1 way, intertwined divides, 1 more homogeneous distribution. Yes, as you can see at the bottom, with the point cutting technique, after seeing the guide neck at the bottomy now, I cut it by syncing with other sections. Here we created the folding section in haircut asterisk now. The section for folding the front parts of the hair asterisk, I will create the part that I have separated from the middle part of the hair asterisk. As you can see, I'm creating 1 horizontal distinction again, and 1 from the hair point. I cut before I'm getting a guide, and in the same way as this guide scanning upwards. Then I combine the guide and we continue my folding process. Asterisk, we see our guide, as you see, and I cut with the dot cutting technique, asterisk 1. I create a diagonal 1 distinction in the next section of first. I'm getting a guide from the hair point I cut, and as you can see here, triangle 1 form appears burden, asterisk. I'm scanning upwards again, and after seeing our cover we continue the cutting process, asterisk, and again in the same way. After cutting the left side in the same way on the right side, I create a diagonal 1 distinction, and I scan upwards. I see my guide, and I keep cutting asterisk after cutting this front part. Scanning upwards 1 check balance, and now I apply asterisk. Is the hair length on the top equal to each other? Now all over again, combing all the hair upwards. Hair length. Is there a mistake in the hair spots we cut? I'm checking asterisk. I apply the point cutting technique hair here both straight. 1. Cut created and created, both folding process and after the folding process occurs, asterisk, I'll make movement asterisk, I will do this folding process. Again, and now in which direction our model has divided, determine, an asterisk I will create one folding operation according to the fall. Here, asterisk I determine the peak of the hair, and from here I'm creating a triangle. One form here is the hair point at the end of the eyebrow. I determine our buying motivations here. One distinction we form in triangle, form VE, end of eyebrows, asterisk, from the point where the comb touches. So we form triangle 1. Here I cut the rest of the hair back, and here I then combing the 3 parts of the hair by combing the upward line, asterisk, and I cut, and when I scan backwards 3, we give movement to light hair in parts, as you can see. You can use both straight moving one hair design if you want to get a haircut like this, fold and straight haircut. If you want to design asterisk by reaching me from my social media addresses, my social media addresses available in the description section of my video. By reaching my hall from here, you can get haircut service, asterisk. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. Friends, I will be with you with new videos asterisk, our straight, lightweight, layered haircut design with you as you can see like my video and subscribe to my channel. Don't forget to be. I wish you a good day. Take care of yourself, asterisk. See you soon.
Hello friends asterisk. How to make a straight light layered haircut for you today. Asterisk I will explain it in detail first. While cutting hair we make basic distinctions asterisk. First, we create a profile. Separation profile separation from the beginning of the moment asterisk 2. The straight separation we have separated until the end of the neck asterisk we say. Profile separation. This profile distinction 2. Hairs after applying, we divide it into the main section. After making the distinction, 2 pieces from the nape part, we will start our haircut by creating a horizontal separation. The first distinction will determine the basis of our hair asterisk. So, here we determine the length of the hair while determining your height, a horizontal part. Of the middle way, create a separate vertical distinction. Cut the first piece from the ends of the hair and asterisk. He is our guide right and left with the guide. We have separated the sections in the middle, E, combining creating our first line asterisk after creating. A first line asterisk, that is, with a straight scissor stroke with a sharpening cutting technique. After cutting, we move to 2. Second level, the basic distinction. We have cut before E, considering the second level in the same way, same height, same plane, E, and we continue our cutting process here again, starting from the middle part, E. By following the guide we cut before asterisk. I keep cutting your hair ends now, friends, with sharpening cutting technique asterisk here. I comb backwards, and the eye on the ends of the hair asterisk I touch the scissors to get the ear potten. This is my touching move. Hair A, at the E point above the ear, because of the protrusion of the ear E, can create a pot in the hair, so to catch that angle in the ear, I touch it and cut. It accordingly E, we went to the third level after that E guinea. I scan backwards, and so as a clear line, the hair point I cut before asterisk E. I continue to be certain by following asterisk here. E comb the hair back for cutting on a fixed E line straight. Backs, but the front parts of the hair will be a little longer. In this vision, a backward line when you cut always ends of hair in a fixed way. Since it is cut in this line, the front will be longer. Now the back part, after cutting asterisk, after creating a flat cut foundation asterisk, we will apply folding process to the front parts of the hair. Asterisk first of all. In which direction our model divides her hair asterisk we have determined, and after making this determination, I'm creating an EEE coronation asterisk as you can see from ear level to another ear, after creating the separation, our customer's model from the point of distinction asterisk E from the point of distinction EE, starting EE. I cut the left side of our customer asterisk. On the right side of the client EE, E my past. This angle is 45 degrees to create an angle and a more. EEE beautiful, angle a comfortable fall asterisk. Go to the right side of our customer to ensure by doing this kind of three operation now, the hair point that I have determined, namely the neck appropriately E with scrolling technique E precision I, started and applied a folding process, cutting the right side EE to the right after cutting the left side asterisk E. I will pass asterisk E, and as you can see, EE, EI went to the left of our customer, and here, yes, Guinea, I determine the hair point in the same way your hair, I will cut the hair point. I cut the previous one from the hair point, and in accordance with this guide, asterisk E, apply folding process. I apply asterisk here the floor, is both Pectas technique and DEE point front parts of the hair with scrolling technique asterisk. I applied a folding processium, not just applying a very intense folding process here. The length and ends of your hair asterisk, yes, a little light on the hair. To clean the fractures to accelerate tissue E, I'm folding as you can see. I created a triangular separation from the top vertex both. EEE from here asterisk asterisk on the front of E as a guide, EE as a guide from points EE. I got a triangular look this triangle. View is also hair EE. E scan by exit point vertically 90 degrees 1 asterisk E. I applied scanning angle, cut the hair upwards, but at an angle of 45 degrees. I did the process here is the purpose of cutting your hair. E 45 degrees. Purpose asterisk from short to long. So the peak will be long EE and previous the hair length at the hair point. I cut IE asterisk by calculating. That is, from the previous guide I cut taking the point. I will continue my process. Oh, yes, I started later E after cutting the peak. The peak is ours EE. E, we had a floor point. And this floor is the point asterisk E. It was the size of the folding process. So it became a guide by following this guide, starting from the left side. Dim with star technique separating slices E as you can. See according to the direction of hair exit, unfolding here. I comb the comb according to the direction of exit of the hair before seeing my guide on the hair point. I cut asterisk point cutting. That is, point cutting technique. I'm applying a folding process at the end with E star technique asterisk after cutting. Let's say after cutting comb the last hair completely upwards and then after checking asterisk, we are finishing our process asterisk. Blow dry the hair. Here and applying light waving process with straightener. We are finishing the design of our model, friends, if you want to get a haircut like this. Asterisk. My social media address is in the description. Part of my video asterisk by reaching me from here and coming. To my hall, you can get haircuts and hairdressing services. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel asterisk. I will be with you with new videos. Hope to see you asterisk.
Hello friends, today you have a straight haircut. Shirt and bangs, aka cartoon banks. Haircut. How to design it, I will explain it in detail. We create the first basic distinctions, We will divide the hair into 4 main sections. Our distinction to the first main section is profile separation. Profile separation 2, to the distinction we have separated from the eyebrow mark to the neck. We call it straight profile separation. Later crown separation. Crown separation from ear level to other ear. The straight separation we have separated. We call the crown distinction. When we create these distinctions, we divide the hair into 4 main sections. First part, I will apply straight haircut. Hair in the first part. I create 1 horizontal distinction from the nape part, and determine the size we will cut. We will apply the first basic distinction, is straight haircut. From the back part, I created a horizontal distinction and I cut the basis of the hair T. Right now I created a straight 1E cut here. This straight cut, then gradually upwards, creating horizontal separations. Her hair is the same size in the section where I cut it straight. I will cut, that is, the hair point we cut before as a sheath. I saw it and I cut it straight with 1 scissor stroke. And after equalizing that part in the same way, I'm opening the other part too. As you can see, the top. At the bottom, I combine it with the guide we cut and cut it to the same size. As you can see here, with sharpening cutting technique, that is, straight truss service. I'm creating a straight 1 cut. Then from behind, the long remaining part is horizontal again, one in a gradual way, by creating a distinction. I keep cutting. That is 1 straight line by scanning the back part backwards. Clear 1 cut by forming line. I'm doing it so my hair's on the back. I specify for free and create 1 straight cut. The right and left are the same. Scanning backwards. I'm creating a straight 1 cut. We have determined the basis of the hair, that is, the length of the hair. Now I'm going to part 2. After determining the length of the hair, I will apply a folding process and curtain cardamom on the front, that is, curtain bank haircut. I created a profile separation between the middle and 2 to create the hair. From 2 eyebrows, we created 1 distinction towards the neck, this profile distinction, and from the end of the eyebrow starting to the front, my but just motif. I reserved the section, guys. From here in the first place, right side, I go to the left side of my customer because I cut it and the chin. I'm setting 1 guide from the line. And from here to be mobile in the front, that is, the story. From the jaw level to stop the longest, set the shortest section. Create a cross 1 distinction, and I created a cut at an angle of 45 degrees. Then behind the ear, I created 1 diagonal distinction. Front of the hair, the same way you see guinea. I continue from the right part, like this part. It's like 45 degrees with the hair point I cut before. I will apply angle folding process. I scan as you can see. I lifted our customer's height slightly, and his head slightly up, and the sheath from the hair point I passed before. See, and at an angle of 45 degrees, I applied the cutting process, because I cut the hair in half here, starting from the top of the other back, creating 1 horizontal distinction. I'm creating a new cross E1, as you can see. I'm combing with the lowest hair length I've cut before. With the longest part, I set my guide and create horizontal separations gradually, combing the hair forward. And following the guidance we have set, I'm applying a folding process. Here, combing the hair forward, your hair again the way I combed it here. Crossway, I'm scanning friends. So, to the cover we have determined on the front. So in a way, suitable for hair length. Did you drink the cut with a straight scissor blow again? Because I scanned the front here, their backs stay longer and he stays behind longer. Unfolding process when we leave it towards the back. So it's layered and it's layered. Both your hair is not gone. Here I cut the first eye step, then I cut the second piece. Guinea is also on the left. I created a purchase motif from the end line of the eyebrow to the peak. I'm scanning it diagonally again. And shortness, so I'm setting my guide. What size your hair will be at the level of your chin. I sharpened one direction and crossed one way. So diagonal 1 EE angle with one cut angle of 45 degrees. I will cut. Yes, I see my guide and I scanned it diagonally. I'm cutting my client's left side late, this time but on the right side of my client. I'm cutting by finding friends. Then from the peak E, one cross to the back of the ear. I created one diagonal distinction and one from the hair point I cut before. Cross again, seeing my guide 1. Cutting at an angle of 45 degrees with a scanning angle. Folding process. I'm creating. Here we ensure that the front parts are folded, friends. I saw my sword here, I cut it the same size. Cross the front parts to the back parts. This is the point I have reserved, friends. Now create horizontal separations. In a gradual way up to the neck. Combing forward, I will apply my cutting process. This process is hair folding. As you can see here, cross one scan angle. I created it, and from the nape part to the front part. Yes, the longest part. I take it as a guide and continue my cutting process. As you can see, I'm scanning Guinea. I create horizontal Bs gradually. I'm combing the hair point I cut before. I see my guide. What does the guide mean? 1 means the hair size we cut before. I'm scanning the previous. The hair length I cut. I cut this process to the same size after seeing it. I'm applying it until I get to the section on the nape, friends. I see my guide, as you see. And I cut the sharp horse cutting technique with straight scissors service. Friends, our haircut is over. Now your hair. Thinning your hair 3. For applying straight scissor stroke on the ends. I need to thin it with some effigy scissors. I'm here with the feely scissors, the ends of the hair. Pictas technique. I soften, as you can see. So by adding some motion to the ends of the hair, I'm thinning. Get the hard look here. You know the hard look? We eliminate it with pictage technique. Such Guinea by creating horizontal separations and scanning forward. As you can see in the hair spot I cut before, I apply a thinning process, right and left in the same way, separating into pieces, into slices. I apply a thinning process. You too, curtain bangs. Curtain banks. If you want to get a haircut in Beylik Düzü, you can come to my salon and get hair cutting service from me. About coloring and other hairdressing services, I can serve. I'm working by appointment. In the description of my video of the hall, the social media address is available. Reaching here, as an appointment by reaching the social media address. Haircut coloring. On the subject of hairdressing services, you can create an appointment. Like my video, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel, dear friends. Thanks to you, my channel is growing day by day, and we become a bigger family. And our videos. If you want to be aware of my new videos, if you activate my channel's notification bell from my new videos, You can be informed. Our haircut is over. Now it's the last for you. I will show you after blow dry. Moving, as you can see, what we call layered one-hair design curtain bangs. Moving hair design. I have presented our work to you. Take care to see you with new videos. I wish you a good day.
Hello friends, welcome to our channel. I'm with you with one new video. Gradient to you today, bob haircut design. I will explain in detail how it is done. I first create our basic distinctions. First, a separate profile distinction. How do I create profile separation? To the beginning of the forehead, straight line in one stripes. To the distinction we have reserved until the end of the neck. We say profile separation. Crown separation in division 2. Crown separation is also 2 eyebrows, 2 ears apart, 1. The distinction we have separated from ear to ear. We call crown separation. With this distinction, we divide the hair into 4 main sections. So profile separation and crown separation hair automatically 4. We separate the main part. We make this distinction first. When creating a distinction, because we will form the basis of the bob distinction here. From the bottom of every distinction, I'm creating one horizontal distinction. After creating the distinction on the right and left sides, as you can see again, here, I clearly state with lines. After creating this separation, we will cut the basic length of the hair. In this distinction, after cutting hair length, without creating any mistakes, is your right side short? Is your left side long? It's like it happened, we eliminate the problems. First, we determine the length of the hair. Here is our guide hair length. From the middle part of the hair, from the neck, we want to see. Creating a distinction. The first distinction is a distinction where we will determine the length of the hair, as you can see here. Starting from the middle part, we will cut the other parts to the same size. We will start from the nape part, and when I come to the front parts, light 1 horizontal at an angle of 45 TL. Short to forward 1A. We will continue our haircut with an angle. As you can see here, with the sharp horse cutting technique. With straight scissor stroke, I continue our haircut. After crossing to the left, we use our comb as a ruler. The hair point we cut before, aligning comb with 6 haircut technique. We cut straight one way. If you want here, you can also cut it straight in one way. If you want, it's a little lighter to make the front a little longer. Horizontal 1 distinction, exhibiting a horizontal 1E grip. 1 slightly forward at a slightly 45-degree angle. We can get in view. If you want the light front to be long here, comb a little horizontally in one way. We can make it look longer one by holding. After cutting here, the left side is the same as the right side. Here to prevent the protrusion of the ear, so I scan it backwards, separating it from the middle part of the ear. Lightweight, and prevent the protrusion of the ear here. You know, your hair, to prevent it from being crooked. After separating, my comb is slightly forward again, a slightly curved shape. Holding it so I don't cut it straight, to provide a slightly forward-looking one. Light 1E monthly. With comb grip. Light forward. To provide one extending appearance. Come I hold it at that angle and I continue my cut here light. 3 comb with a slight 45-degree diagonal separation. Diagonale ignite combe. I cut after holding it the same way. And the front of the light hair gets a longer one look. As you can see here. I create the second distinction. After cutting the basic structure of the hair, I'm creating the horizontal separation again in the second stage. Here I am creating one distinction from the middle again. And after creating a distinction, I will create a horizontal 45-degree angle. I'm combing the hair here. I'm looking from the bottom, seeing the hair point I cut before. Then, lifting slightly upwards horizontally, holding at 1E angle. I apply cut. This angle is kept here. Horizontal is a 45-degree angle. Again in the same way 1. The next section in the same way. Again with the sniper cutting technique. I continue my haircut with straight scissors blow. The hair I cut as a guide in the middle. The left and right sides are the same. I continue by cutting guinea 2, 1. I'm creating a distinction here. I'm creating horizontal distinctions. You too. My video, like and express your thoughts in the comments. I want friends. If you like my video and if you also share your social media address, we will reach many people. The second distinction. Guinea this time, guinea horizontal 45-degree angle. By following the hair point we passed before, I continue our haircut. I cut the first and second steps at a horizontal 45-degree angle. In the videos section of my channel. Videos available in many categories. You can also watch these videos, guys. Haircut coloring. Keratin hair care. Ombre sombre. Blonde hair opening. Many services such as painting. You can find it in the videos section of my giant channel. And if you want to get a haircut service from me, my channel. 3 social media addresses are available in the description section. By reaching my hall from here, haircut service. And you can also get other hairdressing services. After cutting this length, our model wanted her neck to be a little shorter. That's why we're still the same Shortened in the section I told you by shortening now 3. We went to the section. Here 3. Guinea horizontal, yeah, because we came to the top in the section. Exiting E from 45 whole angle. Vertical this time. I created one distinction here, vertical 45s. We will create an angle, guys. And cut from there. As you can see here, we cut it before, from the hair point. Creating a vertical 45-degree angle. I create a vertical 45-degree angle and I keep cutting hair. This is one angle that we describe as vertical 45 degrees. The hair point we cut before, well, after seeing it as a guide. With vertical separations, create the 45-degree angle. We continue our gravitation bob cutting here. I cut it in the middle here, and I cut the left side. And the left side, backside of 3 main sections. 3 vertical, by creating separations slice by slice. The at 45-degree angle. I continue our haircut. After cutting this section, after cutting at 45-degree angle, as you can see, I look at the middle part and check. And so 45-quarter angle again. We continue our cut. What? Here from the back, because there is a slight length on the front, I equated it with the length of your hair. Penny now. From our first distinction on the left. Comb again after separating. With our comb. Slightly forward. I'm scanning. Our comb. Yes. As you can see, the back of the hair is dyed. Using our comb like a ruler. Straight one way. I'm cutting. Here is a light 1 forward length, friends. Not straight our comb. You can also keep it slightly horizontal, to look longer. Here we use our comb as a ruler. We continue our haircut, friends. Likewise on the right. I scan properly and one hair point we cut before as a guide. I continue my haircut. Here is the comb 6 haircutting technique. As you can see, I saw the previous haircut point. Under my comb and flush, I continue the haircut. I combed my comb properly with a warm comb, and I aligned the hair with the hair point I had cut before. After aligning, I continued cutting. I'm checking a little here. Sometimes here according to the fall of hair. I cut according to the fall of the hair. Sometimes hair can be worn. After checking to see if there is an error at the bottom, we will continue our process, guys. Now, friends, we determined our cut, the model of the hair. I switched to the personalization EE section here. Friends, so that there is no hard-won image on the ends of the hair. Me starting from the neck again with green scissors. Step by step. I'm doing thinning. Here I apply it to the ends of the hair. Before the bottom of the hair, do your hair with unbreakable scissors. Starting from the middle part, as you can see from the end parts. 3. Apply thinning process. In the process I did here. 3. More homogeneous distribution of the haircut. And to avoid scissors, thinning with fine scissors. I'm doing the procedure on the ends of the hair. Here by separating the hair gradually with thin slices. Thinning the ends of the hair. Here and done work. In the process we have done. You may have gotten the density of the hair too. So we may have, if your model complains about the density of the hair. With this kind of operation, you can get the hoage density just by thinning it. But if you don't want one hard image on the ends of the hair, here, with the same process you can soften the ends of the hair to make transitions look healthier. End parts. By thinning process, we can soften it with this kind of thinning process. We make sure that your transitions are one more beautiful image. Here, we will give a slight movement to the front parts of the hair. Friends, I divide the hair in half, so I'm recreating the profile distinction. Here from the end of my eyebrow, E1. Yuri from the point where my comb touched by starting. I will create one distinction that we call a null forehead motif. Move the hair from the front part. We make our distinction. I'm going to give a little movement in front of the hair here, so I'm doing some folding. But from this point we have separated, so we will make a move from the section we reserved. To throw a light coat in the front, I divided the hair in half. To cut the E section on my client's left side, I'm going to the right side. And towards chin level 1 I cut a 45-degree month by determining an angle, and after cutting the left side, I go to the left side to cut the right side. I mean, which hungry side I'm going to cut, I go to the opposite part of it and I continue to cut. I hope you found my video nice. My advice to you, I would be very pleased if you like my video. And I would be very pleased if you subscribe to my channel. And a new feature has been opened on YouTube, Whip feature. After liking this video, whip directly to this video. 3, there will be a section to do it usually, when you do it from the phone, not the computer. Me when you hype here too. The glass ball of my video, it goes up to the top. Thanks to you. So we will reach many people. Your likes and comments are very important to us. Thanks to you, we reach many people. I mention this in every video because he, likes and he comments. It changes the magic of the video so much. So like my video and subscribe to my channel. I would be much more pleased if you watch. As you can see here, hair. I scanned, and after reaching nose level, from the inside out at an angle of 45 degrees again. At an angle of 45 degrees, I cut. So I checked. This hair point we cut with a file scissors on the front. I thin it with a light pictus technique. To make a better fall. Yes, friends, our haircut is over. Our model is like this. One view more curved from the back, so one design we call gradation bob. If you want to make one such design, if you want to make one model like this, from my social media addresses in the description section of my video, reaching me, coming to my hall, you can get one haircut like this. You can get service from me, guys. I hope you like my e-model. Hope to see you for now. Take good care of yourself. I wish you a good day. Today you curtain bangs layered haircut. I want to explain our service in detail. Layered haircut here. Curtain cardamom how to do this. You will see in detail. First, we create profile separation later. Say we will create a crown separation. Profile separation with crown separation. The process of dividing the hair into 4 main sections. We say friends. First distinction, profile distinction. Profile separation from the middle of 2 eyebrows to the straight line that I parted down to the neck. E, profile separation. Second also, E, crown separation from one ear to the other ear. The distinction we have separated, we call crown separation. Fold the front parts of the hair after the crown separation. A curtain to make cardamom process. We split the hair in half. After this separation, starting from ear levels, we create a diagonal separation from both sides. Then while cutting our customer's E right side, I go to the left and E starting from cheekbones, 45 degrees. We will create a distinction, haircut with a distinction of 45 degrees. So we'll start doing, here E profile, E starting from the apple bones. We determine our sword from top to bottom at an angle of 45 degrees. And I cut and the other parts are the same, at an angle of 45 degrees after cutting. I scan them all towards myself and I make my cut by creating a single line. Then I will cut the left side. While cutting the left side, I pass to the right side of my customer. The first part of the guinea cheekbones. I cut it so I separate it diagonally. Later. Right? Scanning from left to right. I'm cutting the first part. Then the second part is the same from the right. I'm taking it all alone to the left. And cut the previous. From my hair point, I cut our banana the same size. After folding the front, back eye first, we created a profile separation on the right side. We divided the hair into 2 main sections. I will fold the back in 2 main sections. Same way again. I'm creating a diagonal separation towards the back. And on the right, piece. For cutting the right part, I go to the left side and the front one I cut first E. Guinea from section. Right? To the left. As you can see by creating a distinction, I was born first cut. Hair point. I cut by specifying, so I scan. This time I'm scanning them all forward. that is at an angle of 45 degrees, scanning directly to the front. I see the hair spot I cut before. I see the guide, so I equate it with hair length. Both in the front parts here, E. I equate with the height. I equate with the length in the front. Both. When the blow-dry you scatter is taken, when the shape is given, the front, hair equality, and long pieces, so that it does not appear at 45-degree angles to the front section. I scan the back with diagonal Ian angles and forward. I'm scanning in the front part again, at an angle of 90 degrees for scanning forward. I'm cutting. This side, no. What happens when I scan this cutting process forward? There is a folding process from the front to the back. Because the hair in the front is a little short, there is a cut suitable for the short hair in the front. Hair falls longer towards the back, and folding process on the front and back. We are applying both. A from the front. We shorten and fold. A hair we see when we throw it backwards. We made a move. And a both oval. Here and E an oval back. The look was also folded and ovally. We will have a look. This time E to check the hair guinea after combing. I comb the hair completely and towards the peak. I lift it up. A check again. Is there an error after checking it? Equalize, and from the ends, I'm cutting. I look at the 3 dots and cut by length. Then, so you know your hair. To apply a folding operation to the foundation, I divide the hair in half with the guinea star technique. And listen piece by piece. As you can see, so neither too thick nor too much. I scan upwards in thin pieces. 90 degrees. And from the ends, with point cutting technique. I apply hair folding. Here with the star technique, a suitable structure for the hair. I'm applying a folding process. As you can see here after seeing the longest point. A point cutting technique. With point cutting technique, I'm applying a folding process. Here I comb the hair and from above. Hair 90 degrees according to the direction of hair output. And 45 degrees compared to the length of the hair. I keep cutting with angles. As you can see, 90 degrees. Scanning the stone, and the 45-degree point of cut, with cutting technique. I continue my process. You too, to support my channel. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. Thanks to you, our videos reach many people. And thanks to you, watching our videos. Dear friends, my video, thank you so much for watching and subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Our folding process is over, friends. Now to the ends of the hair. With the net scissors, that is, with the scissors we call intermediate scissors. We apply thinning softening process, starting from the front part to the hair auger technique. So I'm twisting the hair and the ends. With intermediate scissors, I'm thinning here at the ends to ensure a more homogeneous fall of the hair. To get a smoother image, I apply thinning process with auger technique. You want to watch my other videos too. If you want, in the video section of my channel. Many kinds of videos. I have videos in many categories. You can watch my videos there too. If you have any questions, description part of my video. I have social media addresses there too. You can ask by contacting me, or in the comment section of my video. Leave your questions. I can read them and give you detailed information. You can ask questions. Do you also enjoy layered hair? Curtain cardamom and other EA pixie haircuts, short haircut, bob cut, and other E. If you want to get services about hairdressing, to my salon in Istanbul Beylikdüzü, you can come. To come too. From my social media addresses in the description section of my video, reaching me by making an appointment, you can get service. I continue thinning the ends of the hair. The reason why I do auger. Hair, when I do thinning on the back and ends. When the hair opens, so we get a more natural look. As you can see, our process is over. Now our forming process, we will apply our process. I will apply a layered moving blow dry process. As you can see, front moving, folded backs. We are with you with a beautiful hair design, friends. If you like my video eye model, if you like the design, make sure to like my video. Commenting and social media. Don't forget to share on your address.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today we're peeling back the layers on something really specific, actually. It's highly technical, maybe a bit unexpected. We're looking at the engineering, you could say, of a really masterful haircut. And we're not really talking about fashion trends here. This is more about, well, geometry, blueprints, how absolute precision can actually deliver a kind of fluidity.
That's exactly right. We've got this detailed step-by-step technical guide for really complex blended hair design. And it combines three specific things. You've got a sharp, straight base cut, then those very popular curtain bangs, the paire de caco, and then finally integrating some subtle movement through layering, but very controlled layering.
Okay, so our source material sounds less like a style mag and more like, I don't know, an architect's plan. It details the exact separation lines, the cutting angles, the finishing stuff. So our mission here is basically to decode that blueprint. We want to understand how this really rigid, almost mathematical structure underneath leads to a look that, for you listening, seems completely soft, natural, and flowing. It's like the shortcut to understanding that design precision.
Yeah, you really have to see it as a project. And, well, any good project starts with a solid foundation, doesn't it?
Okay, right. Let's get into that foundation then. Before any scissors come out, the hair needs to be organized. You said the whole design is kind of dictated by just a few key separation lines. How does the guide tell us to, map out the head?
Well, what's really interesting here is how the manual immediately sets up perfect symmetry, and it does it using just two essential straight divisions. Think of it like setting coordinates on a map of the skull. These two lines create four perfect mirror sections, and these sections govern every single step that follows.
Okay, just two straight lines organize the whole thing. What are they?
So the first one is called the profile separation. This basically dictates the left-right balance. It's a perfectly straight line running right from the start of the forehead at the hairline straight down the middle all the way to the nape. It makes sure that whatever you do on the left side gets mirrored exactly on the right. Simple, but critical.
And the second line, I assume that defines the front and back, where the different parts of the cut are going to happen.
Precisely. That's the crown separation. This one runs straight across the top of the head, connecting one ear right across the crown to the other ear. So once you've got the hair divided by both the profile and the crown separations, you've broken down all that complexity into four manageable symmetrical quadrants. It's really the proof that this haircut is, first and foremost, a structured design. It's pure geometry.
Right. That structure makes sense because the first big job is setting the length in the base. We need that clean, straight cut, the dusas kizimi in the back. Now, the usual problem with the straight cut, as you know, is it can look really heavy or chunky, or what stylists sometimes call mold-like. So how do you get that sharp, clean line without the hair just looking like a solid block?
Okay, so you start at the back, right? And you establish the base length using horizontal sections. These are called yate ayrımlar. This is where the precision really kicks in. The source says to use a very sharp, clean technique, sometimes called a sharp cutting technique, using straight scissor cuts. The idea is to get maximum visual density, maximum sharpness, right at that bottom edge.
But hang on, that sounds exactly like the recipe for that heavy blunt look we're trying to avoid. If you cut all the hair in the back like that, won't it just fall heavily?
Ah, yes, that's the core tension, isn't it? And that's exactly why this idea of gradual cutting becomes maybe the single most important detail here. The source is really insistent that the cut must be done in gradual steps. They call it kademeli bir şekilde.
So instead of taking one big chunk horizontally, you break it down into smaller bits.
You break it down, often into, say, 3 or maybe 4 really thin horizontal stages. The first thin section you cut acts as the perfect guide, the clavus, for the next thin layer of hair just above it. You're essentially building that straight line, but from the bottom up, layer by tiny layer.
Okay, wait, why? Why is that gradual way so necessary? What's the actual physics behind cutting thin sections versus thick ones?
Right. The reason is critical. It's all about controlling density and making sure it falls evenly, homogeneously.
Yeah.
If you try to cut too much hair at once, the weight and just the different tension across that thick section makes it fall unevenly. And worse, it creates what the source calls that kalıp gibi effect, that heavy mold-like block that just doesn't move. By cutting in these gradual thin steps, you let the weight distribute nicely. It ensures that when the hair falls, it falls smoothly, keeps the sharp line visually, but still has some natural swing. It's about building a solid line, yeah, but respecting how hair actually behaves with weight.
That makes so much sense. That's the hidden difference, isn't it, between an amateur straight cut and a professionally engineered one. It's all about managing weight, even when it looks like one simple line.
Exactly. So now we've got that rigid foundation set. Now we can move to the softer part, the face framing element.
This is where the curtain bangs come in. They're perde kakul. Okay, so this needs a specific shape right at the front. How is that defined?
The sectioning here is incredibly precise. You isolate the hair for the bangs using a triangular shape, ushin formunda one iron. That triangle starts right at the middle part, and it extends back towards that crown separation line we made earlier. But here's the crucial bit. The width of that triangle, where it starts at the front, must begin precisely at the start of the eyebrows. Kaşın and baş noktasından.
Why exactly at the start of the eyebrows? What does that do?
That specific width makes sure the bangs frame the eyes and the cheekbones just right. Too narrow and the bangs look kind of weak. Too wide and they just take over the face. Okay, so once you've got that triangle isolated, the goal is to cut a line that creates a soft guide. It should align roughly with the cheekbones, maybe the tip of the nose. And you get this by cutting the hair at a 45-degree angle. That angle is key for the curve. Kavisli olması gerekiyor.
Right, the 45-degree angle. That's the classic for getting that soft, sweeping curve. But the manual mentions something surprising about how the stylist needs to stand. Body positioning.
Ah, yes. This is the kind of detail that makes this source so interesting. It's super practical. To hit that 45-degree angle comfortably and precisely and do it the same way every time, the stylist actually has to stand on the opposite side of the client.
The opposite side? That sounds completely backwards. Why would you do that?
It's purely about body mechanics. Think about it. If you're standing on the same side as the hair you're cutting, your arm and body are twisted, right? It's physically awkward to hold a perfect 45-degree angle and keep the tension steady. But if you step to the opposite side, like you're cutting the client's right bang, but you stand on their left, it creates a much more natural straight line for your cutting arm. It gives you maximum control, maximum accuracy over that crucial angle. It's almost like a physical requirement for technical perfection.
Wow. That really does make it sound more like sculpting than just cutting. The stylist's own body becomes part of the architecture. Okay, so we've got our sharp, straight base and our softly defined curtain bangs. The next challenge then is blending it all, adding movement, layering katlandirma, but without losing the length we just carefully established.
Yes, this step is absolutely key to bridging that gap between the sharp base and the soft fringe. The layering has to be light, and like you said, it must preserve that baseline length. The technique here relies entirely on how you lift the projection.
Okay, how is the hair projected or lifted for this kind of layering? Not out, not down.
No, exactly. Instead, the hair is combed straight upwards eukaryotariotum, towards the ceiling, all of it. And the guide, the clavuz that you use for this layering, is actually the shortest point that was created way back when we did the initial straight base cut at the nape.
Okay, let me picture this. If you pull a strand of hair from the very bottom of the nape, straight up over the top of the head, the hair closest to the scalp is now your guide, but the very ends of that strand, the bit that defines the actual length, are way up high, far from the scissors.
Exactly. You're using physics, really. Tension and angles. When you comb the hair straight up and cut it against that short guide from the nape, you're only trimming the very ends of the hair that actually reach that high point. This technique is called a fixed design line, in the source. By pulling everything straight up to that one fixed point, you guarantee that the lower sections, the length, the boy remain long and basically untouched. Only the upper bits get lightly layered.
So the aim isn't really dramatic, obvious layers. It's more about just enough internal movement so the hair doesn't just hang there flat.
Precisely. And because it is a light layering process, hafifwan katlandama ishlami, the final shape of the hair isn't some drastic V or U shape in the back. It's designed so that when it falls naturally, it creates more of an oval shape, an oval bigaran too. It's about integrating internal volume and movement really seamlessly with the overall length.
Okay, so we've used the sharp straight cut, the careful 45-degree angle, and now this upward projection for the fixed design line. The main structural work seems done. But let's go back to that base cut for a second. We talked about its sharpness. That precision cutting, doesn't it inherently leave a really hard, maybe too clean edge? The final step must be about softening that up, right?
That is the absolutely critical final step,
Yeah.
yes. If we stopped right now, the hair would have that sharp line, maybe a hard look. A keskin one hat and a cert one gurntui. We definitely need to introduce softness, some texture, some naturalness, especially on the ends. This is the texturizing phase. Or insult me, which means thinning.
Okay, texturizing. How does the technical guide suggest doing this final softening step?
It actually details a combination of 3 different methods, and crucially, they're applied only to the ends, not halfway up the hair shaft. They suggest using FL scissors, thinning shears, efilam akasila, also the twisting technique, burgu teknikidile, where you twist sections and snip into them, and point cutting, pikdash teknikle. These tools and techniques are all designed to break up those blunt lines we created, but without actually removing length.
Right. But thinning, if it's done badly, can be one of the most obvious mistakes, can't it?
Yeah.
You can sometimes see those horrible track marks or lines where the bulk was taken out.
Huh.
How does the guide make sure the thinning is, well, invisible?
This is probably one of the most advanced, subtle insights in the whole guide, I think. To prevent those telltale track marks, so it is Yatmamasina saliorum, the stylist is specifically told to use zert asiler, that means different, opposing angles during the texturizing.
Opposing angles. What does that actually look like? How do you do that?
Well, think about it. If you just thin the hair using one consistent angle, like always cutting straight in, you're essentially creating a hidden straight line of shorter hair within the bulk. That's what shows. By approaching the hair from different angles, maybe one snip vertically, the next one horizontally, maybe the next diagonally into the twist, you make sure that the removal of weight is scattered, it's distributed invisibly through the ends. This variation in angle creates a much more staggered, diffused finish. You get that soft, natural look without leaving any harsh lines behind. It's the final technical touch to soften the rigidity we spent so much time building.
Wow. This has been quite the journey, a real masterclass in seeing hair design as basically applied physics and geometry. We started with just 2 straight lines, the profile and the crown to map the head. Then we moved through that gradual straight cut to control the weight, the opposite side 45-degree stance for the perfect curtain bang, then the upward projection using the fixed design line for invisible layers, and finally, this multi-angle texturizing to soften the whole thing.
And we've seen how this blended design can actually be really versatile. It works for fine hair, thick hair, long, medium, precisely because every single step is controlled by this kind of geometric calculation. The result is a structure that's adaptable. It's not just stiff.
It really is amazing how much meticulous planning, how much structure goes into creating a look that is ultimately supposed to appear just effortlessly natural. So if we step back from all the details of this deep dive, that's the final, maybe provocative thought we should leave our listener with as they think about this blueprint.
I think the real paradox we've uncovered is kind of the heart of the whole design. This really beautiful, soft, flowing aesthetic, the kind that looks like maybe the client just woke up with perfect, natural hair. It's entirely dependent on the rigidity of the structure underneath it all. The whole process hinges on these meticulously planned geometric sections. those profile and crown divisions, the precise triangular fringe, the fixed design line, the perfect 45-degree angles. If you compromise that underlying structure at any point, you actually compromise the final movement and softness. So in a way, the rigidity creates the fluidity. Maybe think about that the next time you see a hairstyle that looks completely effortless. Chances are it took an incredible amount of hidden structure, maybe even some math to get there.
Hello friends, welcome to my channel. To you today, light haircut. I will explain in detail how to do this. We make basic distinctions when cutting hair. First basic distinction, profile distinction. Profile separation. E from the middle of two eyebrows, straight separation, where we are separated to the neck. We say profile separation. 2. Separation crown separation. Crown separation is also straight from one ear to the other ear. 1. The distinction we have separated as a line is called the crown separation. With these two distinctions, we divide the hair into 4 main sections. Now we divide our hair into 4 main sections. From the back part, we will determine the length of the hair by creating one horizontal distinction. So here to determine what size the hair is. First, we will create one horizontal distinction and form the basis of the hair. So we will cut your hair length. Here is the first from the middle part from the back E, after cutting the short part. A other parts too. Creating horizontal separation in one way. Whether in 4 pieces or 3 pieces. We cut it in one-step way. This is gradual. More homogeneous distribution of hair by cutting with separations. We make the hair scatter together, friends. I'm cutting the length of the hair here, and the ends of the hair in the next process. With light folding process, in the front of the hair. By applying the folding process E, to get a beautiful one look. Good luck, friends. Yes, here, because our model has thin hair. Very dense flaws. Make the ends of the hair look thin. Light hair to prevent. Suitable for hair structure. The front parts of the hair by applying the folding process. Giving movement to the back. To be fuller. Applying straight one cut. We will create one beautiful model of our hair now. If you want to have one haircut like this. Social in the description part of my video. Media address is available. We can reach here and come to my hall and meet. Hello, you can get haircut service from me. Here from the end of the eyebrows. E, we will apply folding process to the front part. Here from the end of the eyebrow to the front part. They were creating a purchase motif distinction. We will apply a folding process to the front of the hair. When applying the folding process, let's say we separate the hair from the middle part, or what part you want to separate, to create one distinction suitable for the outlet place of hair. Yes. First we ask our customer about the distinction of hair. Which one? You make a distinction in the direction according to him. We apply folding process because he separated his hair from the middle part of our model. We start our process by eliminating E and separating, cutting hair here. First, we will cut the right side. Then we cut the left side while cutting the right side. There. Now we go to the end of our customer, passing to our customer's right while cutting the left side. So we work more comfortably and angle better one way. For us to offer, and which of our customers we cut forward to the opposite side, we stop and cut there. Here after cutting the front parts. Here. Then I split the hair in half. Profile separation and sleeping on the front. We comb the hair. And later, your hair all forward. Here we scan and take the end parts. Your hair here moves the front parts, but at the back prevents very dense flaws. And here to the front, because we are folding, and no way there is one knee section long in the hair, and the mistakes to be blocking, here by creating celestial distinctions, and combing the hair towards the front. So now we continue our hair cutting process. Now, as you can see here, the right side of our customer. I cut the right part, on the left side of the client, 40 and 45 degree angles. And we continue our haircut. Now here is our customer, when we create folding. He doesn't want the back part to shorten. We are also our customer, with slight movements from the front for folding process to ensure hair. Our customer's hair, fixed design here on the front. By applying one technique we call line, moving the front parts, make the back parts look longer. And we apply one such study to prevent it from shortening. See you soon. Yes, this work is on the back. A little more V-shaped. Very nice one look. In denser bushy hair now because the hair is thin. And our customer who uses the hair inwards, more folded inwards of the front parts. When we do the forming process, makes it get one more beautiful look. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. See you, friends.
Hello friends, welcome to my channel. To you today, how to make a blunt bob haircut. I will explain it in detail. I will create the basic distinctions first. Our first distinction is profile separation. After creating my profile distinction, also as the second distinction, I will create a crown separation. Profile separation. My forehead present from the beginning. The distinction we have divided to the neck. At the coronation. Comb again. We put it on the crown of your forehead. And from the point where our comb's back touches a crown separation to the distinction we have separated, that is, 1. From ear to ear. A fixed one. The distinction we have separated as a line is called the crown separation. Here the crown separation, the front and back of the hair. Separating two main sections. Profile separation also divides the hair in half, so here we divide the hair into 4 basic E sections. We divide it into 4 basic parts. After dividing it into 4 basic parts in one step, we will apply a haircut to separate it in a gradual way. I'm starting and I'll cut it gradually. Here our first level will be the dye of our model's hair. We will apply one straight haircut. So create a blunt haircut, comb 6 for applying it. So we apply the technique of sharp ablution. That is, we also apply it with a straight scissor stroke. There will be one straight haircut. Here, I will use one angle of 0 degrees. So I use my comb as a ruler. Without creating any angle. There will be one haircut suitable for the direction of hair fall. I make our model tilt its head very slightly forward. And here, first, setting our guide, as you can see, without opening the neck too much. And with sharp horse cutting technique, that is, with straight scissor stroke. I'm cutting the first part. Then left side, then right side. This is the first hair I cut. I equate with paint. This hair will be tall, guys. This will be our guide. All in accordance with this guide, we will cut the hair length to the same length. This is our guide, this hair length. We are going to the second stage, as we can see, second stage hair length. I will equal the hair length we cut in the first stage. As you can see here, I reserve the first part. I comb your hair downwards according to the natural combing direction. I tilt our customer's head very slightly forward and, using my comb as a ruler 1, with the hair length I cut before, equalizing in the same way. So here I use my comb like a ruler. I align and cut with a straight scissor stroke. Here is the sharpening cutting technique, also named Guinea. I'm separating the first piece from the second floor. This one is the same as the hair size we cut before. I use my comb like a ruler and cut it. But here in every hair I cut, our customer's hair, I make your head tilt slightly forward. Because when it bends too little forward, the angle there makes the hair straighter. And when he gives back, you cut it straight in a blunt way. You can make a mistake there. It has to bend down one click. Because when he bends things, it doesn't reveal the little hair at the bottom either. This time, when the customer tilts his head forward, the bottom is like this. One section appears at the bottom, like this protrusion. It's also annoying. You will have to cut again. As you can see, we went to the third stage of the back part. Third stage at the bottom one. The hair point we cut before, Guinea in the same way. I keep cutting the same size. In these straight cuts, you can use the same technique. Here only, blunt 1 model here because your hair is short, Blunt straight 1 haircut, design. Here the length of the whole hair is all equal length. Blunt because it will be the same size. Straight blunt haircut. I'm doing the design. Right side, one with the hair point I cut before. Our guide is the same size. Our customer after cutting. I tilt the head of our model to the slightly front part and use my comb as a ruler. One with the hair size I cut before. I say equal here by using my comb as a ruler. I comb the natural fall of the hair correctly without any mistakes. In the same way as the hair point I appeared. I continue my cut by equalizing. I'm asking you here,
Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. Your thoughts too. I would be very pleased if you specify in the comments section of my video. Yes, after cutting the back. We go to the left side of our customer. Guinea head of our customer. Tilting to the right. After bending, behind the ear, before you get over the ear bulge, I divided it into the middle of the ear as you can see, and some behind the ear. I equalized the hair length on the back there. And the next one above the ear as you can see in the front. Here we equate the ear bulge. And we make one straight cut. If you scan it directly without calculating the ear bulge, and if you cut it straight, when you blow dry, when it dries, the protrusion of the ear appears. And straight one cut does not appear, and please the height of the ear to the top. Prevents hair from being straight at the bottom. So from the middle, right at ear level, to the back of your ear, you take one hair apart and straight from that hair. From the guide we have determined on the back, we cut our hair, and the rest in the front. We equalize the hair from there. And the same in the second level. From the hair point, we cut a donut. We cut it in line. Our customer's hair, stance, angle is very important here. We don't cut straight. We tilt our customer's hair a little and cut it like that. After cutting the left side, we go to the right again in the same way. Our customer's hair length without cutting the first. He light his head, a little according to the posture direction of the hair. We tilt, and after tilting, just like I cut it on the left side, we continue our haircut here. Guinea, you are also like this one. Haircut. And if you want to have other haircut models, I have social media customs in the description part of my video. From here, by reaching me on social media addresses and coming to my hall. Haircut coloring, retouching keratin hair care, balayage haircut, and other hairdressing services. You can get service. You can come to my hall and get service. I'm working with appointment. Morning, 10, evening, 6. I can make an appointment between hours. Our place is in Beylikdüzü. After doing my contours here, on the right side and on the left side, I apply my contours and light hair on the front. I'll add some movement, so I'll do some folding on the front. Here while adjusting the front part, as you can see again from the forehead point of the hair 1, I'm creating a profile distinction. I'm dividing the hair in half. And here, from the eyebrow line, front part 1, forehead motif, by creating the distinction, i.e. triangle 1. I make a distinction. After creating this triangular separation, important feature of triangular separation, right and left T. From the section, because we got it from the eyebrow line, right side and left side. Part 2, intensely taking one way, the right side and the left side. Only from the front without emptying too much. From the part where your forehead is because we make one distinction from the section where the forehead is. A slightly beautiful one movement in the front. And my forager bangs are one point where we can fold. It's okay, I'm creating one nice distinction there too. I cut the right side of our customer. I pass the breadth of our customer for, I'm adjusting the angle here much better.
And as you can see here, your hair is short. E after remembering the short point. E for cutting by determining my angle. I provide one nice transition from short to long. After cutting the right side, I go to the left side. The left side is the same. I get one guide from the hair point I cut before. And here in my comb, E. Because it's numbered so suddenly. Like a ruler until 20. So when I measure what size I cut and